The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Wednesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and the Glass Man is back. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of the week. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show on YouTube, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. We coming at you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. So another 5-hour extravaganza ahead of us. And you can listen to the show in plenty of different ways. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line for you to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. If you text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from so that we can get you featured on the show. PJ, I mean, where do we begin with last night's play-in tournament? Hello, playoffs are here. I said it last night after the end of the Hornets Heat game live on the show, but I'll say it again for everybody that's not a big fan of the NBA and, the NBA regular season stinks and load management, tanking, nothing matters to the playoffs. Well, here you go. You got it served to you on a hot plate on a silver platter with some chocolate sauce, whipped cream, and sprinkles. Both games coming down to the final second. And let's start with the Heat and the Hornets because it goes to overtime in just an incredible roller coaster. You think the Heat were going to win, then you thought, no way, the Hornets lose. Then you think, oh, no way, the Hornets win. And then all of a sudden the Hornets pull it out in overtime, 127-126. LaMelo Ball, the game-winning layup. And then Miles Bridges, the game-sealing block as time expired. And so my first reaction is, for Charlotte's side of thing, I've adopted the Hornets as my little stepbrother for months now. I hope they win on Friday. I love how this team has really gelled and evolved here. My goodness, do they really need that experience under their belt because their inexperience showed again last night. But I just can't get that dirty play from LaMelo Ball out of my head, PJ. I can't get it out of my head because I feel like, honestly, I'm a Knicks fan. I hate the Heat, right? I got no reason to feel bad for the Heat. But I feel bad for Bam Adebayo, and I feel bad for Miami because they got screwed yesterday. No technical foul, no flagrant, no nothing. Bam Adebayo exits the game early in the first half, never comes back. He plays that game. Miami probably wins it by double digits. So I can't get that out of my head, despite the fact that it was an incredible win for the Hornets.
Yeah, it does suck. I mean, Pat, it's almost like a little bit of a black cloud kind of over the game because LaMelo was really good. I mean, he had 30 points, 10 assists. He was 2 for 16 from 3-point range. So maybe not great from 3, but he was 12 for 31 from the field. So he was great from 2. But like you said, the game was so good. It was arguably the best NBA game we've had all year, especially with all that was on the line. But one of the big takeaways that people are going to have from the game is the Bam injury and the dirty play from LaMelo. And you're right, it was a dirty play. I think most people would agree on that. I don't care if, he says his head got hit on Bam's knee or whatever it was. Like, you're trying to grab the guy's foot, and you're just not making a basketball play whatsoever. Definitely dirty. And it's a shame because, again, he made the game-winning shot. He was really good, and he had to be. Pat, when we previewed this game on Monday, I told you I liked Miami a lot, plus 5.5.
You did.
Simply because of the experience factor, right? You get into these one-and-done games. It's the 4th straight year the Heat have been in the play-in. They got 11 guys on that roster that have been in this tournament before, and the Hornets had only had 2. And you saw some of that experience kind of come through a little bit for Charlotte, certainly when they were trying to close that game out at the end of regulation, at the end of overtime especially. And like you said, I mean, if Bam, we'll obviously never know how it ends up playing out, but Miami should have won that game at the end of regulation. They lose Bam for virtually, 2.5 quarters of that game, and they should have still won it. It's a tough pill to swallow. But look, man, if you're Charlotte, survive in advance, you're on to the next game. And Pat, I kind of think they're going to be a favorite against whoever wins tonight, whether it's Orlando or Philly on the road. I think Charlotte's probably going to be a small favorite, point and a half favorite in that game. Maybe it's a pick 'em against Orlando. We'll see. But this is the team everybody was hoping was going to win the game because of how fun they are. And man, are they fun. Like, I'll be the first to admit, I haven't watched too many Charlotte Hornets games this year, been keeping tabs on them, and been seeing the kind of year that they've had. And even without Knipple, who's been so good for them this season, Pat, only was able to give them 6 points last night. They still were terrific, and they find a way to win the game. So I think everybody who doesn't have a dog in the fight, anybody who's got a team in the Western Conference or their team didn't make the playoffs, you're certainly kind of adapting Charlotte as that squad that you're pulling for, because they are fun to watch. They are exciting. And I will say, I hope LaMelo doesn't get suspended, for that play. Like, they missed it during the game. They should have thrown him out there. But let's not, take him out of the Sixers or the Magic game. And let's see the Hornets at full strength. If you want to fine him, that's fine. I don't think he should be suspended for that game, though.
I don't think there's any chance they're going to suspend him at all. There's no way. I think if anything, and I didn't even see if there was a pool report, but I did see Shams, I think, was on NBA Countdown, wherever the hell they call it, and he said that, he was skeptic. There was skepticism that LaMelo Ball be suspended for the next game. So I highly doubt it. Should he be? Oh, man. I mean, if he didn't, I wouldn't. That's a good one. Should he be suspended? That's a great debate, because if Bam Adebayo only was out for the rest of the second quarter and then came back, I would have been like, all right, he didn't knock somebody out of the game. He knocked him out of the game, right? Whether it was intentional or not, I don't think he was trying to hurt him. I think in the moment, like you said, he kind of pinballed off a couple defenders. He goes down and he just kind of grabs at Bam, who's right next to him. I don't think he could process things that quickly and be like, I'm going to try to take this guy out with this arm sweep here. I think it kind of just happened, and then it was like, oh, crap. So, I don't know. He knocked him out for the game, though. So should he be suspended for a game? Probably. He probably should. But he's not going to. I highly, highly doubt it. You mentioned Con Knipple. Boy, has he been disappointing down the stretch. I mean, I have been singing his praises. I was screaming from the rooftops he should win Rookie of the Year. Even when Cooper Flagg had those back-to-back, the 40-point triple-double and then the 50 ball, I'm like, all right, he had 2 good games. Con Knipple's been leading the NBA in threes all freaking season. And then sure enough, the last couple of games of the regular season, as they're fighting to try to get a top 6 seed, Con Knipple finishes the regular season by shooting 9 for 30 from deep. That's under 30% for a guy that has shot it at an incredible freaking 43% this year. And then last night, he's riding the pine for almost the entire fourth quarter and all of overtime. He didn't even sniff the floor, PJ, because he went 0 for 6 from deep. He couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. And the Hornets are lucky that the former Bull, Kobe White, saved them with that turnaround dagger 3 with 10 seconds left, and then had some good plays in overtime as well. Otherwise, they would have gone home. So what the hell has happened to Con Knipple? Is it a confidence issue?
I don't know what it is, but you're right. It's definitely a concern at this point. And again, I give Charlotte a lot of credit for still finding a way to win that game with Knipple struggling. But you said it, Kobe White was the X factor last night. In these kinds of games, Pat, especially the elimination games, you're going to need your best players to play like best players. But there's always that guy off the bench, or there's one of those rotation pieces that needs to come through. And that was Kobe White last night. The 3 that he hit to send it to overtime was massive. He had some clutch buckets throughout the game. Bridges was great. Miller was great. But they don't win that game without Kobe White. So I think it is a little bit of a concern with Knipple because, like you mentioned, in some of the biggest games here for the Hornets, he hasn't shown up. But look, I mean, this is a guy who went to Duke. And when you play at Duke, I mean, every game that you play on the road, it's everybody's Super Bowl. And certainly the scouting report has been out through the second half of the season that he's a sniper. He's a 3-point shooter. I would expect him to turn it around, especially if they're able to get by Orlando and Philly and they get to the first round and you're playing a best of 7. I think over that series, he'll be much better But Pat, it would be tough to imagine Charlotte winning again if Knipple has the kind of performance that he's been having, especially how he played last night.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think they've got a better shot against Philly. I do think you're right to go back to your argument before, your take that they would be a slight favorite. They would be favored against Philly, even if that game isn't, well, it would be in Philly. That the Hornets would be favored. I remember one of the many steps along the way to me where I was like, this team is freaking legit was when they blew the Sixers out of the water by like 40 points. And I think it was like an afternoon game on a Monday or like an early evening. It was a weird start time for whatever reason, and they just destroyed them. And I think they would be a slight favorite considering Embiid's not coming back. And if they play Orlando and the game's in Orlando, I think the Magic, it would probably be a pick 'em. But yeah, they're I don't think they're winning either against either of those teams. If Con Knipple, you can't put him on the floor in the fourth quarter because he can't make a shot. So I agree with you 100% there. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, so what about Miami here, PJ? We got into this briefly yesterday with Cordell Woodland, who was co-hosting last night with me, and he's a big Heat fan. So he had a Heat fan perspective, but I want to get your thoughts being an NBA fan that you are. Is it time for a regime change in Miami? They basically, they're like Sisyphus. You know the story of the guy that is sentenced to just pushing the boulder up the hill for his entire life, and then it just rolls back down? That's what the Heat have done for the last 3 years. Grind all season to a barely above 500 record, play in the play-in tournament. The last 2 years, they got out of it and then got crushed in the first round. Never forget, 3 years ago, they were in the play-in tournament and then went all the way to the freaking NBA Finals. But that's now 3 straight years in the play-in tournament. 3 straight years without a clear identity, 3 straight years, if you would, in NBA purgatory. And there is a massive summer ahead here with Giannis lurking. But before any of that even happens, I feel like there's zero chance Spoelstra would be fired. So would Mickey Arison, the owner of the Miami Heat and the managing director, would he fire Pat Riley or force him to retire? Because I feel like the Godfather, unless they can pull off this trade for Giannis this summer, it's time for Pat Riley to have, to retire. I wouldn't even say early retirement. He's over 80. Last year he said 80 is the new 60. But I think it's about time for Pat Riley to step aside.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it's time because, like you said, it's the same thing. They had that unbelievable run when they were the 8th seed with Jimmy. They went all the way to the finals, and they lost to Denver. And I mean, Pat, imagine if they didn't do that, right? Imagine if they didn't even make the play-in, or if they didn't win the play-in tournament and they didn't even get into the quarters and have the upset in Milwaukee and then go all the way to the finals. We would view the Heat team way different, but since they had that success, I think it's lasted them a couple years with the same philosophy, the Heat culture. You said it, though. They've really been banking the last few years on getting one of these free agents, and it just hasn't come to fruition. They were hoping to get Dame years ago. Giannis has been rumored to go there, as we know, the last couple of years, and it just hasn't come about because that's really what their team's missing. Imagine you put Giannis on that team, and then all of a sudden Bam becomes your second best player. You got Hero, you got Wiggins, Davion Mitchell. Now you're cooking with something, right? Now we look at Miami in a way different light, but with the roster that they've been putting out there every year, you got a lot of really good players, but I mean, let's be honest. You're not winning the East with Bam as your best player in that supporting cast. You're not even making it probably to the Eastern Conference semis. So that's the issue with Miami right now is they've been in mediocrity for so long. They haven't allowed themselves to get a good enough draft pick to get a rookie that can change their team. And then they haven't landed one of these superstar acquisitions in the free agent. So it's kind of just been this endless cycle. So yeah, I mean, something's got to change, Pat, or else it's just going to be the same thing over and over again for Miami. So whether that's Pat Riley, whether that's Spoelstra, Mickey Arison, whoever it may be, I think we do see some kind of change with the Heat this offseason. I don't know if we necessarily see a big move with any of the roster pieces or anything like that. But again, I think this year just is added more gas to the fire of like the Heat have to go out and do something. They have to acquire some kind of big star, whether that is via trade, whether that is just through free agency, whatever it may be. They got to do something because they're close, but they are missing that star to take them over the top for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, and who is that? Who is that if it's not Giannis, right? I mean, again, Cordell was filling in yesterday. He floated the idea of Ja Morant. I said, you want to bring Ja Morant to South Beach? Are you nuts? You want to bring Ja Morant to Miami and see how that's going to go? I mean, come on. Now, you look at the other players that would be free agents you wouldn't have to trade for. Would LeBron want to come back to Miami? And at that point, I mean, what does that do? That barely raises their ceiling, in my opinion. I think, if anything, he wants to go to Cleveland. Trae Young has a player option. Does he want to stick around in D.C.? James Harden, once again, a player option. Do you try that freaking experiment? Like, there really isn't a good answer, man. So unless you – and here's the thing. Like, even if they trade for Giannis, PJ, think about all they're going to have to give up. You're excited about Davion Mitchell. He's probably in that trade. You're excited about Jaime Jaquez. He's definitely in that trade. You're excited about, even somebody that's a little bit more seasoned, like Tyler Hero. You have to have those salaries matched. Tyler Hero's going. I'm sure there's maybe some Heat fans that probably wouldn't mind seeing Tyler Hero go. But Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez, and Davion Mitchell right there, that's $45-46 million. You're close to matching Giannis' salary. And then you talk about the draft picks that you'd have to include as well. Is it even worth it to deplete some of your best young talent for a 32-year-old Giannis who does have his injury concerns? So if they don't pull off the trade for Giannis, who are they getting or what are they doing? They're headed nowhere. And that's why I think it is time for a regime change, because I don't think Pat Riley, you should be able to trust him another 4 or 5 years to turn over this roster and really have this team back into a contending process, if you will. That's why I think, if anything, Spoelstra, one of the great head coaches of this century, one of the great head coaches of all time, I don't think he's going anywhere. He's just signed an extension the last year or 2 years ago. He's under contract through 2032. For me, it's the Godfather. It's Pat Riley. It's, hey, blast off into the sun, happy retirement. But, I mean, look, we can't just keep doing this. We can't just keep running this back if you're the Miami Heat. It's tough to watch at this point.
So I think there are 3 teams that I would look at, and they're all in the Eastern Conference. If it's not Giannis, that maybe Miami could do a deal with. There's nobody. I look at the Western Conference, maybe Devin Booker. Like, would Phoenix ever consider that? Would they ever consider moving on? Or would the Clippers ever consider moving on from Kawhi Leonard? Those were the 2 guys that jumped out at me, but I don't think that would probably happen. I don't think that makes too much sense. Maybe even for Miami, like you said, with all the draft capital they had to give away. What about like Philly? Because again, they're stuck with Embiid and they paid him all that money. And at this point, you kind of know what that's going to turn into, and you can never trust him to make a run. Does Philly almost look at, especially if they lose tonight, lose to Charlotte, what if they just decide to tear it down? And what if they decide to maybe give away Tyrese Maxey potentially to Miami for Davion Mitchell, maybe a couple other pieces, some picks? That could be a team. And then Boston's always very sneaky with Brad Stevens and that front office, and they're always kind of looking for the next chess move and what to do. They'll never give up Tatum, but Jaylen Brown's always rumored, and even though Derek White's not a superstar, maybe that's another really good piece that you bring in. Those were kind of the 2 that jumped out at me. And then maybe Donovan Mitchell with Cleveland. They obviously made the move for Harden because the Garden-Mitchell experiment wasn't working. So if this season doesn't work either, this postseason, let's say they get upset by Toronto in the first round, do they just decide to kind of reboot and go in a different direction? Davion Mitchell's obviously a really good player, and I think for teams that have kind of established point guards in the league, Pat, they look at Davion as a really nice trade piece. So for teams like Cleveland, Philly, that continue to try and run it back year after year with these similar teams, and especially Cleveland, and Philly, certainly, that you just really don't trust to ever get over the hump. Those are kind of the 2 teams that if it's not Giannis, I think maybe there's a path there for Miami to make a deal to go after one of those guys.
I think Cleveland makes the most sense. You hit it on the head. That was really, with Donovan Mitchell, Spida, who's, I thought my Knicks were going to get him a couple of years ago. He's been rumored in some trades. You look at his contract, it was only a 3-year, $150 million contract that he signed, which kicks in which kicked in last year. So after this season ends, he's under contract for one more season and then has a player option, in about 12 months from now when next year ends. So would Cleveland want to risk losing him for nothing if he opts out of that player option and becomes a free agent? Or this summer, do they maybe say, all right, we lost in the first round again. Donovan Mitchell is a superstar, but it's obviously not working. They're not giving up Evan Mobley. He's the reigning defensive player of the year, a really great player. Jared Allen is a solid center, solid rebounding center that, will give you good defense. But, could Cleveland opt to maybe get some of those young stars from Miami like Jaquez and Davion Mitchell and see how those guys play and send Donovan Mitchell to Miami, where the Heat maybe bank on 1 or 2 years of him and Bam and Hero, and they see how that works? I could honestly see that. I could see Donovan Mitchell getting traded to the Miami Heat this offseason, but Cleveland would probably have to lose in the first round at Toronto, because if the Cavs lose in the first round, then it's like, you got to make a change, man. Yeah. You have to make a change. It's a good conversation to have. Maybe that is the way out of the purgatory for the Miami Heat. All right, you're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Do you give the Hornets a good chance to win on Friday no matter who they're playing? Do you think Con Knipple will figure it out? And for Miami, how do they get out of purgatory? Another early exit this time in the play-in tournament for them. When we come back, we'll hit on the other game last night, another wild one. The Blazers and Denny Avdia with a 40 ball get past the Suns, and they're locked in to play the Spurs. We'll talk about it. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That is a dirty-ass play from LaMelo Ball. Full stop. And it goes noted that after the game, Udonis Haslem, who's on the Amazon Prime broadcast, who's like a Heat lifer, right? The Ultimate Warrior, right? I kind of want to play the Ultimate Warriors theme music right now, but whatever. Rest in peace to Jim Hellwig. Udonis Haslem says that LaMelo Ball's not a dirty player. So, if Udonis Haslem's going to say that, then I don't want to turn this into, even though LaMelo has, literally tripped Bam Adebayo in the past. This has happened before with these two guys. I don't want to turn this into LaMelo Ball's a dirty player. I don't think we need to do that. Although, I got tweets from people that seem to indicate that they believe that that is the truth. I don't want to turn it into that. Let's leave it at just this and this isolated incident. It's a dirty play, no matter what LaMelo says. And he did say after the game, I apologize. I hit my head. I basically didn't know what I was doing. Even if that's true, and let's say that he didn't intend to have this happen. I don't know. I'm not in his head. I don't know. The fact that it happened, something had to happen as a result of that. Whether it's a flagrant, you could even argue he should have been ejected for it. Do you know who thinks that? Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra. Take a listen to what Spo said after the game about this incident.
I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should have been thrown out of the game, for that.
He's right. Eric Spoelstra's right. I wanted the Hornets to. I bet Miami plus the points because I thought the game would be close. I thought for sure we were going to lose that in overtime. I wanted I wanted Charlotte to win. Eric Spoelstra's right. LaMelo should have gotten thrown out of the game. And Bam Adebayo is Miami's best player. And it's not just because of the 83-point game earlier this season. And I think that we can say and be correct about it, right? If that doesn't happen and Bam's healthy for the game, who wins? Who wins the game? Baldy, it seems like, so the question is not like, do you think the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown? It feels like a lot of people think that that's going to happen after June 1st, but that the Eagles will eventually move on from A.J. Brown. Assuming that that's going to happen, or at least if you think it might happen, what do you think is more likely for the Eagles when they hit the clock in the early 20s of the NFL draft? That they select a wide receiver or an offensive tackle with Lane Johnson nearing the end of the line?
I think an offensive tackle is kind of what Howie Roseman's, bailiwick has been since he's really been in charge. He usually goes in the trenches year in, year out. That would make a lot of sense. There's no Lane Johnsons in this draft, but, eventually you got to replace him. But I think that's a possibility. I also think, look, you out and you make a trade for Dontavian Wicks, you add Hollywood Brown, you add Elijah Moore, you've got a true number one wide receiver in Devontae Smith. I just think Kenyon Sadiq would make a lot of sense. They don't have a tight end under contract next year. Dallas Goedert has been a good player for him. Had 11 touchdown catches last year. He was phenomenal, finishing drives. But Kenyon Sadiq would add a playmaker, speed, a position of need. I don't know if he'll be there at 23. Like maybe Carolina at 19 makes sense for Kenyon Sadiq to go along with T-Mac and Xavier Legette and try to help Bryce Young out as much as possible. But this is a tight end driven league right now. Seattle proved that. The Rams proved that. Chicago did that. I mean, a lot of teams were in heavy 13 personnel a good chunk of the year last year. And so that's the trend. And Sadiq is the best tight end in this draft. Like, if you want to make a splash, go get Sadiq if you're Philadelphia.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Everybody's hands go up, and they stay there. All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet at the show at BetMGM Tonight. Another big night of the NBA play-in tournament. 2 games coming up. We're going to get to both of them, including the Magic and the Sixers. Before it tips off, we'll give you some previews. We'll break down the game. We'll give you some picks. But PJ, last night, if Hornets Heat wasn't a satisfying enough appetizer for you, how about Kevin Harlan on the call on Prime Video with no technical difficulties in this game? That was an absolute disaster. Technical difficulties for about 2 minutes in that Hornets Heat game in overtime in a 1-possession game or a 2-possession game at the time. Just absolutely brutal. And, we're in the middle of the show last night, and I'm asking the guys, I'm like, is anybody else getting this, or is it just me? We're in the middle of the segment, and I'm freaking out in my head. I'm like, what is happening?
I was wondering the same thing. I was like, is this just me? Do I need to refresh like the Amazon Prime? Is there another way to watch the game? And then you go on X and you soon realize that everybody else is having the same issue, which is just crazy. So thankfully they figured it out. I really do think, Pat, it was just an issue because the games overlapped. I think that the Suns-Blazers game was probably supposed to come on air right when they were having issues with that Heat-Hornets game. And I don't know if you caught it too, but in overtime towards the end, they had a quick malfunction also where they briefly cut to the Blazers and Suns game. It was like in the middle of Cassidy Hubbard's interview with LaMelo Ball at the end of the game, and they're talking to him and they cut real quick to Suns-Blazers and they go right back. So working out the kinks in Amazon Prime. But both games tonight are back on Prime, so hopefully they figured it out after last night.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Again, billions of dollars to pay for for these streaming companies like Amazon to get the NBA rights for playoff games, nationally televised playoff games, and that happens. So I mean, look, what are you going to do? What are we going to do other than scream at the clouds about it? Nothing, right? Because we're going to come right back and watch these two games tonight. At least I know I am. And even if we weren't doing the show, I'd be right there back there again watching them. And then I would flip out again if we get more technical difficulties. All right, anyway, let's talk about the late game last night. Again, Blazers Suns, there was no technical difficulties. There was quite a bit of difficulties, though, for the Phoenix Suns closing this game out for the team that had the greater experience. You have an NBA Finals player in Devin Booker. You got Dylan Brooks with plenty of playoff experience. And yet it was the Phoenix Suns who could not hold on to a pretty decent-sized lead late in this game, led it by as many as, 9 points with 6.5 to go, and they led by 8 with 3.5 minutes left to go. And then Denny Avdia and the Portland Blazers went on a hell of a run, and they finished it off 114-110. The Portland Trailblazers are now the 7th seed. They're going to take on the Spurs. We'll talk about that matchup in a bit. But for Phoenix, PJ, this was a pretty disappointing finish for them. Dylan Brooks fouls out, and you don't get a personal foul when you get a technical foul. But he got a technical foul earlier in the fourth quarter, which cost them 2 free throws in a possession because he's typical Dylan Brooks. And look, I've actually been a defender of his this year because he keeps getting better as he gets older. I remember 3 years ago, right, when he was at Memphis, and it was like, wow, Dylan Brooks, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy, right? Like, we thought he was going to be playing basketball overseas, and he's kind of reinvented himself. But, he fouls out late in the game, cost them a couple of points with a technical foul, and Devin Booker, he couldn't hit a 3 last night, and he only shot 2 of them. This guy that was red hot down the stretch, and those two guys, really, you couldn't really count on either of them while Denny Avdia took over the freaking game. I thought that was a real disappointing finish for Phoenix, and now their season's on the ropes on Friday.
Yeah, and they could be in some trouble. Whoever wins this Clippers and Warriors game tonight, I have a feeling I'm probably going to be on them in that next game against Phoenix. So Portland, again, Pal, and I was on with you Monday. I talked about I was leaning towards the Blazers in the game, a team like this that probably a year ahead of schedule, really playing with house money and have had a terrific year. They've obviously found a star, a diamond in the rough in Denny, who was unbelievable last night with 41 points, but just a really good, solid roster. I mean, they play 10 guys. Sharp off the bench is really solid. And I like the mix that they have of veteran players to also go along with some younger guys. They got shooters. They got good defenders. And I was just impressed with how they never panicked. I mean, you mentioned it. Phoenix went on a 16-0 run, and they led 93-83. And then Portland comes all the way back. They erase a 10-point deficit, and they find a way to win that game at the end. I think sometimes, Pat, the problem with these NBA teams is when you have superstar caliber players and guys that can get buckets in the half court, a lot of times the offense can just get a little stagnant, right? Last 4 minutes, 5 minutes, let's just go throw Devin Booker the ball. Let's just go throw Jalen Green the ball. And let's just throw those guys the ball, and let's just hope that it goes in, instead of just continuing to run your offense and trying to get a good shot. And I thought that was the difference where, yes, obviously Denny is the guy for Portland. He was hitting some big shots down the stretch, but everybody was getting involved for them. They were still running their offense, and I think that's the big reason why they were able to come back and win that game. It's a tough one for Phoenix, and certainly one you're going to be kicking yourself if you lose to the Clippers or the Warriors. But I think what sucks, look, I don't think any of us expect Portland to beat San Antonio, and we don't expect whoever ends up being the 8th seed to beat Oklahoma City. But you certainly would have rather played the Spurs than you were to Oklahoma City. So that loss last night just kind of all but puts Phoenix's season to bed, but definitely a difficult loss. And it's going to be interesting to see how they respond in their next game, because you would think that Suns Warriors or Suns Clippers is going to be another game that probably comes right down to the wire.
Yeah, I think they're toast now. I mean, even if they win the game, they get the Thunder in the first round. I thought their defense and the way that the experience they have with Dylan Brooks, I keep messing up their first names. Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker, I thought that experience and the way that they played pretty good defense despite not being a super long and lanky, athletic team, I thought that could have given the Spurs maybe some trouble. Now they're going to get absolutely obliterated even if they win on Friday and they have to play the Thunder. I mean, any of those three teams are going to get crushed by the Thunder. I think the Clippers maybe pose the best chance to take 2 games off OKC. So I think Phoenix, they kind of signed and sealed their own casket last night, losing that game. You mentioned Denny Avdia. Is he a top 10 player in the league right now? Because, I mean, holy smokes, PJ, he is phenomenal. I haven't seen somebody get downhill with that ease and that agility and that athleticism since young Jimmy Butler. And look, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of guys who get downhill and then they get to the bucket with willingly and without being stopped. But what he did last night, it was every possession. It was just, here you go. Go ahead, 1-on-1. I'm going to make one move. I'm going to blow past your defender. I'm going to Euro step, or I'm just going to snake and slither my way to the bucket, and you're not going to stop me. I mean, 41 points in his playoff debut with 7 rebounds and 12 assists to go with 2 blocks. I mean, absolute freaking animal. I think he is, if not top 10, he is right outside the top 10 of the best NBA players right now. And I know the Ringer, they do their rankings and they update it, and they have him at 23 right now. I think that's an absolute joke. I think that is a travesty. It's almost as bad as the Washington Wizards drafting Denny Avdia and then letting him go to Portland and watching him become an all-NBA caliber player. You wonder why the Washington Wizards are so freaking bad. You've got your example right here in Denny Avdia, because he's become a perennial all-star and all-NBA player in the last 2 years in Portland.
I was just going to say, you know who could use a player like Denny Avdia? The Wizards could. They could use a guy like that. It's crazy. And Pat, I'm a Wizards fan, so I watched Denny early in his career, man, and it's just crazy. They would use him as just a kind of a spot-up three-point shooter. He was a decent defender, but you were thrilled if you were getting 15 points out of Denny every single night. To watch him now and the ISO skills and the wiggle and the dribbling and the shot making, and like you said, how easy and smooth he makes it look. But then it's also the playmaking, right? A lot of times, as we know, I mean, there are plenty of good scorers in the NBA, but there are very few guys that can score and then also make others around them better. Pat, he had 12 assists to go along with his 41 points last night.
Yep.
And he's also giving you 7 rebounds. So I agree. 23 is way too high. I think he's top 15 at worst. You could certainly make an argument for top 10. And because of the season that Portland is having, and with him having nowhere near to an all-star on his roster, I think you definitely have to put him in consideration. He's a terrific player. Portland's got them a stud. They've obviously been looking for a guy since the prime Damian Lillard years. They've got one. And I'm excited to watch him go up against San Antonio and that defense with all the different guys they can throw at you, certainly with Castle on the perimeter. And then if you drive it in the paint, you got Wemby waiting. So that'll be a fun matchup to watch Portland against the Spurs. I kind of think Portland might be able to get a couple games. Pat, what I love about professional sports is when you get teams that are out of the postseason for a little bit, especially teams that are great cities to their respective sports. We know Portland is a great basketball city. Charlotte is a great basketball city. And you saw it with that environment in that playing game last night. I can't wait to watch those home games that we get at the Moda Center when San Antonio goes to Portland's for game 3, game 4, and maybe a potential game 6. But I think maybe Portland can get 2 games on him, man, with the way that Denny's playing, the confidence that team has. They're almost like one of those too young, too dumb to know any better, They just go out there, play their brand of ball, and it wouldn't shock me if the Spurs win that series in 6. I think Portland could get a couple games off them.
Yeah, and look, I talked about the experience that the Suns had in the playoffs. Let's not act like Drew Holiday doesn't have as much experience as anybody, and he was awesome last night. 21 points. Jeremy Grant coming off the bench. It looked like he wasn't going to play after he missed the last 7 games of the calf strain. Then he had 16 points. He hits those 2 corner threes late in the game. I mean, unfreaking believable. And they have Big Bob Williams, Robert Williams coming off the bench too, the former Boston Celtics. So they got some guys. Again, like Donovan Clingan is basically just going to have to engage in trench warfare with Victor Wembanyama, and like he'll foul out probably every game because he's got to clear the lane for Denny to get to the bucket. Because if you try doing that one-on-one with 7'5" Victor Wembanyama standing in the way, you take out the 41 points he gets last night, you probably cut that in half. Now you're going to be relying on a lot more threes, which the Spurs rarely give up. But it's also a very interesting aspect of this matchup is the former Spur himself, Tiago Splitter. I mean, has it never been more clear who the next Blazers head coach should be after the nonsense that Chauncey Billups gets caught up with earlier this year with the rigged illegal poker games and the federal investigation? And Tiago Splitter coaches them now into the first round of the playoffs. Like, give them I wouldn't say the blank check, but give them $8-9 million a year, and that's your head coach there. It's been a miraculous coaching job and a great resilient group.
Without question. You essentially went the entire offseason thinking Chauncey's going to be your head coach. You have to pivot with a young team like this. And for them to make the playoffs, get the 7th seed, just an unbelievable job. It is crazy that Billups story happened this season. Doesn't that feel like it was like years ago?
Yes.
Like, that is crazy that was this year. That when you said that, I'm like, yeah, that was this year.
I was doing my show prep earlier today, and I was like, wait a minute. That's this year? Yeah, same exact thing.
Yep. Crazy.
All right, we'll take a short break. Anything you want to get in on that Blazers-Suns game last night? Do you think Phoenix rebounds and beats either the Clips or the Warriors on Friday? And for Portland, is Denny Avdia a top 10 player in the NBA right now? Plus, do you give the Blazers a chance against the San Antonio Spurs in the first round? We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll go streaking 4 in a row for yours truly. 5 for 5 for Monty. And PJ, 1 for 1 going back to Monday. Can Combs break the goose egg streak? We'll go streaking when we return here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
Do you believe, Ross, not that the Cowboys will make a trade of that magnitude, should the Dallas Cowboys trade into the top 10 and trade both of their first-round picks in order to do so?
That's tough. I really don't understand what they're doing. I really, truly wonder about the Cowboys. Think about this for a second. They didn't want to pay Micah Parsons, who might be the best defensive player in the NFL. The Packers traded a ton of assets for the right to pay Micah Parsons over $40 million a year. So here's what you have in terms of assets. You have draft picks, you have money. The Packers gave up a ton of both. All the Cowboys had to do was just give him money. And then they use a lot of those assets for Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is a good player. I'd say he's a really good player. Micah Parsons is elite. He's a difference-making player. Now they do the trade for Quinnen Williams. Now they might trade again to try to get another guy that's actually a difference-making player. Because I'm not sure Quinnen Williams is actually a difference-making player. I mean, they probably will, Nick. You're probably right. Do I think it's the way to go? No, not really. No, I don't. I'd probably rather pick at 12 and 20, but it feels like a very Cowboys-y thing to do.
Who is Brian Baldinger's favorite player in the 2026 NFL draft, and why?
I'm glad you asked me that, Nick. It's Vivego Ioane from Penn State, the left guard, number 71. He's my favorite player. He's been my favorite player since I started studying this draft, basically 2.5 months ago. He's just, last year Tyler Booker went in the first round to Dallas, and Graves Abel went in the first round to Seattle, and they both made a big difference. They were really good players. This Ioane is better. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's meaner. He looks like the greatest joy he gets in life is taking his opponent and planting him into the turf. He's really good at it. And, he just knows how to play. He really just knows how to play the game. And he's very strong. He's got tremendous balance. It's an underrated skill. Like, he's never on the ground unless he's sitting on top of his opponent. He's going to start day one for a team next year. He's not going to get out of he won't get past Pittsburgh or the Chargers for sure, but he may go earlier than that. He's just a difference maker in this whole draft.
Here's how good he is. I mean, what's the guy, 25 years of age? And if he didn't get hurt, I think he'd be a lock for an all-NBA team, at least third team. We haven't got our ballots yet here as they delay it. Are they going to put Luke on it? I think is one of the reasons. Usually you have the ballot by now. Denny Avdia is a guy that I would easily, if he played in the mid-70s, have on an all-NBA team, might do it anyways. He just snuck in, I believe, with 65 games. This is a guy that's one of the better playmakers in the league. I mean, he essentially runs point for Portland, despite the fact that they have Drew Holiday. They've got Scoot Henderson. They're going to have Damian Lillard coming back next year. I don't see how you can give the ball to any of those guys when this guy's playing at this level. Outside of SGA, he draws fouls better than anybody in the sport. You saw it last night in the game-winning bucket, where not only did he hit the basket, the go-ahead basket, but then he goes to the free throw line. He's as good as it gets at getting to the line. The one thing you would like to see him at is maybe an outside shot. If he did that in conjunction with his ability to get to the free throw line and get to the hole, you'd be talking about, I don't know, maybe one of the 12, 13 best players in the sport. That's how much I like this guy.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Locked up, won't let me out. Won't let me out. I'm locked up, won't let me out. No. Okay. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans tonight. He's my co-host. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. PJ, I don't presume you've ever been locked up, right? Have you ever been able to sing Akon's song and have it ring true for you?
Thankfully, no. Hopefully I never will have to experience that. But never been locked up. What about you, Pat?
No. Okay. Well, not at least for more than a night. All right, well, here we go. Let's play our daily crew game here around the bases. I'm hot. Monty's untouchable. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today. That's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow. That's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All right, PJ, you know how it works, but for the listeners and the viewers at home, if you haven't caught this segment yet, it's basically just a test of knowledge of who knows ball between the four of us. Producer Brandon Combs, video producer Monty, myself. Normally it's Brad. PJ, you did this on Monday. All we got to do is pick any player in the baseball slate for any game that hasn't started yet just to get a hit. That's it. And we'll see who knows ball the best. And if you can get on a streak, however many days in a row you can successfully pick a player to get a hit. Going into tonight, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, he's got his website at his disposal, and he has bequeathed his sword night after night, and he has waved his magic wand Monty is 5 for 5 since we started this last Wednesday. I'm 4 for 5 with 4 in a row. PJ, you hit the only one yet you were been a part of on Monday, and Combs got off to a good start, but back-to-back goose eggs for him. So I'll start us off here. Let's see if I can get 5 in a row and maybe be tied with Monty for first place after tonight if he gets unlucky. I'm going with Corey Seager of the Texas Rangers going up against the A's tonight, and JT Ginn or JT Gin. Hopefully he won't have Corey Seager drinking the gin. Lineups aren't out tonight, but I can't imagine that Corey Seager won't be starting in this game. And a small sample size, he's only faced JT Ginn a couple of times in his career, but Corey Seager is, in terms of his career numbers, I just had it here in front of me. There we go. Yeah, only 2 at-bats, and he's got 1 hit. So, small sample size, but Seager is starting to get hot here at the right time. The batting average on the season is 197, but, you look at what he's done in his last couple of games. You can argue that Corey Seager's actually due, but he had a couple of knocks in the game against the A's on Monday. And so he had a 4-hit game a couple of nights ago against the Dodgers. This is more so just me thinking that a great hitter, you can't keep him down for long. So Corey Seager to make it 5 straight days with a player getting a hit. PJ, who you rolling with?
Love it. Staying in the same game, off the same team, and kind of a similar handicap. I'm going to go with Wyatt Langford to get a base hit tonight against the A's. Langford has actually got off to a slow start. He's only batting 161 this season. That guy's way too good of a hitter, though, to keep it going. And he really struggled to start the year. Here in his last 4 or 5 games, he's gotten a little bit better. 5 for 10 in his career against JT Ginn. So I like Langford to get us a base hit tonight. And, we're playing in arguably one of the best hitters parks in all of baseball out there in Sacramento. So give me Wyatt Langford get a hit tonight for Texas.
All right, so we're rocking with a couple. Yeah, we're rocking with a couple of Rangers. I got Corey Seager to make it 5 in a row. PJ's going Wyatt Langford to try to make it 2 for 2. Combs trying to break a little goose egg here over the last couple of days. Who you going with?
What do you do when you're trying to break a losing streak? You go with a White Sox hitter. That's what you do. I'm going with Colson Montgomery, the best hitter in the White Sox lineup right now, against the Tampa Bay Rays. Jesse Schulten's making a spot start tonight, so I'm going to go with Colson Montgomery, lefty on righty, to get that hit.
All right, and finally, the man with the magic touch. Monty, you waited until the bottom of the 9th in what was a meaningless game for Aaron Judge to rope a double, but that was 5 for 5. Can you make it 6 for 6? Who's getting a hit tonight?
Yeah, I'm going with Matt Olson. It's a plus matchup against Chris Paddock and the Marlins. Opponents are hitting .295 against Paddock this season. Olson has the 11th highest rated matchup on the day for me. In over 200 games with an elite rating, Olson's getting a hit 69% of the time, including 8 of his last 10 games with an elite rating. And Paddock has faced 30 elite hitters, 23 of them have got a hit. That's nearly 77%. So really like the numbers and trends behind Olson getting a hit tonight.
What percent of the
and
time?
69% for Matt Olson. Yep.
Cool.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say that.
And some of those numbers courtesy of your own website, batters-box.com, which who they had as the number 1 rated matchup today for a hitter. Chase DeLauder. Combs, maybe you want to go with Chase DeLauder instead?
Well, the fact that he already went 0 for 3, I decided to opt out of that since the game was already over and it would be against the rules. So no, I did not go Chase DeLauder.
I know. That was a good fire back. But you went Chase DeLauder last night and then you blame Monty for his website for your poor decision making.
I know, I should have just blamed you.
You could have done that. All right, when we come back, we'll preview Magic and the Sixers. The winner plays the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs. Who's going to win this one in Philly? That's coming up next. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is the easiest decision that anyone has ever had to make in the history of anything ever. In the history of life. Like, you're in high school and the girl that you've been crushing on tells you she wants to go to prom with you. Would you say no? I win the lottery. I have the ticket. And I say to you, would you like this ticket instead? What would you say? Would you say no? No. You'd say yes. Imagine a world where the Giants don't trade this guy. Don't trade him. Is he a good player? Yes. Has Dexter Lawrence been a great player at points? Yes. Is he worth this headache? Absolutely not. 36, 79, and 1 since they drafted him. Holding them up like for ransom here. Demanding more money. Get the hell out of here. Like, see ya. Giants have lost 1 million games with Dexter Lawrence. They can lose without him. Send him to Chicago. Send him to the Chargers. Send him to the Bills. He can be awesome for those teams. This is not, is Dexter Lawrence bad? He's awesome. He's a really good player. The expiration date's been reached with this team. I'm a Giants fan telling you that. See you later. Bye. Like, they need to trade him and trade him today. Like, I don't want him on the team anymore. My friend, final question for you. If I told you that the Dallas Cowboys would trade picks 12 and 20 for a top 10 pick, let's call it, and a second rounder, whatever the trade is, to move up into the top 10 to select one of the quote-unquote like blue chip defensive players, Styles, Downs, Reese if he drops, Bain if he drops, David Bailey, one of those players. Do you like that or dislike that for the Cowboys to trade 2 picks for 12 and 20 to go up to get one of those quote-unquote elite defenders?
Well, they got a new defense coordinator in Parker Washington. I played in Dallas for 6 years. I know that the organization well. Christian Parker. In the 65-year history of the Dallas Cowboys, no defense was worse than the Cowboys last year. None. They gave up 511 points, Nick. They were horrendous. They couldn't play man coverage. They couldn't play zone coverage. They couldn't do anything well at all. So one player is not going to make a difference. But they better start adding some blue chip players. Like, I wouldn't trade 12 and 20 to get one really good player. I'd get myself an edge rusher, and I'd get myself a cornerback and maybe a linebacker if I was sitting there at 12 and 20. I wouldn't package that to move up.
Do you believe Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety, is worthy of a top 10, top 15 selection, and why?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he went to Alabama as an 18-year-old freshman, started day one, led the team in tackles, went to the playoffs, Nick Saban's last year, and, started and was the quarterback of the defense, basically, as an 18-year-old. And then, Nick, leaves, and he transfers to Ohio State. Basically plays every game, win the national championship with them. I think he's better than Xavier McKinney. I mean, I know Xavier McKinney had 9 interceptions first year in Green Bay, but I think he's a better player than him. I think he's a better tackler. I think he's a more physical player. I'd say he doesn't have the size of Derwin James, but I think he's more like Derwin James than Xavier McKinney. Like, he could play in the box, he could play in the slot, he could play, in the deep half of the field. Xavier McKinney is kind of a pure free safety. This guy has a lot more flexibility and versatility than that player.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on in, BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 2 starts right now. I'm Pat Boyle, and he is PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We hit on both of the crazy, wild roller coaster NBA play-in tournament games last night. The playoffs are here, and they're already delivering. We've got a big one coming up in 30 minutes with the Magic and the Celtics. And in our last segment, we just played another edition of Let's Go Streaking. In case you missed it, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, Monty, a perfect 5 for 5 since we started this segment last week in picking players to get at least one hit in the Major League Baseball slate. And he's rocking with Matty Olson tonight for the Atlanta Braves. So we'll see if Monty can go 6 for 6. That game's starting, I think, in a matter of minutes as well. So it's not even like a West Coast one. That game's going to start in 15 minutes. We'll see if Monty can go 6 for 6. But PJ, before we get into this Magic Sixers, well, we're getting into the Magic Sixers game, but I guess before we get into the X's and O's of it, you see these reports about Jamal Mosley reportedly that he is almost certain to be fired, and that you got a Magic star player that is going to demand a trade unless Jamal Mosley does get fired. Now, when I first saw this on my Twitter yesterday evening, right before yesterday's show, I was like, I don't know if I should trust that. Guy by the name of Raheem Palmer, who works for The Ringer, but it's gotten more legs, and I've seen more and more prominent reporters and NBA folks talking about it. So are you buying this, that apparently there is so much friction in this Magic locker room that no matter what happens with them, their head coach Jamal Mosley is as good as gone?
Honestly, I don't know, Pat, to answer the question. Like you said, I'm seeing similar reports from a couple of people have picked up this story. I guess we'll see how tonight's game plays out and what ends up happening with Mosley. I think it's been interesting to watch the betting market and how this has played out, where Philly was a 1.5 point favorite. They got up to 2.5, back down to 1.5. And with Embiid not playing, I was wondering why maybe the line moved up a point. You wonder if maybe this story, the friction with the Magic, had anything to do with that. Obviously, a team that has a nice young core. They make the big trade for Bane this past offseason, trying to take that next step. You have Paolo there. Wagner's been hurt. They're hoping that he can produce for them tonight and through the playoffs moving forward. I'll be real interested to see the body language with Orlando tonight and what Mosley looks like, how the players look like, how he coaches this game. I think tonight is going to be extremely telling. It's certainly not a coincidence, I don't think, why this story is dropped, today, last night, before the Magic are getting ready for the postseason and starting against Philadelphia. The timing of it is very interesting. But as we both know, winning cures all. And if Orlando were able to win tonight, and then maybe they were to pull off a crazy upset against the Celtics or something like that, I think this story will definitely die down. A lot of it's going to determine how the season ends for Orlando, I think. But very interesting to see how tonight's game played out. If I had to answer, do I think Mosley's going to be gone at the end of the year? I'm going to say no. But with this story popping up, definitely something worth monitoring and watching during tonight's game.
Yeah, I mean, look, they made a big jump. They made a big jump, but last year they were the exact same spot as this. They finished as the 7 seed. They won their play-in game. They played the Boston Celtics in the first round, and they played them pretty tough. And we were going into this season thinking, all right, the Knicks should be near the top, right? And they finished third. So trust me, it's been a disappointing regular season as a Knicks fan. But we looked at the Pistons and we're like, all right, scrappy young team. They could take a step forward. The Celtics, we were expecting them to take a step back, not expecting Jason Tatum to even come back this year. The Pacers were an afterthought after Halliburton tore his Achilles, and that one played out correctly. Milwaukee, it was always, can Giannis stay healthy? And the answer was no. Cleveland, kind of, disappointing back-to-back years in the postseason. So I was like, all right, Orlando's right here. This team has this conference maybe for the taking. And what Detroit ended up being, I thought that was going to be Orlando, especially after you made the point. They traded the 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane, who's a great three-point shooter, great scorer in the last couple of years in Memphis. You add that to Paolo Banchero, who was looking like he was going to be a first-team All-NBA player. And just like the Pistons, Cade Cunningham has become that first-team All-NBA player. Paolo Banchero has regressed. Desmond Bane was inconsistent. Franz Wagner missed more than half the season this year. And what they really prided themselves on last season, their defense, that took a step back this year. That took a step back, and they sputtered down the stretch. So I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if Jamal Mosley does get fired. I don't know who the star player who would be demanding a trade in case he doesn't. I mean, is it Paolo Banchero? It's got to be, right? I mean, you can't tell me Franz Wagner misses half the season and then says he's going to demand a trade if the coach gets fired. This has got to be coming from Banchero. It's absolutely got to be coming from Paolo. Like, he has gotten to the superstardom status now in the NBA. Like I said, despite having a lackluster year, in my opinion, he's gotten to that status where he wants his coach gone. His coach probably is going to be gone. So we'll find out, I guess, maybe in the next, 72 hours, if they lose tonight, lose again on Friday, if these rumors are true, or we might have to wait 2 weeks to see if they win this game tonight. And then if they get bounced by Boston again in a short series, is that going to be the end for Jamal Mosley? But yeah, these explosive rumors, man, this is not going to be easy. And if you don't think these players are seeing this or reading this, even if they're half true, now that's on their mind. Do you worry about the Magic being distracted or not 100% focused for this game tonight? Especially PJ, the way that they ended up in this situation, all they had to do was beat the Celtics C team on Sunday and they lose the game. Otherwise, they would have been hosting this game. That's why they had to fly up to Philly now.
And I think that's the big igniter for all of this, is where it started, is how they screwed up and couldn't take care of business in that game. And now they got to play against Philly, like you said. I think, Pat, that the Magic, I don't think it's going to bother them in this game as long as they're winning or they're competitive. I think if they're down by 15, 20 points, I would be concerned about Orlando coming back and showing some fight. I think, they might just say, screw this. We still got another game. We still got a chance to play Charlotte and go to the playoffs. So we'll regroup and try and take care of business then. I think that is when we could start seeing it, because if there is guys that are frustrated, if there is already some friction in that locker room, then certainly if they play bad tonight, that's only going to add fuel to the fire. That's only going to continue to add to whatever is going on right now with the Magic. But again, if they're playing well, if they go out there and take care of business, bygones will be bygones. Everything will be cool, and they'll get ready for their series with Boston. I think a lot depends on how the game goes tonight. If you are betting Orlando or Philly in the game, I don't think this report should help or hinder your handicap at all. Like, whether or not you're making a case for Philly or Orlando tonight, I don't think you should be betting Philly because you're worried about maybe Banchero and Jamal Mosley hating each other. I don't buy that part of it. Yeah. But I do think, Pat, that if we look up in the third quarter and Philly's up like 72-50, then I think it could be ugly. And then I think maybe that's when the Hornets become the beneficiary. And they could potentially be the team that could benefit from all of this and all of this reporting in the next game.
All right, so who do you like in this game tonight, PJ? Because I have trouble picking a winner in this game. If I had to lean one team, I would lean with the Sixers, because even without Joel Embiid, I mean, they have played more than half the season without him. Now, if the quick Google that I did earlier was correct, they're 21-23 this season without Joel Embiid, so 24-14 with him. And obviously, when he is healthy, he is still one of the great big men in the NBA. I mean, the guy won the MVP just 3 years ago. Feels like a lifetime ago, but so I still think they can win this game without him. Again, Orlando, they have been very mediocre on the road, under 500 this season. Philly is 5 games over 500 at home this year. And again, sometimes it's misleading to go off of what these teams did against each other in the regular season because, like I said, Franz Wagner's missed half the season. Embiid's missed half the season. The Sixers did win 2 out of 3, though, but they haven't played each other since January. So, again, just like last night, I couldn't really pick a winner with confidence. I rolled with Phoenix because they were the home team, and I think I'm doing that tonight with Philly. But again, I wouldn't be shocked if this game comes down to the wire, and I wouldn't be shocked if either team wins by 15 because both of these teams are mediocre.
They are. I think I'm leaning towards betting Philly to get off to a fast start. I think I like Sixers first quarter money line, -118, maybe first half, -118. It's crazy. Across BetMGM, I mean, the Sixers are -118 on the money line in all 3 of those situations. First quarter, first half, full game, they're all -118. I think the longer this game goes and the closer this game goes, I actually think it favors Orlando, even though the Sixers have the better guards, they have the better shot makers that you would trust down the stretch, and they have the better coach in Nick Nurse. I actually think a closer, likely tight, low-scoring game favors Orlando in that kind of matchup where, again, I think if the Sixers win, man, I think they're up big at halftime. They can create a little separation. So I'm considering Sixers first quarter money line, maybe even some first half money line as well. I think they get off to a decent start in this game. I originally was on Orlando. It feels like they're becoming a little too chalky today. Like I think too many people are kind of liking the Magic a little bit in this game. I've heard a lot of people saying this game should probably be a pick 'em and you're getting the Magic at +2, +1.5. So I'll take Orlando. Kind of leaning towards Philly to win the game. But I think from a betting standpoint, probably just going to look at them first quarter, first half.
Okay, here's an interesting side debate. Who would you rather have for the next 5 years, Paolo Banchero or Tyrese Maxey? Who do you think is the better player? Because despite taking a pretty sizable step back this year, I still think Paolo Banchero's got the better future and he's got more potential than Tyrese Maxey. He's 6'10". And again, he has struggled to shoot the 3 this year. And for the most of his career, I mean, he was never a good 3-point shooter, even his 1 year at Duke. But I mean, he shot 31% from deep this year, so he doesn't shoot them that much. The field goal percentage actually went up, and the rebounds went up. He's averaging 8.5 rebounds. Like he's nearly averaging a double-double. And he had over 5 assists per game this year. And again, the points per game went down nearly 4 points, but I think Desmond Bane had a big part to do with that. And I think at times this year, the handful of games I watched of the Magic when they were on League Pass, or I think they're on Prime a couple of times, it almost felt like Paolo Banchero was forcing other guys on this team to step up and hoping that other guys could come into their own. Especially guys off the bench like Tristan da Silva and like Jalen Suggs. But I just think they've been so inconsistent, and Franz Wagner's injury was just it threw such a wrench into their plans that even when Paolo Banchero tried to be the go-to guy, he's only had a handful of 30-point games this year. And I think he's capable of going off for 30 tonight. I think it says more so about Philly's defense than anything. Meanwhile, whenever Embiid hasn't played, Maxey's guaranteed 30 points. So he's definitely the better scorer. I just think still Paolo Banchero is the better overall player because he gives you a little bit more in the other areas of the game that Maxey might be lacking in. But it is an offensive game, so I can't blame anybody for saying they'd rather have Maxey.
For me, it's Paolo because I don't think Maxey can ever be a number 1 on a championship team. I think he can be a great number 2. I don't think he can ever be a number 1, where I think Paolo can get there. I think he could be a 1 on a championship team. I think that's his upside. And Pat, you just go through the history of basketball, man. Just about every team that wins a championship, their best player for the most part is 6'6", 6'7", or bigger outside of Steph Curry. And you're talking about arguably a top 10 player of all time. But just look at the last 25, 30 years, all the teams to win the title, SGA, Tatum, Jokic, Kawhi, LeBron, Kobe, Duncan, Dirk, like all these teams that have won it with their best players. I mean, you're all talking about players that have size. It's just tough when your best player is a smaller guard and they can't guard multiple players on the court. They can't affect the game in a number of ways. Paolo can do all those sorts of things. He really can guard 1 through 5. He can hit perimeter shots. He can hurt you down low. He can facilitate, rebound. He does everything. So while Maxey might be the better individual one-on-one player scorer, absolutely. If you're asking me who I would rather have, if the objective is to win a championship, without a question, I think it's got to be Paolo.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Maxey. That's interesting that you agree with me there, because he has had a pretty lackluster season with the scoring down and the shooting slightly down, whereas Maxey's just basically put on the Superman cape. And I don't know about you, PJ, but I am not a heightist. And in fact, I love the short kings. And as somebody that's 5'11", and I've had past women in my life say, oh, well, I wish you were 6'2", or I wish you were 6'3", or the time that, before my current relationship, and she's in Atlanta, so you don't have to worry about her hearing me. When I was on the dating apps before I started dating her, and it's like, the prompts from the women, oh, must be 6'2" or taller. It's like, you know what? Go shove it. Go shove it. So I respect the short guards and the short kings. Maxey at 6'2", and people may be telling him he will never be one of the best players in the NBA, and he's just become an elite scorer. So look, I agree with you. I do think Banchero, but I love that Tyrese Maxey has never let his shorter size get in the way of becoming a dominant player.
And look, you're talking to somebody who's 5'7". So, I mean, you're 5'11". I'm even shorter than that. So I respect it. I mean, again, Maxey, short kings, Brunson, I'll root for those guys and hope they pull through. And I echo everything that you said. But yeah, man, I think Paolo is a really good player. He did struggle a little bit this year. And again, maybe him and Mosley not having a great relationship, certainly the injury with Wagner, maybe that had something to do with it. But he's still so young, and I think over time he's really going to develop into a hell of a player. And Maxey is an awesome, awesome player. He's super fun to watch. I mean, he's averaging 29 points per game in the NBA. Like, the dude is terrific. I just think the ceiling, the upside, I think is higher with Paolo and what you can accomplish.
Yeah. By the way, producer Brandon Combs in the show chat, PJ, he said, dating apps, what are we, 17? And I said, not all of us are 48. Sorry, Combs. Sorry that you weren't even around, or you didn't have a cell
45,
phone.
45, jerk. 45.
Brandon, we're all on them. We're all on. I mean, that's what this is. That's just that's what today's day and age is. Like, you're on them. I mean, everybody is.
I think, yeah, even like I'm somebody that I'm pretty confident that I can go out to a bar or go out and meet people and try to strike up conversations, but it's like too easy to not have them. To do the swipe and to try to get in some conversations and see if you could set up a date that way. Like, I don't agree that that's the only way that you should be trying to find a partner, but and again, like you said, PJ, it's 2026. So anybody that's in their 20s or 30s, and they're single, even if they're not actively using one of these dating apps every day, like a Hinge. I don't even know if people still use Tinder nowadays. I mean, when I first moved to Hoboken, which is like right across the river from New York City, and I was like 25, I was using Tinder. It worked. Definitely not where you want to try to find a future girlfriend or wife or partner. But yeah, I would say, like, if you're single and you're in your late 20s, early 30s, you probably have Hinge, right?
Pat, couldn't you just go to the bar and be like, look, I'm a pitcher. I messed up my UCL, so that's why I'm here at the bar. The balls were juiced. That's why my ERA was so high. So don't pay attention to that. But it just means you can score on me. So that's a good pickup line.
I don't want anybody scoring on me. That is for certain. But look, you don't always want to meet somebody at a bar, Combs. I mean, you're somebody that's been divorced twice already. Meeting somebody, meeting a future partner at a bar, it could go very, very sideways. And also the times where I've met girls at a bar and then you go back and you do the thing, like, those almost always result in never talking to that person again. So You know, are you really trying to go out to a bar and meet somebody? And then it's like, all right, what am I going to go out to a coffee shop looking to strike up a conversation with some stranger that may or may not even want to have a conversation with me, that may or may not even be interested in talking to me, might actually have a boyfriend? Like, where else do you go? The grocery store? You know, it's not easy. Not easy. My girlfriend now, me and Corinne, you know, we went to college together 10 years ago and then reconnected because we followed each other on Instagram.
Wow. That's awesome.
So,
Brandon,
Pete,
how'd you
you
meet
do
your
that? You
I was
did the
gonna ask
dating
how
site
you-
thing?
Yeah, I'm on Hinge for
wow.
sure. Yeah,
Alright.
I'm on that, and then as a Jewish guy too, I'm on a couple other things as well for the Jewish.
A couple
industry.
other things.
Yeah.
Is,
mhm.
How
is
many
that
Jewish dating apps are
farmersonly.com or something? Is that what it is? Farmers only?
But yeah, essentially that, but for
Yeah.
Jews. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Hey,
Yeah.
nothing
How
wrong
did-
with that.
How did you meet your current wife?
At a party. At a friend's party, birthday party.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
At a
Very
friend's
nice.
birthday party, and you had no knowledge of who she was before that?
So we met at a friend's birthday party, and then like probably I would say 10 years went by before we actually decided to date.
10 years?
Yeah, I mean that's how we met, and then life happened. I moved to the East Coast for a little while. Like we just, and then we reconnected. And honestly, when we reconnected, I thought she was married, but turns out that she had never gotten married. So I was like, oh, okay, cool.
10's
And,
the magic
yeah,
number. Pat,
that's how it
you went to college with your current girlfriend. You guys reconnected after 10 years. Brandon and
Mhm.
his current wife. 10. That's I guess that's the magic number.
Yeah,
10.
PJ,
My
is
wife
there
always
anybody
says-
that 10 years ago you wanted to date? Because maybe now might be the time.
I know. I got to think about that. A commercial break. I got to think about that. And
My
just
wife
think of a
always says
decade
the
ago.
third time's the charm, and I tell her we just got to figure out if it's a third marriage or third divorce. So stop messing around.
I'm sure she loves that.
And on that note, I think it is a good time for a commercial break. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Hey, sometimes you just got to chat about life, baby. This is BetMGM tonight. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. When we come back, we'll rank our top 10 players in the draft. We are 8 days away from draft night, and so we'll rank who we think the best players are, regardless of position. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So I'm just observing everything like everyone else is. I would say, I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I think it's highly likely that A.J. Brown will be traded. And I think it's likely that it happens after June 1st. You know, I've been doing this a long time now. I can't remember that many times when a coach and GM are answering questions with like, A.J. Brown is an Eagle, that guy stays with the team. It feels like when the coach and GM say, we are not trading him, he's going to play for us week 1, there's still a little bit of a chance they trade him. When they're more or less saying he's an Eagle, and they've signed 3 other receivers and whatever, it just seems to me there's a lot of smoke there from a lot of different places. And even just the way the Eagles themselves are handling it or answering the questions. You know, I don't think if they were asked about Jalen Hurts' trade that they would say Jalen Hurts is an Eagle. I think they'd be like, no, we're not trading Jalen Hurts. So I think it's likely that A.J. and I think it will be after June 1st so that they can split up the dead money.
Is Ty Simpson worthy of a first-round selection? Not will he go in the first round. Is Ty Simpson worthy, Baldy, of a first-round selection in the NFL draft?
It's a gamble. It's a gamble. Look, he started 15 games. There's not a great selection. There's not a great history of quarterbacks that played that few games and became great players. It's just not. And I just think, look, he sat and he watched. Nobody really gets better at that position by sitting and watching. And these people that are out there saying, okay, draft him in the first round and let him learn. Okay, well, how are you going to learn if you're not playing at that position? Like, it's one thing if you played 40 games like Jackson Dart did and you get taken at the bottom of the first round the way the Giants did. He had 40 starts in 2 programs, learned Lincoln Riley's system, learned Lane Kiffin's system. Like, Ty Simpson hasn't done that. And he didn't finish this season strong. And he did get banged up. And he's not very big. Like, I'm not in love with him. Like, I can see him go through progressions. I can see his arm strength. I can see his mobility. I see some of that stuff. But it's just not enough sample size for me.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. And he's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. They are about to tip it off in Philly, about 20 minutes from me. In South Philly, Sixers and the Magic in the play-in tournament. We'll keep you posted on that game throughout. Fingers crossed, no mass murder with the technical difficulties tonight from Amazon Prime. I say mass murder jokingly. That's what Bill Simmons tweeted. And so I thought that was funny. But this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. So like I said, we'll keep you posted on the Sixers and the Magic game. We've already got a handful of baseball games underway. We'll get you a scoreboard update shortly. But, PJ, we're 8 days away from the draft, man. I mean, here we go. It's go time. It's time to lock in. And, you know, everybody can do, I mean, what, there's like 19 different editions of mock drafts on all the big websites by now, and trade speculation and the rumors and Ruben Bain's short arms. You know what I haven't seen a ton of that what we're going to do? Let's just rank who we think the top 10 best players in this draft are. So why don't we do, you go first. You want to give me 10 through 7. Then I'll give you 10 through 7. Then you can give me 6 through 3, and I'll give you 6 through 3. And then we can go back and forth on who we think number 2 and number 1 is. Regardless of position or whatever, you know, whatever college they went to or their stats or where they might get drafted or what the need is. Let's just rank the top 10 players. So let's go. Why don't you start us off here? 10, 9, 8, 7. Who do you got?
We're going to keep it real simple for the people, Pat. A whole lot of Buckeyes, my 7 through 10. I'll start with the wide receiver, Carnell Tate, out of Ohio State as my number 10 guy. Jeremiah Smith got all the headlines last year and the last couple of years, and rightfully so, but Tate is just terrific. And I mean, just look at the track record. All these Ohio State guys, man, Garrett Wilson, ASN, all these dudes that have come out. Marvin Harrison played much better this past year. Marvin Harrison Jr. It's a great, it's a college that just produces really good wide receivers. And I think this is the next really good one. Emeka Bukum, another. I just think his game is going to translate really well to Ohio State, and he got undervalued because he was playing with Jeremiah Smith. So I'll put Tate at 10. Sonny Styles, the linebacker at Ohio State, is just a freak, man. Great athlete, good against the run, but he's also good covering running backs. He can cover tight ends, which in today's NFL is so valuable. So Sonny Styles, I'll put him number 9. Arvell Reese, I'll put at number 8. I'm not as high on Reese as just about everybody else is. A lot of people have him mocked going number 2 to the Jets, which certainly could happen. I think Reese is going to be a really good player. He's terrific against the run. Another guy who's good in coverage. One of these players that coming into this past season in college football wasn't thought to be a top 10 player, but because of his tape and how great he was for the Buckeyes this year, he really jumped up on a lot of people's big boards. I have him at number 8. And then I think the best wide receiver in this class is Mekhi Lemon, and he's number 7 for me. Thought the 2 best receivers in college football this past year were Jeremiah Smith and Mekhi Lemon at USC. I think he's going to be a terrific, terrific player. So I'll put him at number 7.
Yeah, you know what? I actually don't really love any of the receivers in this draft. So I don't have any receiver in my top 10, but I agree with you 100% that I honestly, and it would be very Jets if they draft him and he turns into a bust, but I don't really see the hype about Arvell Reese. I mean, I do, right? And don't get me wrong. There are some players that I'll mention here, and I'll mention what they did at the Combine because it was just absurd, otherworldly, like doesn't make human physical sense to do some of the things these guys did. But it feels like for Arvell Reese, it was like almost solely he's launched himself up into the top 3 because of what he did at the Combine. You know, ran a 4.46 40-yard dash, had great measurables. But this is a guy that, like, for somebody that's supposed to be a hybrid, can play linebacker and can also play edge rusher. Can come off the edge. He only had 6.5 sacks this year. And he only had 69 tackles. He only had 2 pass deflections, didn't have an interception, didn't force a fumble. So it was like, look, I get it. Some of that is part of Ohio State's scheme. I just don't really get the whole, like, Arvell Reese is guaranteed to go 2 to the Jets. But, I mean, if they take him, hopefully he turns out great. You know, I've a lot of preparation, a lot of reading up on Arvell Reese too. I keep seeing a lot of people comparing him to Abdul Carter. And it's like, is that the player you want to be compared to after his rookie season with the Giants, where he's sleeping in meetings and like didn't necessarily have a great year on the field? So I don't know. Arvell Reese for me, I have him at 10. I absolutely see all the hype. I mean, 6'4", 240 pounds, built like an Adonis. But I'm a little bit skeptical on how quickly his game's going to translate to the NFL. Number 9 for me, Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon. Now, I love this kid, and I love what he did at the Combine. You know, again, he basically was right at the top of the board in just about everything: the 40-yard dash, the vertical, the long jump, or whatever the hell they call it, broad jump. And then you look at what he did for the Oregon Ducks here this past season: 2 interceptions, 92 tackles. He had a sack, a guy that can kind of play all around the place. You know, he was a punt returner as well when he was with Purdue and had over 100 tackles in both of those seasons. Had 6 interceptions a couple of years ago with the Boilermakers. So I think Dylan Thieneman is going to end up being one of the best players in this class. Got a lot of love for Dylan Thieneman, and I think he is just a pure athlete that's going to play really, really well in the NFL. Number 8 for me, best offensive tackle in the draft, Caden Proctor, the absolute mauler from Alabama, 6'7", 370 pounds. PJ, you know him. I'm sure you know him well. I just think flat out he just is going to steamroll people for a living here. And then number 7 for me is Kenyon Sadiq, who I freaking love. And I've fallen in love with him. Not somebody that I knew a ton about going into the draft process, but the more and more film and these highlights that I watch, you know, a 4.40 in the 40-yard dash and a 43-inch vertical for a guy that's 6'3", 240 pounds, built like a tight end, runs like a receiver. and the numbers he put up this year for Oregon, 560 yards and 8 touchdowns, I think he's going to immediately become a red zone threat for whoever takes him. I think he should be a top 10 pick. And so I think he's the 7th best player in the draft. All right, 6 through 3. Who do you got?
Go with Fernando Mendoza at number 6, likely going to be the number 1 pick to Vegas. I think he's the 6th best player on my big board. Really good quarterback, can make all the throws, very smart, better athlete than he gets. Biggest question for Mendoza is obviously when you go to the Raiders, you're not going to have a great offensive line, and you're going to have to make a lot of broken and unscripted plays. Can you elevate and make others around you better when the system and the culture that you're in isn't great? When you're at Indiana, you're being coached by arguably the best coach in the sport. Everybody is so fundamentally sound. They know their assignments. They know what they're doing. Everything is so crisp. I mean, when you go to the Raiders, man, as we know, that organization has been a disaster. They have one of the worst offensive lines in football. So this is the thing. I mean, when you're the number 1 pick, number 2, number 4 pick, you're going to a bad team in a bad situation with a bad quarterback. With a bad offensive line normally, and, you know, a bad coaching staff and those kinds of things. I think Mendoza is going to be a good player. I'm not high on him like a lot of other people are, but I'll put him at number 6. I'll take the big offensive tackle from Miami, Francis Mayuga, at number 5. Just think I think he's the best offensive lineman. You made a good case for Proctor, and I love him, and I love his game a lot. I just think Mayuga's the best one that we have in this class. I think he's the safest pick on the offensive side of the ball. I think he's going to be an absolute stud. Ruben Bain for me is going to be number 4. And I just haven't gotten, Pat, through this whole process why he has just slipped down draft boards. Oh, for a while there, a lot of people thought he was going to go top 3. A lot of people thought he was going to go top 5. Now a bunch of people don't even think he's going to go in the top 10. I just don't understand it, man. Like, maybe the combine numbers and the measurables aren't all that great and everything. Turn on the film. Look at what this dude did in the college football playoff, going up against A&M, Ohio State, Ole Miss, Indiana. He stood out as much as any other player did in any of those games that he was playing. I think he's a one-man wrecking crew. Love Ruben Bain at number 4. But I like a pass rusher, just one pass rusher, just a little bit better in this class, and that is David Bailey out of Texas Tech. I think he is a star. If I was the Jets at number 2, it would be David Bailey for me. If you're looking for a pass rusher, I think he's the best one. So give me David Bailey at number 3.
Yeah, you mentioned Ruben Bain. You have him at number 4. I got him at number 6. And again, we do this every year. Last year it was Will Campbell with the dinosaur arms and the T-Rex arms, the short arms. This year it's Ruben Bain. But man, this guy, he is mean. He is nasty. And, you know, look, like you said, just put on the tape and watch what he did. And I think the fact that he can get after the quarterback, 9.5 sacks, also 1 forced fumble, also had an interception. He affects the run as well. And so I think that he brings a lot of versatility. I would be surprised if he falls out of the top 10. If he is there at 10, I think the Cincinnati Bengals would be stupid if they don't grab him. For me, number 5, Sonny Styles from Ohio State. And again, kind of a do-it-all linebacker, 83 tackles this past season, 3 pass breakups, a sack, a forced fumble, and an interception. Had 100 tackles the year before that, and a guy that just lit up the charts with what he did at the combine. 4.4 640-yard dash, 43.5-inch vertical, 11'2" broad jump. And 6'5", 250 pounds. Like, he's a freak. If he can stay healthy, I can't imagine he's not going to be a starting middle linebacker this year in the NFL. Number 4 for me is David Bailey. The 14.5 sacks speak for themselves at Texas Tech. He's going to be the number 1 edge rusher. He's probably going to go in the top 4 in this draft. And I think David Bailey is going to make an immediate impact in the NFL. And then I got Mendoza as the 3rd best player in this draft. You're a little bit lower on him than I am. You kind of pointed out, Curt Cignetti. Well, maybe part of what made Curt Cignetti is, Fernando Mendoza playing as phenomenal as he did, and the fact that he had some mediocre, if you will, games in the middle of the season. The game on the road at Oregon, despite the fact that they won by 10, he wasn't great in that one. He wasn't good at all really in the Big Ten title game against Ohio State. But then all of a sudden we get to the college football playoff and he lit Alabama up. He lit Oregon up. And he played gritty and he played tough as hell, and he showed why he's got the intangibles to be an NFL quarterback in the win against Miami. The running touchdown, not turning the football over, taking care of it, taking what the Miami defense gave him. So I do think Mendoza, even if this is next year's draft or a draft that has a loaded quarterback class, I still think he's the best of the bunch. He's the best player on the best team in the country, and he was the Heisman, and he put up record-breaking numbers. So third best player in the draft for me. When we come back, PJ and I will give you our two best players in this year's draft, even though they probably won't go number 2 or number 3 behind Mendoza. One of them might not even go in the top 10, and I think it'll be a travesty. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll also get you a scoreboard update as the Sixers and Magic have just tipped off, and we'll get you some baseball scores as well. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That is a dirty-ass play from LaMelo Ball. Full stop. And it goes noted that after the game, Udonis Haslem, who's on the Amazon Prime broadcast, who's like a Heat lifer, right? The Ultimate Warrior, right? I kind of want to play the Ultimate Warriors theme music right now, but whatever. Rest in peace to Jim Hellwig. Udonis Haslem says that LaMelo Ball's not a dirty player. So, if Udonis Haslem's going to say that, then I don't want to turn this into, even though LaMelo has, literally tripped Bam Adebayo in the past. This has happened before with these two guys. I don't want to turn this into LaMelo Ball's a dirty player. I don't think we need to do that. Although, I got tweets from people that seem to indicate that they believe that that is the truth. I don't want to turn it into that. Let's leave it at just this and this isolated incident. It's a dirty play, no matter what LaMelo says. And he did say after the game, I apologize. I hit my head. I basically didn't know what I was doing. Even if that's true, and let's say that he didn't intend to have this happen. I don't know. I'm not in his head. I don't know. The fact that it happens, something had to happen as a result of that. Whether it's a flagrant, you could even argue he should have been ejected for it. Do you know who thinks that? Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra. Take a listen to what Spo said after the game about this incident.
I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should have been thrown out of the game, for that.
He's right. Eric Spoelstra's right. I wanted the Hornets to. I bet Miami plus the points because I thought the game would be close. I thought for sure we were going to lose that in overtime. I wanted I wanted Charlotte to win. Eric Spoelstra is right. LaMelo should have gotten thrown out of the game. And Bam Adebayo is Miami's best player. And it's not just because of the 83-point game earlier this season. And I think that we can say and be correct about it, right? If that doesn't happen and Bam's healthy for the game, who wins? Who wins the game? Baldy, it seems like, so the question is not do you think the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown? It feels like a lot of people think that that's going to happen after June 1st, but that the Eagles will eventually move on from A.J. Brown. Assuming that that's going to happen, or at least if you think it might happen, what do you think is more likely for the Eagles when they hit the clock in the early 20s of the NFL draft? That they select a wide receiver or an offensive tackle with Lane Johnson nearing the end of the line?
I think an offensive tackle is kind of what Howie Roseman's, bailiwick has been since he's really been in charge. He usually goes in the trenches year in, year out. That would make a lot of sense. There's no Lane Johnsons in this draft, but, eventually you got to replace him. But I think that's a possibility. I also think, look, you out and you make a trade for Dontavian Wicks, you add Hollywood Brown, you add Elijah Moore, you've got a true number one wide receiver in Devontae Smith. I just think Kenyon Sadiq would make a lot of sense. They don't have a tight end under contract next year. Dallas Goedert has been a good player for him. Had 11 touchdown catches last year. He was phenomenal, finishing drives. But Kenyon Sadiq would add a playmaker, speed, a position of need. I don't know if he'll be there at 23. Like maybe Carolina at 19 makes sense for Kenyon Sadiq to go along with T-Mac and Xavier Legette and try to help Bryce Young out as much as possible. But this is a tight end driven league right now. Seattle proved that. The Rams proved that. Chicago did that. I mean, a lot of teams were in heavy 13 personnel a good chunk of the year last year. And so that's the trend. And Sadiq is the best tight end in this draft. Like, if you want to make a splash, go get Sadiq if you're Philadelphia.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Things are getting chippy here in the 7 versus 8 game in the play-in tournament, Eastern Conference here in the NBA play-in tournament. Sixers lead the Magic 10-8. Looks like Kelly Oubre is barking with Paolo Banchero. Sixers, by the way, PJ, you mentioned it to me in the break. They're going with the throwback unis, the AI ones, the black with the classic Sixers with the white lettering and the kind of, wavy basketball underneath, the black with the red trim. They're going with the throwback court as well. And Kelly Oubre's got half his hair is black, half his hair is red, so he's matching the uniforms. And they're off to a good start here, and things are getting physical. This is a nice little uniform pairing for sure, to say the least.
Makes me think of Eric Snow and Brandon McKee and Dikembe Mutombo and AI, of course, just bringing back the throwback of the Sixers. So yeah, I do like it. It's gonna be a good game. We got some good chippiness early. Kelly Oubre's come out to a good start. I was telling you during the break too. It's Orlando. They are a big team, man. Like Paolo does not get enough credit for how big he is. Wagner either. So dealing with that Orlando size is going to be tricky. It's going to be a battle of style and pace, as we know. Orlando wants to play at a little more slower pace, beat you up with their size and grind it out, while Philly obviously has those great guards. They want to knock down threes and get in a little bit more of a shootout. Yeah, and especially without Embiid, who they like to play kind of slow half-court offense when he's there or he's not. They have definitely been more up-tempo, and that's looking like the way that they want to play this game tonight. Kelly Oubre, though, 6 points off of a couple of early threes. And for Orlando, Bane's got 5 points and Banchero's got 4 points and a rebound in the early going. It's 12-11 Sixers, 7:30 left to go in the first quarter. So early on in that one, we'll obviously keep you posted all throughout the game. Follow it along with us here on BetMGM tonight. But let's finish off our conversation from last segment, PJ, ranking the top 10 players in the draft. We had some differing ones from 10 through 3, but I got a feeling we will be completely simpatico here with number 2 and number 1. So number 2, second best player in the draft. Who would you have that as? For me, it's going to be Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love. I thought about putting him at number 1. I think he's pretty much going to be a top 5 pick. I would be really surprised if the Giants pass him up if he's available at 5 and he goes down the board. I think he's going to go 4. He's going to go 5 to Arizona. Heck, maybe even Arizona 3 takes a look at him, but Tennessee or the Giants, I think, probably take a stab at him. He's a superstar. I think anybody that watched college football knows how good Jeremiah Love is. He does everything well. He's a great running back. He's a great receiving back. He's got game-breaking speed. He breaks tackles. He's great on the goal line, good on third down. He's a good pass blocker. Checks everything off. And normally these teams that reach for these running backs that fall in love with these guys in the top end of the draft, whether it's the Bijans, the Zekes, the Barkleys of the world, the Adrian Petersons. I mean, these guys usually pan out to be pretty good. And I think Jeremiah Love is going to fall into that category. So he's going to be number 2 for me.
I agree with everything you said, and I have him at number 2 as well. I'll just give you, in the last 2 years for Notre Dame, for my Fighting Irish, Jeremiah Love, in the last 2 years combined, 2,500 rushing yards and 35 rushing touchdowns, and then 500 receiving yards to go with 5 receiving touchdowns. So 3,000 yards from scrimmage and 40 touchdowns in the last 2 years combined. That is earth-shattering, just eye-popping, unbelievable numbers. The one thing I want to push back on, if he's, I almost hope Jeremiah Love is gone by 5. I hope the Titans take him, and I hope that they think that, all right, pass-catching running back, and he really hasn't even shown off how good of a pass catcher he can be, because Notre Dame just used him primarily in the run game. But like I said, he did have, over 240 receiving yards each of the last 2 seasons, a couple receiving touchdowns. But, again, Jahmyr Gibbs, he keeps getting the comp from Jahmyr Gibbs, and we know how great Jahmyr Gibbs is in the passing game, probably just as good as he is running the football just straight up because of what he can do after the catch. And I hope that Tennessee, who is not a running back away, but they think that, okay, a guy that can be like a Jahmyr Gibbs or like a Devon Achane, like, that's kind of 2 positions for us in one foul swoop, 2 birds with 1 stone, because the Titans don't have good receivers either. They need to help out Cam Ward as much as they can. I hope the Titans take him. I hope the Cardinals take him, because if he's there at 5, PJ, and the Giants take him, I'm going to explode. I'm going to lose it, man. And I'm starting to have nightmares about it. Like, I woke up today in a panic because I could have swore I heard Roger Goodell say, the New York Giants select Jeremiah Love. And I'm a Notre Dame guy, so I love him. But the Giants do not need a running back. They have Cam Scatterbo. I get he's coming back from injury. If the Giants draft Jeremiah Love, have they not learned from when they took Saquon Barkley? Please. It would make so much sense if it was Joe Shane making the pick too. I hope John Harbaugh just steps on Joe Shane in the draft room and says, we're not taking a running back. Let's take Caleb Downs. Because that's my number 1 player, PJ, and I know you feel the same. I think Caleb Downs is the next Kyle Hamilton. I think he's the best player in this draft. That's who I want the Giants to take at 5. But you agree, Caleb Downs, best player in the draft, and he might not go until number 9 or number 10.
I mean, you said it, Kyle Hamilton. And what's funny is Kyle Hamilton, the year he got drafted, dropped all the way to 14, and the Ravens, who said at the time they thought there was no world in which he would drop to them at 14, just fell right into their lap. And I think the same thing could happen this year, where Caleb Downs could inexplicably fall out of the top 10 into somebody's lap, and they wind up with the best player in the draft. I can't believe where some of these people are mocking him to go. I get, he's a safety, and there are great edges in this class, and you got running backs and offensive linemen, all these sorts of things. But I agree, Pat. I think he's Kyle Hamilton, man, and I would not pass taking that guy.
All right, good. We are complete agreement there. Jeremiah Love, number 2. Caleb Downs, the best player in this draft, according to me and PJ. Take a short break. We'll talk some more NFL draft headlines when we come back. Get you some baseball scores. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Do you believe, Ross, not that the Cowboys will make a trade of that magnitude, should the Dallas Cowboys trade into the top 10 and trade both of their first-round picks in order to do so?
That's tough. I really don't understand what they're doing. I really, truly wonder about the Cowboys. Think about this for a second. They didn't want to pay Micah Parsons, who might be the best defensive player in the NFL. The Packers traded a ton of assets for the right to pay Micah Parsons over $40 million a year. So here's what you have in terms of assets. You have draft picks, you have money. The Packers gave up a ton of both. All the Cowboys had to do was just give him money. And then they use a lot of those assets for Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is a good player. I'd say he's a really good player. Micah Parsons is elite. Elite. He's a difference-making player. Now they do the trade for Quinnen Williams. Now they might trade again to try to get another guy that's actually a difference-making player. Because I'm not sure Quinnen Williams is actually a difference-making player. I mean, they probably will, Nick. You're probably right. Do I think it's the way to go? No, not really. No, I don't. I'd probably rather pick at 12 and 20, but it feels like a very Cowboys-y thing to do.
Who is Brian Baldinger's favorite player in the 2026 NFL draft and why?
I'm glad you asked me that, Nick. It's Vavayo Ioane from Penn State, the left guard, number 71. He's my favorite player. He's been my favorite player since I started studying this draft, basically months ago. He's just, last year Tyler Booker went in the first round to Dallas, and Gray Zabel went in the first round to Seattle, and they both made a big difference. They were really good players. This Ioane is better. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's meaner. He looks like the greatest joy he gets in life is taking his opponent and planting him into the turf. He's really good at it. And, he just knows how to play. He really just knows how to play the game. And he's very strong. He's got tremendous balance. It's an underrated skill. Like, he's never on the ground unless he's sitting on top of his opponent. He's he's going to start day one for a team next year. He's not going to get out of he won't get past Pittsburgh or the Chargers for sure, but he may go earlier than that. He's just a difference maker in this whole draft.
Here's how good he is. I mean, what's the guy, 25 years of age? And if he didn't get hurt, I think he'd be a lock for an all-NBA team, at least third team. We haven't got our ballots yet here as they delay it. Are they going to put Luke on it? I think is one of the reasons. Usually you have the ballot by now. Denny Avdia is a guy that I would easily, if he played in the mid-70s, have on an all-NBA team, might do it anyways. He just snuck in, I believe, with 65 games. This is a guy that's one of the better playmakers in the league. I mean, he essentially runs point for Portland, despite the fact that they have Drew Holiday. They've got Scoot Henderson. They're going to have Damian Lillard coming back next year. I don't see how you can give the ball to any of those guys when this guy's playing at this level. Outside of SGA, he draws fouls better than anybody in the sport. You saw it last night in the game-winning bucket, where not only did he hit the basket, the go-ahead basket, but then he goes to the free throw line. He's as good as it gets at getting to the line. The one thing you would like to see him at is maybe an outside shot. If he did that in conjunction with his ability to get to the free throw line and get to the hole, you'd be talking about, I don't know, maybe one of the 12, 13 best players in the sport. That's how much I like this guy.
He shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host for tonight and the rest of this week is PJ Glasser. He's filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you got plenty of different ways you can listen to the show. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, you can call or you can text the show at 310-840-4910. Before we get into some more NFL draft headlines, let's just get you a scoreboard update here. And also, programming note, we're going to be talking to Joe DeLeon in 20 minutes from now. We are just over a week away from the draft, so somebody that is grinding away on film and draft nuggets and notes and doing his homework 24/7, 365. There is nobody better to talk to ask any and all draft questions to than Joe DeLeon. So Joe's going to join us in 20 minutes. Can't wait for that. I'm sure he's going to be in Pittsburgh for the draft next week, covering it for either A to Z Sports or the different outlets that he works for. But really quickly, NBA play-in tournament. Warriors-Clippers coming up later tonight. Sixers and Magic giving us a really good battle here early on. Bit of a defensive battle, late first quarter, and it's 18 apiece. Paolo Banchero, 6 points, 2 rebounds for Orlando. And for the Sixers, they're led by both Kelly Oubre and Tyrese Maxey, who both have 6 points. Paul George, goose egg so far for Philly. No points on 0 for 3 shooting. So Magic just went back in front with a Paolo bucket. He's got 8 points in the first quarter. I had a feeling he was going to have a big night tonight. PJ, I did my Beat the Book segment, and I said Paolo Banchero over points plus rebounds. He's got 10 points plus rebounds in the first quarter. So despite the explosive rumors and reports that came out over the last 24 hours about the Magic maybe firing Jamal Mosley no matter what happens, they're off to a pretty good start so far, especially their star player.
Yep, they certainly are. They're getting off to a nice start. Maxey just hit a deep three, so we got a 21-20 game with about 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's definitely being played at an Orlando pace, though. Again, the lower scoring this game is, the more you would think it would favor the Magic. But Paolo's off to a nice start. Maxey's playing pretty well. Look, both games we got yesterday was close, and I think both of the games we get today could be close as well. And it's certainly so far trending in that direction.
Yeah. All right, let's get some baseball scores here because we've got a busy Wednesday night. I mean, I feel like I'm still feeling that high of when we were on Monday and we had 9 players with 2 home runs. We had, 10 games and 7 of them had double digits. 6 teams, I'm alone, scored double digits. 3 games had 20 runs. It looks like tonight, much more of the pitcher's duel variety in some of these early games. But a game that finished earlier today, a little matinee in Baltimore, the O's, they had a chance to win that game late in the ball game, and then it went to extras and they lost to the D-backs 8-5. So 2 teams that are up and down. Arizona now 11-8 on the season. That's a good start for them, but Orioles, PJ, leaving some chances on the board late in this game. They went 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. I'm guessing you probably watched the game earlier today. I'm sure that was a tough watch at the end.
It was, yeah. It was a weird series too, Pat. I was on the air with you Monday night when they were down 7-1. They came back to win that game 9-7. And then the last 2 nights, I feel like they were the better team. They had more chances. They just couldn't find ways to win either games, losing today in extras, losing last night by a run. So tough series. So far at home this year, they just have not been all that great. And they're going to go out now onto the road and face Cleveland and Kansas City, 2 places historically in the past where they have not fared very well. They're dealing with a bunch of injuries, though. Right now, Jackson Holliday, they thought he was going to be back this week. Now he's still out. Adley's hurt. Tyler O'Neill, who's always hurt, is still hurt. So they're dealing with a bunch of injuries. They need to get healthy. But like you said, D-backs are off to a good start. They're hitting the ball pretty well. And Eduardo Rodriguez, who wasn't all that great today, has gotten off to a terrific start with Arizona so far this year.
Yeah, a couple of the other earlier games today. One team that has continued to, at least even if they've surprised by a little bit, the St. Louis Cardinals. I don't know about you, PJ. I thought they were going to be terrible. They finally tore it down this offseason. They're barely paying anybody any kind of money. They do have J.J. Weatherholt at the top of that lineup, and that's exciting. But, other than that, not a whole lot to get excited about with the St. Louis Cardinals this year, where they beat the Guardians today to win the rubber game and win that series. They beat them 5-3. With a 2-run double from Take Me to Church in the seventh inning, Nathan Church helping them beat Cleveland, and the Cardinals are 10-8. They're above 500. The Guardians, they're barely above 500. Jose Ramirez has actually gotten off to a pretty slow start. He's barely hitting above 200. So I don't think either of these teams are playoff teams. But games like today came down to the wire and the Cardinals eking out a victory. Maybe they can hang around in that NL wildcard race for longer than we thought.
Definitely been surprised so far. Jordan Walker has just been unbelievable this year for St. Louis. He's already got 8 home runs on the season. He's batting .319. He's got an OPS of over 1,000. So he's been great. He was a highly coveted prospect, and he's kind of taken the Byron Buxton path where he was so good in the minors, took him a little bit to get going, but now that he's found his groove in the majors, he's been unbelievable. So Walker's the real deal. And like you said, Weatherholt's playing well. Burleson's been great. The pitching staff's been good for St. Louis. And it's always going to be a great baseball city. They're always going to have good fan support. And if this team can keep it rolling going through, the dog days of the summer, that city's going to be is going to be around them and supporting them. And in an NL Central that feels like it's wide open with the Brewers losing 6 straight, Cubbies have struggled up thus far. All 5 of those teams, man, feel like it's anybody's for the taking right now.
Speaking of the Cubbies, get a couple of live scores here. They're leading the Phils 5-1. Rubber game in this series. Phils beat them up on Monday, 13-7. Cubs answered the bell yesterday with a 10-4 win, 5-1 in this ball game. Nico Horner having himself a day to remember. He's got an RBI single. He's got 2 runs scored, and he just went deep 400 feet. Nico Horner with his second home run, I think in as many nights, second home run of the season too. So Shota Imanaga, who had been struggling up and down for the most part this season, 5 strong innings with just 1 run allowed and 9 strikeouts. And, these two teams have both struggled out of the gate. Cubs under 500, Phillies under 500. Winner of this game will be back to 500. And it's good to see this Chicago offense really starting to pick it up now that we got, they're not playing in 40-degree weather. So they're supposed to be the favorites of the NL Central. And coming into this, they were in last place. But a series victory over the Phillies, who, by the way, they've struggled as well so far to start the season. But this would be nonetheless impressive for the Northsiders.
Yeah, Nico Horner, he's been their best hitter up to this point, batting .319, like you said, is the home run, 2 for 3 tonight. He's been great this year. He's had a good game. And Imanaga, they needed a good start out of their ace, and they've gotten it so far up to this point. So this would be a good win for the Cubbies. Again, a lot of baseball left. Divisions up for the taking. These teams like the Pirates and like the Cardinals that you thought maybe wouldn't be necessarily your top competition or off to a little bit of a better start than you thought, but long season left. These teams still have to play each other a bunch of times. This would be a nice win for the Cubs if they're able to get past Philly tonight.
Let's get 2 more quick updates here. How about Sal Stewart, the 22-year-old third baseman for the Cincinnati Reds? He's already got 2 home runs tonight against the Giants, and he's got 6 RBIs. 3-run shot in the first inning, and then a 3-run shot in the second inning. Now on the season, if these numbers are updated here, PJ, Sal Stewart is hitting over 300 with 5 bombs, 11 RBIs, and he's got an OPS over 1,000. This guy is certainly launching himself right into the heart of the NL Rookie of the Year award race. So those numbers actually weren't updated. So now his average is probably up to about 350 with 7 homers, 17 ribbies, and an OPS that's got to be about 1,400. Sal Stewart, everybody should learn that name now because this guy is turning into a freaking all-star right before our eyes.
And if he keeps playing like this, I mean, what a middle of an order Cincinnati might have with him, Ellie, and Eugenio Suarez. You obviously got Matt McClain there as well and Spencer Steer. So Cincinnati, we know they've been bad for a while, and they've hit on some of these guys in the minors that have turned out to be good players. They have that good pitching staff to go with it and a terrific manager in Terry Francona. And these are the games you got to take advantage of. The Giants are struggling. Looks like they're probably going to be one of the worst teams in the National League this season. So good start here for Cincinnati and a hell of a start for Stort. Like you were saying, 6 RBIs already. Wow.
Yeah. And then the captain, all rise, PJ. Judge has gone deep again for the Yankees, his 7th of the season. That ties him for second place in the big leagues. And then Trent Grisham coming off that career year last year. He had a couple of monster hits in that wild win on Monday night. He had a 2-run single. Yankees lead the Halos 3-1. They were up 3-0, but it looks like Adam Frazier just went deep for the Angels. So 3-1 Yankees leading the Angels in the bottom of the 4th. We'll get you some more baseball scores in a bit. If you want to join the show and talk any of your favorite baseball teams, 310-840-4910. It is a national show, and I know national baseball conversations aren't sometimes all that sexy, but we're on the air for 5 hours every day. And so we're going to talk a lot of baseball on this show. And obviously still hit all the big topics, the NFL draft, the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs. So let's get back into some draft headlines here, PJ, because this is a purely hypothetical situation. There is no chance that the Raiders are not drafting Fernando Mendoza, but their GM, John Spytek, he did say today that teams have inquired. Teams have inquired on the number 1 pick. And those teams know where they stand. That's basically like me, walking up to the front lawn of a $5 million home and saying, "Hey, what do you think about maybe selling this for a couple $100,000? What do you think?" That's what teams are doing, inquiring about the number 1 pick. Like, get lost. There is absolutely no chance the Raiders are going to trade the number 1 pick. But I think it's worth an interesting hypothetical here, PJ. Like, what would the haul have to be for you to give up on Fernando Mendoza, with the Raiders having Kirk Cousins, having Aiden O'Connell, being, it's been 5 years since they last made the playoffs, and they barely had a playoff appearance in the last 2 decades. We know they need a quarterback. Fernando Mendoza just took the world by storm this past season. So, like, what would it realistically would it take for the Raiders to give up the number 1 overall pick? Let's pretend you're John Spytek here. What would it take for you to say yes to a number 1 overall pick trade?
They have to get a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Like that it starts there. So obviously Mahomes isn't getting traded. Allen isn't getting traded. But I think just about after those two, potentially, maybe everybody else is on the table. Could they entice the Ravens enough to get Lamar? Could they entice the Bengals enough to get Burrow, maybe Herbert, Hurts, Dak? Like that's the caliber of quarterback that I think if the Raiders were to trade Mendoza, you would have to go get. Like, I'm not trading Mendoza for like Bo Nix, I'm not trading Mendoza for I don't know, like Baker Mayfield, to throw out another guy, somebody middle in the pack there. Like, it's got to be a proven NFL MVP caliber quarterback that I know I can win with. And that's the only thing, because again, I mean, you're getting Mendoza at number 1. Most people think this guy's going to be a star. You've been looking for a franchise quarterback forever. Every NFL team knows that if they want to win the Super Bowl, they're going to have one, just about. So it would take a lot. I don't think there's really enough draft capital that any team could throw at them. I think it's all about the caliber of quarterback that they would get in return for a trade. So I think it would be a top 10 QB, Pat. I think that's where the conversation starts. If a team calls them and say, we'll give you 4 first-round picks, I think they hang the phone up. I think it's got to be, we'll give you our quarterback and maybe even some draft compensation, and we want Mendoza.
Wow. So you think draft compensation wouldn't do it at all? It has to be a current top 10 quarter. That's crazy. I wasn't even thinking about that. And how about this? Clint Kubiak, new Raiders head coach, former OC of Seattle. How about Sam Darnold? Did you take Sam Darnold? He just won a Super Bowl. You know you can win with him.
You can. Darnold's a tough
Sam
one
Darnold
because
and their first round draft pick this year and maybe next year.
I don't think I'd do it. I don't think I'd do it.
Really?
I don't. I just, that defense was obviously so great. You're throwing to arguably the best receiver in the NFL and JSN. The Darnold one is so tough, Pat, because I think all of us have this tough distinction of how much it's hard to just wipe out what you saw so many years from Darnold. You know what I mean? Like, it's just hard to totally erase that from your mind, where you got to give him all the credit in your world. Not everybody wins a Super Bowl and not everybody plays as well in the playoffs as he did. Yeah, definitely have to give him his flowers. You got to credit him. And I think right now he should be talked about as a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the NFC for sure. But would I be willing to go all in if I was a team just off of 1 year? I don't know if I would be. So Darnold, like guys like Darnold again, Bo Nix, who I threw out, I wouldn't even do that. A guy like are you even sold on guys like Drake May or Jaden Daniels? Like, have you seen enough from those guys to be willing to, if you were in the Raiders spot, you would take a shot on a guy like that?
Jaden Daniels, no, because the injuries this year and the unwillingness to slide last year. Not that he got hurt this year because of a lack of sliding. It was basically, he did get hurt trying to reach out and that dislocated his elbow. But the first injury he had was just because he got sacked in the pocket. But still, I wouldn't do it for Jaden Daniels. Hell no on C.J. Stroud if I'm the Houston Texans. Probably not Herbert. I got to see the guy win a playoff game. Like, if you're telling me, Joe Burrow for the Cincinnati Bengals, for Joe Burrow and their 10th overall pick this year and their first round pick next year, then we might be talking. But part of the beauty of having the number 1 overall pick is that you don't have to pay Fernando Mendoza for the next 4+ years, maybe even 5 years. So it's like
That's
you take
true.
on a top 10 quarterback, you're taking on a $55 to $60 million salary. And, after all the money the Raiders spent this offseason, now all of a sudden you're gonna take a trade like that. So that's why for me, it would only be draft compensation. And I would let the Jets jump up to number 1. I would jump back 1 pick. You could take anybody else in the draft, right? Because the Jets are taking Mendoza. You could take anybody else. You get the Jets number 2 pick this year. So you just swap spots. And then I would want all 3 of their first round picks next year. And honestly, I think that would be enough. I think that would be enough because then not only would you have 3 first round picks next year, the Raiders would keep their first round picks. So you'd have 4 first round draft picks and you would get to pick anybody else that's not Fernando Mendoza. And that's 5 first round picks in the next 12 months. If you hit on 3 of those guys, 60%, you hit on 3 of those guys, like you immediately have become a playoff team, and one of those next year would be your quarterback. You're delaying your quarterback search by just a year. And I don't know, maybe I'm underselling it. Maybe it would be the Jets' first round pick in 2027 as well. So I would want 4 first rounders from them, plus their number 2 pick this year, just to swap with them, number 1 and number 2. And maybe that's where I would set the line at if I'm John Spytek. I would want purely draft compensation because if I'm the Raiders, I don't want to take on a quarterback that's already got some rust on him that I'm going to have to pay $55, $60 million unless it is somebody like that's in that conversation with Joe Burrow and the second tier of elite quarterbacks behind Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. To me, it wouldn't be worth it.
I think I agree. Our guy Monty threw a good one in the chat. He said, what about Dallas trading Vegas, Dak Prescott, the Cowboys 12th and the 20th picks this year? If you're Raiders, I would take that. Absolutely. You get Dak.
Really?
As the QB.
You would take Dak
Yeah.
and just the 2 picks this year?
Absolutely. Oh, I would do that.
PJ,
Yep.
I think you'd be run out of
big Dak
town
guy.
in the next 24 months.
I would do that. I think I would. You get the 2 first rounders and you get a top 10 NFL quarterback. I would make that trade.
Okay, we're late to break, so I apologize. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. Sorry to keep our guy Joe DeLeon waiting. We're going to talk to him next. NFL Draft 8 days away. We'll ask Joe all of our pressing draft questions when we return here on BetMGM tonight.
This is the easiest decision that anyone has ever had to make in the history of anything ever. In the history of life. Like, you're in high school and the girl that you've been crushing on tells you she wants to go to prom with you. Would you say no? I win the lottery. I have the ticket. And I say to you, would you like this ticket instead? What would you say? Would you say no? No. You'd say yes. Imagine a world where the Giants don't trade this guy. Don't trade him. Is he a good player? Yes. Has Dexter Lawrence been a great player at points? Yes. Is he worth this headache? Absolutely not. 36, 79, and 1 since they drafted him. Holding them up like for ransom here. Demanding more money. Get the hell out of here. Like, see ya. Giants have lost 1 million games with Dexter Lawrence. They can lose without him. Send him to Chicago. Send him to the Chargers. Send him to the Bills. He can be awesome for those teams. This is not, is Dexter Lawrence bad? He's awesome. He's a really good player. The expiration date's been reached with this team. I'm a Giants fan telling you that. See you later. Bye. They need to trade him and trade him today. Like, I don't want him on the team anymore. My friend, final question for you. If I told you that the Dallas Cowboys would trade picks 12 and 20 for a top 10 pick, let's call it, in a second rounder, whatever the trade is, to move up into the top 10 to select one of the quote-unquote like blue chip defensive players, Styles, Downs, Reese if he drops, Bain if he drops, David Bailey, one of those players. Do you like that or dislike that for the Cowboys to trade 2 picks for 12 and 20 to go up to get one of those quote-unquote elite defenders?
Well, they got a new defense coordinator in Parker Washington. I played in Dallas for 6 years. I know that the organization well. Christian Parker. In the 65-year history of the Dallas Cowboys, no defense was worse than the Cowboys last year. None. They gave up 511 points, Nick. They were horrendous. They couldn't play man coverage. They couldn't play zone coverage. They couldn't do anything well at all. So one player is not going to make a difference. But they better start adding some blue chip players. Like, I wouldn't trade 12 and 20 to get one really good player. I'd get myself an edge rusher, and I'd get myself a cornerback and maybe a linebacker if I was sitting there at 12 and 20. I wouldn't package that to move up.
Do you believe Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety, is worthy of a top 10, top 15 selection, and why?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he went to Alabama as an 18-year-old freshman, started day one, led the team in tackles, went to the playoffs, Nick Saban's last year, and started and was the quarterback of the defense basically as an 18-year-old. And then Nick leaves and he transfers to Ohio State. Basically plays every game, win the national championship with them. I think he's better than Xavier McKinney. I mean, I know Xavier McKinney had 9 interceptions first year in Green Bay, but I think he's a better player than him. I think he's a better tackler. I think he's a more physical player. I'd say he's not. He doesn't have the size of Derwin James, but I think he's more like Derwin James than Xavier McKinney. Like he could play in the box, he could play in the slot, he could play in the deep half of the field. Xavier McKinney is kind of a pure free safety. This guy has a lot more flexibility and versatility than that player.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser is filling in for Brad Evans all week. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call in and you can certainly text in, and we can get your text messages delivered right away to our guest, the draft expert, Joe DeLeon, who's been joining us every week for the last several weeks. And, Joe, we are 8 days away from draft night, brother. You cover the NFL draft and college football for A to Z Sports. You are the co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and Hack City Pod. You can find Joe on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. So 8 days away, how are you feeling? And is there any chance you will be in the Berg? Are you going to be in the Steel City for the NFL draft next week?
No, I'm thankfully I'm staying put. And a lot of times people ask me this all the time. Like even when I wasn't covering the draft, back when I was in college, I had a teammate of mine who was equally as obsessed as I was when I was playing at Rhode Island. And he kept clamoring. He's like, we need to go. Why would I want to go stand in a giant crowd when the whole experience is getting to listen to Mel and listen to the ESPN coverage? Like it's all a part of the process. It's not like going to a football game. But it's much easier to produce content. Best spot available, the A to Z Sports NFL Draft Show. We are going to be putting out a lot of reactions and breakdowns over the course of the weekend, so make sure to go and check that out. To answer your first question, though, it's crazy how quickly we got here. It was like a blink how quickly we got here, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens on Thursday. I feel like I still don't really know where a lot of these teams are actually leaning for their picks.
Yeah, and we are 8 days away, and I'm starting to feel the buzz. I'm starting to get jacked up thinking of some crazy first-round trades or shocking picks for guys who got taken too high or somehow fell to a dream landing spot. But PJ and I just debated it last hour. Regardless of position or team needs from anybody in the top 5 to 8 picks, who are the best players in this class? PJ and I were in complete agreement. We think Caleb Downs is going to be the best player in this draft. I've been screaming for weeks I want the Giants to take him at 5. We both have Jeremiah Love as the second best player in this draft. But in your opinion, Joe, who are the best 2 or 3 players in this draft?
Well, so sadly, I think that I've got to keep this kind of wide open to 4. I've got 4 players that have practically the same grade. That being Caleb Downs from Ohio State, Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, Arvell Reese from Ohio State, and then a slightly lesser grade, but very close, Sonny Styles also from Ohio State. I think in this class where the rest of the group is solid players that are going to be impactful starters for teams, some of these guys are going to go on to help teams become playoff caliber and whatnot. But those are the only 4 that I see as being really franchise altering with the path of becoming Pro Bowlers and all pro caliber players. Very often, usually when we're talking about the NFL draft, there might not really be a rich blue chip prospect grouping, but at the very least, it feels like the top 10, it's understood who fits in there. Maybe somebody slides out, but to have that grouping of 4 guys, I think it provides some urgency for some teams. If a team wants to come away with the best offensive player and wants to make their offense better, they can't mess around with letting Jeremiah Love fall and hope that he lands in their laps. And if you're trying to improve your run defense, you can't just pray that Arvell Reese or Sonny Styles are still there. And then Caleb Downs, the final point, especially for the Giants. If your defense was a mess last year and you need a mature, instinctive guy to fix multiple problems, you can't just watch him move across the board and hope that he's going to be there for you. I think those 4 guys are going to be the most prized on Thursday.
Joe, who's the player you keep going back and forth on? Like I feel like in every draft, there's a guy where you look at and you're like, on this one side, I love the film, but then I don't love the intangibles, or I don't think he could be a great fit in this scheme if he goes with this team. Who's that player or two that you kind of keep going back and forth on?
Yeah, the first guy that comes to mind when I think about that question, Jordan Tyson is the first player because of the fact that his film is so exciting and he's so physically gifted and he's got a lot of potential to become not just a good receiver in the NFL. I see Justin Jefferson in his game. If he plays to his potential, he will be that good. He's super smooth. He's very well-rounded, very explosive. He's got pretty reliable hands. But my problem with Tyson and why I keep going back and forth on him and why I feel kind of silly being really bullish on him is the fact that he's just been so banged up throughout his career. And a wide receiver who's got injury issues, it gives me a lot of pause. You invest in a guy like that hoping that you get Justin Jefferson and then he's not even on the field for you half the season, half the time. It just leads you down a very slippery path. He, to me, I think is the most volatile prospect for what he becomes. Not that he wouldn't work because of his skill set, but because of that injury history. I feel like that there's an opportunity here for a team to grab him and to completely transform their offense, or the inverse, which is we'll be talking about in 4 years of how that selection completely derailed said team's prospects. So Jordan Tyson is the one that I keep coming back to. I really love him as a player, but it's hard for me to like really blindly buy in as much as I want to because of that injury history.
We're talking to Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Joe covers the NFL draft for A to Z Sports, and he's been grinding film for a long, long time leading up to this draft here with this draft class. Joe, it feels more and more like the Cowboys are going to make a trade into the top 10 to jump the Commanders and try to get one of the best defensive players available. And a trade with the Browns at 6 seems to be the rumored spot for Dallas. Do you think it's wise for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys to get into the top 6 picks, considering how bad their defense was last year? Who makes sense for the Cowboys for you if they do get into the top 10?
Yeah, I feel like it really contradicts the way that they operated with the Micah Parsons trade to move up into the top 6, because if you move up into the top 6 and maybe even try to go into the top 4, you're doing that because you're trying to go and get one of those premier players that I mentioned at the top here. And you're trying to get a guy that is going to be an elite player at their given position. You moved on from Micah Parsons because of the fact that you thought that your team was too heavily reliant on one player. Micah Parsons was so gifted and so good, you lacked balance across the board. And that cost you in some of your biggest matchups. That was how Jerry Jones and a lot of Cowboys fans talked themselves into it. So to then backtrack, to then use the draft capital that you got for the Micah Parsons trade to trade up to go and get a player that is much younger, less developed than Micah Parsons, I feel like completely contradicts solid logic for roster building. You have an opportunity in a draft class where in the first round, you could come away with 2 solid starters. You can get a starting corner. You can come away with a starting edge rusher, a starting linebacker. You can come away from this draft in the first 3 rounds with a completely revamped defense. But instead, I feel as though if you're going this route, you're going to be completely backtracking on this change that you were trying to make by getting rid of Micah Parsons. And the last thing I'll throw in here, I think it'd be incredibly stupid. They went up and traded for Arvell Reese because they're not the same player. But to a degree, it's the same crap. You're going and getting a guy who's an elite linebacker who's an impactful pass rusher. He's more linebacker than pass rusher. Micah was more pass rusher than linebacker. But I would be blown away if that was what he did.
That would be so Jerry, so Cowboys. That'll be fun to watch. Outside of Jeremiah Love, Joe, for all the people that are listening that might be in those dynasty fantasy drafts, or maybe they want to bet some offensive rookie of the year, outside of Jeremiah Love, who's the offensive player this year that you think could have the biggest impact in the draft?
Yeah, I think that in terms of like an offensive player that I think that could have that biggest impact, and then also kind of like with the dynasty tie in, I feel like Carnell Tate has a lot of reliability for expectation of what he's going to become. I think that there's, as we talk about Tyson, there's a bit of a spectrum for what his career is, but Tate to me, I can project that at the very least, he's going to be a really good wide receiver too. And at the very least, he's going to be a 900-yard guy that you can count on. If he doesn't really take the step that you're hoping for, he ends up being just a dynamic, deep threat and a good secondary option to whoever you might already have in your wide receiver room. And I'll throw in another guy that I think can have just a massive impact once he reaches his potential is Kenyon Sadiq. I think that a lot of people saw his combine performance. I feel like we've kind of just moved on from talking about him. I feel like I barely hear anyone discussing him as this blue chip player that should be, although not blue chip, but player that should be coveted in this class. I think that he is a high effort blocker. I think that he is dangerous with the ball in his hands. I think that he's a guy that is, once he develops a route tree, can be a deployable weapon. This is Vernon Davis. This is the next coming of Vernon Davis. I think for a team that is trying to get their offense right, Kenyon Sadiq should be the pick. And the one team I keep coming back to be really interesting is the Kansas City Chiefs. Imagining Patrick Mahomes having that speed at tight end to throw to, that would be incredibly dangerous.
Talking to Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight. Joe covers the NFL Draft for A to Z Sports. He's also the co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon, especially all the way up until and through the NFL Draft. Joe, let's talk hog mollies. There's a lot of debate about who the first offensive tackle will be in the draft. Between Francis Mauigoa from Miami, Caden Proctor of Alabama, Monroe Freeling of Georgia, and Spencer Furneaux of Utah, who do you like best? A great tackle can turn an average O-line into an elite one, and there is always elite tackles in every draft, and there are quite some busts every year as well. Do I need to mention Evan Neal?
Oh God, do not remind me of Evan Neal. I'm trying to forget Evan Neal as much as possible, but and hence why I would never bring up Caden Proctor in this discussion, because he is the next coming of Evan Neal. Francis Mauigoa, though, is the guy that I feel very secure about on what he becomes in the NFL. He, to me, is the safest evaluation of any of these tackle prospects. I feel like Furneaux, there's a little bit uncertainty in terms of like where he fits. Is he a guard? Is he a center? Is he going to be able to play tackle? Freeling's got some inconsistency on tape. Lomu's also somebody whose hand placement and technique didn't really take the step that I was hoping for, but Mauigoa is physical. He has a really, really powerful base. He's somebody that's going to be very, very difficult to overpower and also to get past once he gets his mitts on you. I think that Mauigoa, wherever he gets picked, is going to be one of those prospects that we'll be looking back at in 5 years thinking, man, why wasn't he just generally being discussed in the upper category of players in this class? And I'll just throw in one other tackle I really like. I really like Maxi Onachor, the Arizona State kid. I think that he has a strong case to go in the back end of the first in a class where there's not many good talented tackles and it gets really thin on day 3. If a team wants to get that developmental project for a guy who hasn't been playing football that long, that's got some rare movement skills, who has some solid tape, looked good at the Senior Bowl, tested well at the Combine, he, to me, makes a lot of sense as a candidate to go in the end of the first round.
Joe, I think it's interesting that you think Proctor could potentially be Evan Neal again, with so many people thinking highly of Proctor. Maybe he could be a top 10 pick. Anybody else that you're down on that maybe the consensus think he could be top 10, top 15 first round guy that you're not as high on?
Yeah, I think that the first guy that comes to mind in that regard is Peter Woods. And it's not been a hot take recently to say that Peter Woods is underwhelming. I think a lot of people, the deeper they dug into him, it became pretty clear, and everyone's kind of on consensus at this point. But Peter Woods has a lot of potential, but there's a lot of times on film where he just disappears. He just gets completely washed out of plays, and that you just can't have that with a defensive tackle prospect. I need a guy that is going to, at least if you're not producing play-by-play disruption, I need him to be able to hold his own against the run. I'm going to need him to show some spurts of capability to impact plays. Too many games for me where I watched where I felt like I couldn't even find him on film. And it's disappointing because coming into the season, you saw a guy who, it's insane to say, but if he improved this year, he'd be in the same conversation of, not saying he'd be a Hall of Famer like Aaron Donald, but his play style is like Aaron Donald, and he could have been just this insanely disruptive force. But he's stagnated quite a bit, and he kind of is a lot more Sheldon Rankins than Aaron Donald. I think somebody could get some good value for him in day 2, but if he goes at the end of the first round, I just can't get there. I think that there are there's a lot of reasons to not buy into grabbing him that early because of the inconsistency on tape.
All right, we're talking to Joe DeLeon for another minute or so. Really quickly, Joe, we just did a complete hypothetical last segment, but it is a good one for all the guys, listening right now to the show, shooting the bleep with their boys, making up scenarios. If the Raiders were to ever trade the first round pick and essentially pass on Fernando Mendoza, if you're Raiders GM John Spytek, what would it take to make that trade? PJ was saying a top 10 QB right now and that draft picks wouldn't do it for him. I said the opposite. I said I would swap with the Jets and take their second overall pick, and I'd want all 3 of their first-round draft picks next year. What would it take for you to trade away the number 1 pick of your Las Vegas?
Yeah, I think that the point that you just made is where I lean, because to rationalize this, if you're moving back and you don't want Fernando Mendoza or you got talked into the trade, you're effectively doing the Family Guy bit of, do I take the boat or do I take the mystery box? It could possibly be a boat. That's how the trades for picks in this circumstance with a player involved. That's how I always come back to. If you're going to do that, I want as many swings at the mystery box as possible. And also the hope that the Jets would be abysmal next year and that you could use that draft capital to secure a future quarterback and then also secure a supporting cast for him. It also then allows for you as the Raiders to come away with a really good defensive starter, theoretically. I mean, heck, I'd maybe even try to move back further if you were going to do that in the first place. But if you did enough forward scouting, I would only make that move off of the spot if I was really invested in the 2027 class and I thought that there were multiple options to be franchise saviors, which the class absolutely has much better options than this past draft in 2026. So I'd lean in the draft picks. I don't want that value of going with an already established starter unless it was somebody ridiculously good.
All right, Joe. Well, we will finally be here next week. It'll be the eve of draft night when we talk to you again. Cannot wait, man. Keep grinding away on that film. I know you're probably not getting much sleep here these next couple of days, so enjoy it. We can't wait to catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Joe.
There you go. Joe DeLeon covers the NFL draft for A to Z Sports. Make sure you check out everything he's got going on right now on his social media pages, on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we get some breaking news regarding Shohei Ohtani that is definitely worth you tuning in for. So stick with us. We'll also get you a scoreboard update as it's near halftime in the Sixers Magic game. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I'm just observing everything like everyone else is. I would say, I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I think it's highly likely that A.J. Brown will be traded. And I think it's likely that it happens after June 1st. You know, I've been doing this a long time now. I can't remember that many times when a coach and GM are answering questions with like, A.J. Brown is an Eagle, that guy stays with the team. It feels like when the coach and GM say, we are not trading him, he's going to play for us week 1, there's still a little bit of a chance they trade him. When they're more or less saying he's an Eagle, and they've signed 3 other receivers and whatever, it just seems to me there's a lot of smoke there from a lot of different places, and even just the way the Eagles themselves are handling it or answering the questions. You know, I don't think if they were asked about Jalen Hurts' trade that they would say Jalen Hurts is an Eagle. I think they'd be like, no, we're not trading Jalen Hurts. So I think it's likely that A.J. and I think it will be after June 1st so that they can split up the dead money.
Is Ty Simpson worthy of a first-round selection? Not will he go in the first round. Is Ty Simpson worthy, Baldy, of a first-round selection in the NFL draft?
Yeah, it's a gamble. It's a gamble. Look, he started 15 games. There's not a great selection. There's not a great history of quarterbacks that played that few games and became great players. It's just not. And I just think, look, he sat and he watched. Nobody really gets better at that position by sitting and watching. And these people that are out there saying, okay, draft him in the first round and let him learn. Okay, well, how are you going to learn if you're not playing at that position? Like, it's one thing if you played 40 games like Jackson Dart did and you get taken at the bottom of the first round the way the Giants did. He had 40 starts in 2 programs, learned Lincoln Riley's system, learned Lane Kiffin's system. Like, Ty Simpson hasn't done that. And he didn't finish this season strong. And he did get banged up. And he's not very big. Like, I'm not in love with him. Like, I can see him go through progressions. I can see his arm strength. I can see his mobility. I see some of that stuff. But it's just not enough sample size for me.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. You have to excuse me. Finishing up a little bit of dessert here.
Ooh, what do we got?
I don't really time. I got a little chocolate bar.
Okay.
A little chocolate bar, PJ.
What's Pat Boyle's like dessert of choice, right? If you could have absolutely any dessert, what's the go-to?
All you got to ask is ask producer Brandon Combs, because I have one every night. And that'll probably be around. That'll probably be in the final hour. The Yasso bars, the frozen yogurt ice cream bars, only 100 calories. They're delicious. They got like 19 different flavors. And so I've been running the gamut on those puppies. That is my dessert of choice to try to stay healthy and not, gain back 20 pounds that I just lost here over the last year. But if I had my pick of the litter, look, the milk and cookies flavored Ben & Jerry's ice cream, I could devour a pint of those in the span of 30 minutes. That's the first thing that comes to mind for me. What about you?
Favorite dessert, man, probably be either a cannoli or cheesecake, I think.
Wow.
Those are probably yeah. I love a cannoli, love cheesecake. Those would probably be the top 2, I would say. I love dessert. There's not really many desserts I dislike, like a lot of people, but I think those would be the top 2, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're telling me there's not a lot of desserts you don't like. Well, that's very unique of you. No, I'm kidding.
Yes,
there
exactly.
There is some funky ones. I'll tell you what. I'm not a big cheesecake guy myself, because I just it could be too much. It could be too much. It could be a little bit too much for me. The cream and it's called cheesecake. Like, do I want to be eating something that kind of tastes like cream cheese or cheese in my dessert? So not for everybody. And maybe that's a minority take for me. I completely get it. But PJ, you were saying something before break that was actually a really good trivia question. And I want to bring it to the masses here. By the way, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. But you said there's only 3 teams that have never drafted number 1 overall in the NFL draft. That's crazy. And I threw out like 8 teams, and I only got one of them. But would you care to tell the folks who that might be?
The Ravens are one. The Seattle Seahawks, who are picking 32 this year, they would be the second. And then would you like one more guess at who the third is? They're in the AFC. They're the AFC West. So it's either the Chargers, it's not the Raiders, and it's the Chargers, the Chiefs, or the Broncos. Who do you think it is? Brandon says Denver. What do you think?
I know that the Chargers definitely had some real bad seasons, and if he's going to go Denver, I'll go with the recency bias. I'll go Chiefs.
All right, so Monty's going Chargers, you're going Chiefs, Brandon's going Denver. Brandon would be correct. The Denver Broncos have never selected first overall. So Broncos, Seahawks, Ravens, your 3 teams that have never picked first overall.
Wow, and the Broncos, they're one of the original NFL franchises. I mean, they've been around forever. All those years, they've never been number 1 overall. That's crazy. That's an incredible run.
That is. Yep, really good.
Yeah, I'm looking back, like their worst and when the AFL NFL merged in 1970, like the worst season the Broncos have had, unless it was recently here. No, the worst season they've had this century was 4-12. They've only had one season this century where they've won less than 5 games. They didn't win less than 7 games all the way through the 90s. The early 80s, they went 2-7. I can't remember if that was like a partial lockout season, why they only play 9 games. But anyway, yeah, that's crazy.
Which is crazy because last year when they lost to Buffalo in the wild card, wasn't that like the first year that they had made the playoffs since like the Peyton Manning days? It was like the first time in like 8 years. So they didn't make the playoffs for all those years, but they haven't been bad enough to, even have like a top 4 or 5 pick. So they've just been kind of stuck in mediocrity. But yeah, good enough franchise where they've never drafted number 1 overall.
That's a crazy stat. And the Seahawks too. How long? The Seahawks been around for what? How long? 51 seasons, it looks like. Their first year in the NFL was 1976. And their first season, they went 2-12. That's probably about as close. They went 2-14 in 1992. They must have had the 2nd or the 3rd pick. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they were another team. Since 1995, the Seahawks have only had 2 seasons with less than 6 wins. That's unbelievable.
So who do you think of those? Who do you think of those 3 will be the next to draft first overall? If you had to guess, Seahawks, Broncos, or Ravens?
Ravens.
I'll go Denver.
Ravens.
I'll say Denver.
I think Denver's if we're talking about the next team, which team would fall off fastest? I think if Lamar gets hurt again, significant injury, that's it. All right, we'll be right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That is a dirty-ass play from LaMelo Ball. Full stop. And it goes noted that after the game, Udonis Haslem, who's on the Amazon Prime broadcast, who's like a Heat lifer, right? The Ultimate Warrior, right? I kind of want to play the Ultimate Warriors theme music right now, but whatever. Rest in peace to Jim Hellwig. Udonis Haslem says that LaMelo Ball's not a dirty player. So, if Udonis Haslem's going to say that, then I don't want to turn this into, even though LaMelo has, literally tripped Bam Adebayo in the past. This has happened before with these 2 guys. I don't want to turn this into LaMelo Ball's a dirty player. I don't think we need to do that. Although I got tweets from people that seem to indicate that they believe that that is the truth. I don't want to turn it into that. Let's leave it at just this and this isolated incident. It's a dirty play, no matter what LaMelo says. And he did say after the game, I apologize. I hit my head. I basically didn't know what I was doing. Even if that's true, and let's say that he didn't intend to have this happen. I don't know. I'm not in his head. I don't know. The fact that it happened, like something had to happen as a result of that. Whether it's a flagrant, you could even argue he should have been ejected for it. Do you know who thinks that? Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra. Take a listen to what Spo said after the game about this incident.
I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should have been thrown out of the game, for that.
He's right. Eric Spoelstra's right. I wanted the Hornets to. I bet Miami plus the points because I thought the game would be close. Okay, I thought for sure we were going to lose that in overtime. I wanted I wanted Charlotte to win. Eric Spoelstra's right. LaMelo should have gotten thrown out of the game. And Bam Adebayo is Miami's best player. And it's not just because of the 83-point game earlier this season. And I think that we can say and be correct about it, right? If that doesn't happen and Bam's healthy for the game, who wins? Who wins the game? Baldy, it seems like, so the question is not like, do you think the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown? It feels like a lot of people think that that's going to happen after June 1st, but that the Eagles will eventually move on from A.J. Brown. Assuming that that's going to happen, or at least if you think it might happen, what do you think is more likely for the Eagles when they hit the clock in the early 20s of the NFL draft? That they select a wide receiver or an offensive tackle with Lane Johnson nearing the end of the line?
I think an offensive tackle is kind of what Howie Roseman's, bailiwick has been since he's really been in charge. He usually goes in the trenches year in, year out. That would make a lot of sense. There's no Lane Johnsons in this draft, but, eventually you got to replace him. But I think that's a possibility. I also think, look, you out and you make a trade for Dontavian Wicks. You add Hollywood Brown. You add Elijah Moore. You've got a true number one wide receiver in Devontae Smith. I just think Kenyon Sadiq would make a lot of sense. They don't have a tight end under contract next year. Dallas Goedert has been a good player for him. Had 11 touchdown catches last year. He was phenomenal, finishing drives. But Kenyon Sadiq would add a playmaker, speed, a position of need. I don't know if he'll be there at 23. Like maybe Carolina at 19 makes sense for Kenyon Sadiq to go along with T-Mac and Xavier Legette and try to help Bryce Young out as much as possible. But this is a tight end driven league right now. Seattle proved that. The Rams proved that. Chicago did that. I mean, a lot of teams were in heavy 13 personnel a good chunk of the year last year. And so that's the trend. And Sadiq is the best tight end in this draft. Like, if you want to make a splash, go get Sadiq.
It's down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle and filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. My co-host is PJ Glasser. And we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right, let's get you a quick scoreboard update here, and then we'll give you some breaking news regarding Shohei Ohtani. Halftime in the NBA play-in tournament. Winner gets the 7th seed and faces the Boston Celtics. And right now in the city of brotherly love, the city that I currently now reside in, the 76ers lead the Magic 59-55 at the halftime break. Back and forth game. It's been tight. I think the largest lead so far in this game has been 6, and that is indeed the case. So this one has been close. Tyrese Maxey, no surprise, leading the way for the Sixers, 16 points and 5 assists with no Joel Embiid because of the emergency appendectomy that he had. Add that to the list of just the bizarre late season injuries he's picked up. Maxey is doing his job. Kelly Oubre, who is a very emotional presence for the Sixers, he's got 11 points. And Paul George, no longer on steroids, he's got 11 points as well for Philly. For Orlando, Desmond Bane is going off. He's got 19 points, and Paolo Banchero's got 13 points. But PJ, so far your first half reactions from this game. We thought this game would be close, and indeed it is. Philadelphia just out in front. You said before the game you probably lean Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. So how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I liked Philly in the first quarter and the first half. So both of those bets coming through, which is great.
Nice.
And my fear is if it's a close game like this, I think Orlando's got a good shot of pulling it out. So if you like Philly, you're hoping that they can create some separation. I think one of the big stories of the game, though, so far, too, Pat, something to monitor is we've had quite a bit of fouls called on both teams in this first half. So Paolo's got 2, Suggs has 2, and Franz Wagner has 3 for the Magic. Then for Philly, Edgecombe, Maxey, Oubre, and Paul George all have 2 fouls as well. So kind of have like all the star players with kind of in foul trouble a little bit. Just about all of them have 2 fouls. So as this game, gets to late third quarter, fourth quarter, and possessions start to slow down, it's going to be interesting to see how the refs maybe dictate the game down the stretch. And certainly free throw shooting could play a factor. But yeah, I mean, well played first half. Like you said, Maxey carrying the way for Philly so far. Banchero's had a nice first half. Desmond Bane been terrific as well for Orlando. Still think Philly probably wins the game, but definitely think the foul issues for both teams could play a part here in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, Franz Wagner might want to just use up all his fouls because he's been a massive disappointment in this game. 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting. And I know that he's had the bad ankle for weeks now, for months. Again, he missed all of December, half of January, came back for those 2 games in Germany, right? Because he wanted to play in front of the German crowd, but he wasn't 100%. And then went back on the shelf for another month, came back, played 2 games, got hurt again, and was out for all the rest of February and all of March. He played 6 of the last 7 games in the regular season, but I mean, he's clearly not 100%, even though he had a couple of games scoring near his season average down the stretch here. He's been a complete non-factor. So I just, if Orlando is getting, we said it yesterday or Monday when we talked about this game, if Orlando was getting Franz Wagner, who looked like 100%, that would be a massive boost for them, considering they really haven't even had him this whole second half of the season. But they might as well be playing without him because he is not, I can't imagine he's 100%. I feel like I've barely seen him, and the 3 fouls certainly aren't helping his case.
It's a great call. I mean, he's almost pulling a Knipple. I mean, that's the Knipple tonight is Franz Wagner, right? Who's coming up a bit small. So, I mean, look, when Bane's got you 21 points, he's definitely making up for it. But like you said, Wagner going to need to play a little bit better for Orlando as well. So, and Bane gets a 3-point play to start the second half. So just like that, it's a 1-point game, 59-58. This game, definitely coming down to the wire. What a start to the play-in tournament, man. I mean, the 2 games we had last night, and hopefully this game can continue to be close and we get some more drama. But this is what you want. Obviously, the NBA regular season with the tanking that you have going on and how bad so much of the league is nowadays. All of us wait for this time of the year because we know this is when we get the great basketball. The teams are trying. The stars are all out there. And so far, up to this point, been great basketball.
310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. You can call and you can text. Breaking news here as of about an hour ago, PJ. Shohei Ohtani getting ready to make his start on the mound tonight against the New York Mets as the Los Angeles Dodgers are going for the sweep of the Mets. They are just in an absolutely brutal spot right now. The Mets have lost, 7 in a row. They're in last place in the NL East. They've got the 3rd worst record in the National League, only a half game better than the Rockies and the Giants. And you would think that it was a nightmare tonight to face Shohei Ohtani on top of all that. Well, it will be, but at least you only have to face him on one side of the mound. Shohei Ohtani, for the first time in 5 years, is going to pitch, but he is not going to hit in a game that he is starting. The last time Ohtani did not hit while pitching was on May 28th, 2021. That was before the Ohtani rule, which allows two-way players to remain in the lineup after exiting a start on the mound. That was adopted ahead of the 2022 season. And so, look, there was some reporting on this, but, I know Ohtani did get hit by David Peterson, Mets starter, on Monday, and that Ohtani has gone 0 for 7 afterwards. Dave Roberts did say, quote, if it weren't for the hit by pitch, he would have been DHing and pitching tonight. So maybe that's got something to do with it, but I don't know. I also think a little bit of this, PJ, is the fact that Shohei Ohtani is quite publicly gunning for the Cy Young Award this year. They talked about it in spring training, that it's kind of the one award he hasn't won yet. He definitely wants to win it. And on the way he has started this season, 6 innings, 1 hit, no runs. 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs. He's got a spotless ERA. I think he wants to keep that rolling as long as he can. I think that has as much to do with it as getting hit by a pitch a couple of days ago. So this is big news. Ohtani not gonna hit tonight while he's on the mound, and I wonder if this maybe becomes more common for him.
Totally agree. I think everything that you said, probably when you all add it up, is the reason why he is not hitting tonight. Definitely odd, because you're pulling arguably the best hitter in the sport. But I think because he's dealing with a little bit of injury from the other night, he has been struggling. And like you said, Pat, I mean, he wants to win the Cy Young. He wants to focus on the pitching. And let's be honest, man, the rest of that Dodger lineup, for the most part, is just raking right now. Talked about on Monday, Andy Pajes is the best hitter in baseball up to this point from a standpoint of average and hits and all those sorts of things. So that's the beauty when you're the Dodgers. You can pull Ohtani and you still got 7 or 8 bats in there that you really trust. But yeah, I wouldn't expect this to be a long-term thing. I wouldn't expect us to see this moving forward where every time he starts, he's not also going to hit. Maybe you see this a couple other times moving forward throughout the year. My biggest question, Pat, is if Ohtani, since we know he's not going to start a game as a hitter, do we know if he can pinch hit and come into the game later on when he's done pitching? Do we know if that is a potential option?
Great question, and I'm reading the article on MLB.com, and I felt like I knew this anyway, but now I know for sure. No, he can't. So when Ohtani normally pitches, he's basically on the lineup card as 2 different people. He's Ohtani the DH, and he's Ohtani the pitcher. So when he's done pitching, he's still Ohtani the DH, no problem. But now that he is starting the game on the mound and he's not in the lineup, he can't become the DH after he's done pitching, and he can't later pinch hit in the game. They could do a double switch, classic double switch like we used to see were common when pitchers were still hitting in the National League. And so he can go straight from the mound to, let's say, first base or anywhere in the outfield, but he can't, he can't end his outing as the starting pitcher, get taken out of the game, let's say with 1 out in the 7th inning and they put in a reliever, and then next inning, Ohtani's going to bat in the DH spot. No, you can't do that. So No, he would have to they would have to be a classic double switch for him to stay in the game and then hit as well. So he's got the 48 game on base streak, right? Which is the longest active on base streak in the majors. And Ohtani also hasn't given up a run in 28 2/3 innings. So the guy is literally a machine, folks. Greatest baseball player I think you'll ever see. That becomes more and more clear by the day, PJ. I don't know where you stand. I think, for me, he's already the greatest baseball player I've ever seen, and the greatest baseball player that's ever played the game. Better than Babe Ruth, better than Barry Bonds, better than anybody because of what he's done on the mound, what he's done at the plate, what he's done in the postseason. This is the greatest player you're ever going to watch play the sport of baseball.
I mean, I think it's hard to argue when he pitches and he hits the way that he does. I don't think he's the greatest hitter I've ever seen, and I don't think he's the greatest pitcher that I've ever seen. But I think when you combine the two, he's unbelievable. It's like if Mahomes was Patrick Willis at linebacker. You know what I mean? Or it's like if Mahomes was Ed Reed at safety. Like that's what he's doing, playing kind of both sides of the ball a little bit. So I agree with you. What he's able to do at this level is pretty incredible. Monty's saying who's a better hitter than I think Barry Bonds is probably a better hitter. I think you could make an argument that potentially Aaron Judge is a better hitter even than Ohtani from just a pure hitting standpoint. I think there are better hitters than Ohtani, but when you combine it all, Pat, I wouldn't push back on you, man. I think it's certainly the best I've ever seen. Again, I mean, we didn't see any of those guys in 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, any of that stuff, but certainly what I've seen, he is the best.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I just wonder if this is going to become more common, because Dave Roberts, they've talked about we want him to be his best, when he's on the mound and, when he's getting ready and hitting in the cage. And we know that there's more on his plate. And, we know that for the most part, he doesn't mind doing that. He loves going above and beyond. That's why he's such a great teammate and all this yada, 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 keep glazing him. But I think the more and more that Ohtani really gets into the mix here for the Cy Young Award, I think the more and more it's going to be common that he's not going to hit while he pitches. I think they want him to be locked in every start. I think the Dodgers realize that it doesn't matter if Ohtani, Ohtani didn't pitch. He didn't even pitch for 80% of the season last year, and they still won the division despite having a rotation that was depleted with injuries. So it doesn't really matter if he's at his best or not on the mound. I think it's more so an injury standpoint. Again, he's at the dish. Is that going to preclude him from getting hit by a pitch when he's starting? No, absolutely. I mean, if he could get hit on a night where he's not pitching just as easily. But I think the Dodgers, they realize they're screwed if they lose Ohtani, right? They're completely screwed if they lose him to a significant injury here this season. So whatever they can do to avoid that, just like how the Yankees have scheduled off days for Aaron Judge, I think you're going to have scheduled off days at the plate when Ohtani is pitching. And I think it might not be every time, but if this is the first and he probably makes 30 to 32 starts in the year, I would probably say 10 to 12 times he won't be in the lineup for those times on the mound.
And again, I mean, we know with the Dodgers, man, they're thinking big picture. They're trying to go through for the three-peat. That's what's in mind, and their roster is so good, and that they have the luxury that other teams don't, where they can kind of cruise through the regular season, and we know that they're going to be there. We know they're going to win the NL West. We know that they're going to be playing in the division series, and that they're going to have to win, 3 games in the DS, 4 games in the CS, and then you try and beat them for best of 7 in the World Series. This is the beauty of, being on the Dodgers, is you have all that money that you pay these guys to load a builded roster where you can mix and match. And right now they're without Mookie Betts too. You're missing another one of the better players in all of baseball, and they're still not missing a beat. So yeah, I think for me, the biggest thing to watch, I would say, is just how often we see this with Ohtani. Like how many times throughout the year, Pat, if we were setting it over under a 4.5, so not including this one, but 4.5 more times throughout the year where Ohtani pitches, but he doesn't hit. Would you go over or under 4.5?
Yeah, over. I said if he makes, just about every scheduled start, he'll make anywhere between 30 and 32 starts. I think this happens between 10 and 12 times, so I'll go way over.
Yeah. And I would agree. I would think more around like the 7-8 range, but I agree. They're going to be cautious. They have been this whole time ever since they signed him to that contract. They know what they're signing up for. They did a good job. They've done a good job easing him back, and with their pitching staff that they have, and again with the lineup that they have, they can afford to be cautious, and I expect them to do just that. And like you said, the man has accomplished everything there is to accomplish in the game of baseball, except really the Cy Young Award. And to add that to his mantle would be pretty incredible. So, yeah, I'm excited to see him pitch tonight against this Mets lineup, too, that's been really struggling. So he should have a good game.
And maybe, a little revenge on his mind, a little frustration, because David Peterson did hit him with a pitch, and he hasn't gotten a hit since, even though he has gotten on base via, the walk the last couple of games. Maybe Ohtani takes out some of his frustration. What do you think? 7 shutout innings with 12 strikeouts? You think that's in play for Ohtani?
Think it could be for sure. Man, especially if his fastball, I mean, if it's still touching high 90s and that sweeper's working like the way it is, and with Dodger Stadium being such a big hitter's park, or being such a big pitcher's park, I mean, look for his over outs recorded. Definitely the strikeout props, I think could be worth a look tonight for Ohtani as well.
Yeah. I think I was checking it out on Fangraphs earlier. Shohei's average fastball velo this season is 98. 98 miles an hour is the average. I mean, holy smokes.
I mean, he hits some 450 and he throws it 99. It's pretty incredible.
My God. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back midway through the third quarter, one team in this Sixers Magic game is starting to pull away, but it remains chippy. We'll get you an update, and we'll preview Warriors-Clippers tonight. Is Steph Curry in a do-or-die game really going to be on a minutes restriction? PJ and I will get into it. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you believe, Ross, not that the Cowboys will make a trade of that magnitude, should the Dallas Cowboys trade into the top 10 and trade both of their first-round picks in order to do so?
That's tough. I really don't understand what they're doing. I really, truly wonder about the Cowboys. Think about this for a second. They didn't want to pay Micah Parsons, who might be the best defensive player in the NFL. The Packers traded a ton of assets for the right to pay Micah Parsons over $40 million a year. So here's what you have in terms of assets. You have draft picks, you have money. The Packers gave up a ton of both. All the Cowboys had to do was just give him money. And then they use a lot of those assets for Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is a good player. I'd say he's a really good player. Micah Parsons is elite. He's a difference-making player. Now they do the trade for Quinnen Williams. Now they might trade again to try to get another guy that's actually a difference-making player. Because I'm not sure Quinnen Williams is actually a difference-making player. I mean, they probably will, Nick. You're probably right. Do I think it's the way to go? No, not really. No, I don't. I'd probably rather pick at 12 and 20, but it feels like a very Cowboys-y thing to do.
Who is Brian Baldinger's favorite player in the 2026 NFL draft, and why?
I'm glad you asked me that, Nick. It's Vivego Ioane from Penn State, the left guard, number 71. He's my favorite player. He's been my favorite player since I started studying this draft, basically 2.5 months ago. He's just, last year Tyler Booker went in the first round to Dallas, and Graves Abel went in the first round to Seattle, and they both made a big difference. They were really good players. This Ioane is better. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's meaner. He looks like the greatest joy he gets in life is taking his opponent and planting him into the turf. He's really good at it. And, he just knows how to play. He really just knows how to play the game. And he's very strong. He's got tremendous balance. It's an underrated skill. Like, he's never on the ground unless he's sitting on top of his opponent. He's going to start day one for a team next year. He's not going to get out of he won't get past Pittsburgh or the Chargers for sure, but he may go earlier than that. He's just a difference maker in this whole draft.
Well, here's how good he is. I mean, what's the guy, 25 years of age? And if he didn't get hurt, I think he'd be a lock for an all-NBA team, at least third team. We haven't got our ballots yet here as they delay it. Are they going to put Luke on it? I think is one of the reasons. Usually you have the ballot by now. Denny Avdia is a guy that I would easily, if he played in the mid-70s, have on an all-NBA team, might do it anyways. He just snuck in, I believe, with 65 games. This is a guy that's one of the better playmakers in the league. I mean, he essentially runs point for Portland, despite the fact that they have Drew Holiday. They've got Scoot Henderson. They're going to have Damian Lillard coming back next year. I don't see how you can give the ball to any of those guys when this guy's playing at this level. Outside of SGA, he draws fouls better than anybody in the sport. You saw it last night in the game-winning bucket, where not only did he hit the basket, the go-ahead basket, but then he goes to the free throw line. He's as good as it gets at getting to the line. The one thing you would like to see him at is maybe an outside shot. If he did that in conjunction with his ability to get to the free throw line and get to the hole, you'd be talking about, I don't know, maybe one of the 12, 13 best players in the sport. That's how much I like this guy.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. And the phone number to join this show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up at BetMGM Tonight. You can tweet at me at PatBoyle44. And PJ, your Twitter is at PJ Glasser, not mistaken.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. So I got Levi Edwards tweeting at me, just tweeted, good to be tall. We were having a conversation before about Paolo Banchero versus Tyrese Maxey. Who would you rather have? And, we are both under 6 feet. So short kings. And Levi Edwards just tweeted, good to be tall, with a little cartoon GIF animation of a guy doing the 6'7" thing. So that was good to know that that's still going on. Also,
it is good to be tall, I'm sure.
It is. I would love to be 6'3".
Me
I'm
too.
sure you would love to be 6 feet.
Yeah, I would. Exactly.
Also, we have the running debate on the show that Brandon Combs, the producer of this program, thinks that he could touch my fastball. Which, I mean, look, even when I was 22, it was only 84, 85, and now I have a half of a UCL, and I haven't really thrown a baseball in years, so I'm probably mid 70s, maybe low 70s at best. And so one of the listeners, Seashell Pipes, I think, was siding with me the other day, and Combs responded with a GIF of, who was that, Nick Castellanos going deep? Because Combs thinks he'll be able to touch my fastball, and Seashell Pipe says, now let's see you do it, haha. So
we'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
We need to do it live. We really do need to do it live. Because Combs is never going to live it down, and he thinks he's going to hit my fastball. He thinks he'll get a foul tip. He thinks maybe he'll, hit a little ground ball. Unbelievable. By the way, PJ, really quickly, before we get an update on this Sixers Magic game, and then we'll preview Clippers Warriors, I'm seeing a clip during this Sixers Magic game on Amazon Prime of Jamal Mosley, the Orlando Magic head coach. We talked about the explosive rumors of him maybe getting fired regardless of what happens with Orlando. And this isn't the first time I've seen a coach here in any sport in the last couple of weeks rip the smelling salts. The ammonia straight to the brain. I don't know. Have you ever done smelling salts, PJ? I have, and they certainly, it's like you get wasabi, basically on a rocket ship right up your nostril. What is it? Why do you need smelling salts if you're a head coach? Are you really getting that little sleep that you can't stay awake during a game? Is the atmosphere of a play-in tournament, a do-or-die game with 20,000 fans in an arena, is that not enough for you? You need the ammonia to the brain to wake you up? I don't understand coaches doing smelling salts.
Yeah, that's an odd one. I have never done it personally, and I have no interest in doing it. It sounds miserable. So I'm good, and I'm probably not going to play in any kind of athletic competition anymore where I'm going to need to do that. But like you said, for a coach to do that, especially a basketball coach in a play-in tournament game that's not even really an elimination game, because even if you lose, you still have a chance to make the playoffs. Very interesting. Maybe those comments that we were talking about earlier is getting him to him. Maybe he figured that his team needed a fire lit under them. Who knows? That is a bit odd. And Pat, honestly, had I known that, I probably would have fired away on Philadelphia full game. I wouldn't have stopped the first quarter and first half. I just would have let that thing roll for the whole 60 minutes. But yeah, that's a weird one. I gotta find that video, a commercial break. I did not see that one.
You wouldn't be worried about, you're not worried about Jamal Mosley's ripping the smelling salts, getting Orlando back in this game, couple extra stomps of the feet on the sideline, getting his team fired up to play a little tougher man-to-man defense. You think you're going to fire me? You watch and see. I'm going to rip these smelling salts, and I'm going to go into coaching beast mode here. I just don't get it. You know what I also didn't get? I guess it makes sense. But also, I would worry about that, like, jarring your systems loose and, like, really amping up your adrenaline to the point where the pressure is too much. But what was it? Jason, who's the kicker for the Seahawks? Jason Myers. Remember there was a one Thursday night game or the Monday night game where he rips the smelling salt right before he then kicks the game-winning field goal?
Yeah.
Like, hockey players, it's so common. I feel like that's where that became so popular. But I got to be honest, I haven't seen it too many times during baseball, but kickers ripping the smelling salts, and now we got coaches ripping the smelling salts. What is it? Again, I've done it. It's unpleasant. It certainly, like, wakes you up, but especially for the athletes, you're supposed to be in the prime of your life. You really need the shot of ammonia to the brain to, like, give you the extra bit of heightened sense of awareness. I don't get it.
Especially, in the NBA, where it's the weakest of the 4 regular seasons in the pro major sports. And, like, this is the time of year that you wait for, Like, yeah. These are the games when the crowd's into it, when everybody's watching, the Final Four is done, the Masters is done, there's no football. Like, this is your time of year. This is when everybody's watching. So this is what all the media members all talk about. Like, they love this time. They're finally, they work and live through the grind of the regular season, how boring it can get at times to get to these 2 months. So yeah, bit odd there by Mosley. Did any of the players also do it, Pat, in that video that you saw, or was it just him?
It was just Jamal Mosley. Somebody handed it to him behind the bench. He goes behind, he does it, and then he's like, it's like he's done it for the first time in his life, and he's, wiping away the nostrils. And so it was funny for sure. It looks like a guy that's rarely ever done smelling salts in his life that is doing them for the first time. What was I gonna say? Yeah, again, it's also this is every NBA game. There's like maybe 3 or 4 during the year where it's like during the afternoon on a weekend. But, like, you're playing during the week. That game's at 7:00 local time just about every single time. Did you not get the afternoon nap in? Like, I can understand a a baseball game, Major League Baseball, you play a Friday night, 7 o'clock, you got a quick turnaround, 1 o'clock Saturday game. Yeah, okay, the smelling salts are probably appropriate there. You've had a couple of days to prepare for this game. Your season's basically on the line. I know it's not winner, loser goes home, but like it's essentially a playoff game. What did Jamal Mosley do this afternoon that he is so tired he needs smelling salts?
I know as we're talking about this, I'm like trying to watch glimpses of the game to see, because they are actually showing him a lot, like in the second half, pacing back and forth. I'm seeing how the eyes are looking, I'm seeing how the mannerisms are looking. So far he's looking pretty decent, but again, this isn't a normal thing for him to do this before a game. So pretty risky, pretty dangerous by Jamal Mosley. I'm sure if they're able to come back and win this game, it will help things. Interesting tactic though.
My one best friend Joe just texted me. He loved the wasabi on a rocket ship quote. We actually, the degenerates that we are, me and him used to go get all you can eat sushi when it was like $20, and it was like the greatest thing ever invented. And then we would take the wasabi that we didn't end up using for our sushi, and we would put it on the end of the chopstick and kind of snort it like it was smelling salts. Just stupid stuff that a 17-year-old does that, makes you realize why your frontal lobe doesn't get developed until you're about in your mid-20s.
You're a big spice guy, aren't you, with like food and stuff?
Yes and no. I know we talked about this the other day. You're not a big you don't like a lot of spicy stuff. I used to really be a masochist for it. Like, the blazing challenge at Buffalo Wild Wings where you have to eat their spiciest stuff, and like, if you ever get it on your skin or like anywhere near your eyes, it's the worst feeling ever. And like, I'm literally, I'm crying out of my eyes. My nose is running. And I would love to do that just to get a cheap little, $15 headband from Buffalo Wild Wings. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would be into. And also like trying the spiciest stuff whenever I would go somewhere, even though it would be just completely painful. I'm not like that anymore. I do like, things to have a little bit of a kick, a little bit of a heat, but not to the point where it's too much.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just not a big spice guy at all. I don't know, man. Some people love it, just not me. I never did any of those challenges that you were talking about, like Buffalo Wild Wings or anything like that. It would just like, my problem is, Pat, it just like, it lingers, when you have something that's so spicy and no amount of water can make it go away quick enough. And then you're just constantly going to the bathroom because of how much water you're drinking, trying to get the taste off your tongue and out of your taste buds. And it's just, it's brutal. Monty's asked me if I've ever had Malort. I've never had Malort, Monty. Never. And honestly, not interested in Malort.
Yeah, I mean, speaking the other day, me and my girlfriend, we made like some Thai chicken dumplings from some recipe or whatever, and you make the soy sauce to go with it. So I was in charge of the sauce, and my dumbass, I cut up a couple of jalapenos, and then I had an itch, and I touched my eye. My eye was bloodshot within 2 minutes because of just the jalapeno getting near my eye. And then I tried to wash it out and I didn't fully wash my hands. And then I looked like just an absolute buffoon. And so, yeah, not the biggest spice guy. You don't like it at all. I like a little bit of heat. But look, here's a nice little radio transition for you. We've had plenty of heat in this Magic Sixers game. It's been chippy. There's been a couple of technicals. Minute and a half left to go in the third quarter right now in Philly. Sixers lead the Magic 77-71. Tyrese Maxey continuing. Well, actually, he's missed a bunch of shots here in the third quarter, but he's still putting up a bunch of volume. 20 points for Maxey and 6 assists to lead the way. How about VJ Edgecombe, the rookie? Kind of typical rookie, knew that he wasn't going to be getting the most shots, but doing whatever he can to be involved. 13 points, 10 rebounds. He's already got a double-double. He's got the most rebounds out of anybody in this game, tied with Wendell Carter for the Magic. Paul George has 13. Oubre's got 14. So a balanced attack from Philly, getting it done without Joel Embiid. For Orlando, it's basically a two-pony show. Desmond Bane's got 25. Paolo Banchero's got 15, but he's having a rough shooting night, 6 for 18. Nobody else is in double figures for Orlando. I just don't – this is not a sustainable, game plan for Orlando, if you ask me. Somebody else has got to step up rather than just relying on your two best scorers.
No, I'm totally with you. Amazon Prime did just flash up the stat that Orlando has 18 wins this season when trailing by 10 or more, which is tied for the most in the NBA. Desmond Bane's got another and one, so he's got a chance to cut it to a one-possession game. Maybe they don't need anybody outside of Bane and Banchero. The way that Bane's going, he might be tonight's Denny Advia. He's trending towards having a 40-burger tonight. Yeah, Philly definitely the more balanced team for sure. Maxi's been really good. Edgecombe, Oubre, Paul George have all been solid. I think that'll be the difference, though, Pat, as we get here towards the fourth quarter and it's a close game. Can Orlando get anything else out of Bane and Banchero? You figure Nick Nurse is going to do everything he can to try and limit those guys and force somebody else to beat them. So whether it's Anthony Black, whether it's Suggs, whether it's Carter, Wagner, whatever it is, man, somebody's got to step up and hit some shots for the Magic. It almost kind of reminds me a little bit of Phoenix, but to an even lesser extent, where you have Booker and Green carrying the load for you, carrying the torch, and can you just find that third guy to help you? That's what the Magic need here to find a way to win this game.
Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, so in about 30 minutes from now, we will have the Warriors and the Clippers. Losers season is done. Kawhi versus Steph and Draymond. Is there really going to be a minutes restriction for Steph Curry? Because that was reportedly the plan from Steve Kerr. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, but we'll talk about that game. We'll break it down. We'll make a pick to see who's going to win the game when we come back. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is the easiest decision that anyone has ever had to make in the history of anything ever. In the history of life. Like, you're in high school and the girl that you've been crushing on tells you she wants to go to prom with you. Would you say no? I win the lottery. I have the ticket. And I say to you, would you like this ticket instead? What would you say? Would you say no? No. You'd say yes. Imagine a world where the Giants don't trade this guy. Don't trade him. Is he a good player? Yes. Has Dexter Lawrence been a great player at points? Yes. Is he worth this headache? Absolutely not. 36, 79, and 1 since they drafted him. Holding them up like for ransom here. Demanding more money. Get the hell out of here. Like, see ya. Giants have lost 1 million games with Dexter Lawrence. They can lose without him. Send him to Chicago. Send him to the Chargers. Send him to the Bills. He can be awesome for those teams. This is not, is Dexter Lawrence bad? He's awesome. He's a really good player. The expiration date's been reached with this team. I'm a Giants fan telling you that. See you later. Bye. They need to trade him and trade him today. Like, I don't want him on the team anymore. My friend, final question for you. If I told you that the Dallas Cowboys would trade picks 12 and 20 for a top 10 pick, let's call it, and a second rounder, whatever the trade is, to move up into the top 10 to select one of the quote-unquote like blue chip defensive players, Styles, Downs, Reese if he drops, Bane if he drops, what David Bailey, one of those players, Do you like that or dislike that for the Cowboys to trade 2 picks for 12 and 20 to go up to get one of those quote-unquote elite defenders?
Well, they got a new defense coordinator in Parker Washington. I played in Dallas for 6 years. I know that the organization well. Christian Parker. In the 65-year history of the Dallas Cowboys, no defense was worse than the Cowboys last year. None. They gave up 511 points, Nick. They were horrendous. They couldn't play man coverage. They couldn't play zone coverage. They couldn't do anything well at all. So one player is not going to make a difference. But they better start adding some blue chip players. Like, I wouldn't trade 12 and 20 to get one really good player. I'd get myself an edge rusher, and I'd get myself a cornerback and maybe a linebacker. If I was sitting there at 12 and 20, I wouldn't package that to move up.
Do you believe Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety, is worthy of a top 10, top 15 selection, and why?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he went to Alabama as an 18-year-old freshman, started day one, led the team in tackles, went to the playoffs, Nick Saban's last year, and, started and was the quarterback of the defense, basically, as an 18-year-old. And then, Nick, leaves, and he transfers to Ohio State. Basically plays every game, win the national championship with them. I think he's better than Xavier McKinney. I mean, I know Xavier McKinney had 9 interceptions first year in Green Bay, but I think he's a better player than him. I think he's a better tackler. I think he's a more physical player. I'd say he doesn't have the size of Derwin James, but I think he's more like Derwin James than Xavier McKinney. Like, he could play in the box, he could play in the slot, he could play, in the deep half of the field. Xavier McKinney is kind of a pure free safety. This guy has a lot more flexibility and versatility than that player.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of the week. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Producer Brandon Combs playing the music, making me feel like it's the last song of my 8th grade dance with a little Bernie.
Seriously? That's awesome.
PJ, that just put you back in a time loop, huh?
Sure did. What's funny is my mom texted me actually the other day asking if she should get tickets. My dad loves Journey, and she was asking, they're playing in Charlottesville, Virginia, and she was asking if she want to get tickets, if she should get tickets for my dad for his birthday. And I was like, absolutely, loves Journey. So it's funny you guys say that. I love now that you guys can just play like songs and stuff. I'm just rocking out over here. That's fantastic.
I gotta be honest, other than Don't Stop Believing and Any Way You Want It, That's the Way You Need It, I don't know any other Journey songs.
Oh, you definitely do. You definitely do. When the lights go down in the city. You don't know that one?
Oh, Lights? Wait a minute. What's that song called?
It's called Lights. You know that one?
I know that's wait a minute, that's Journey?
Yeah. Faithfully. You know Faithfully too. You've heard that song before.
Yeah. Faithfully. Whoa.
Yep. Oh yeah, dude. Journey's Journey for a reason. I mean, they got some bangers. It's one of those bands like everybody knows Don't Stop Believing, but you definitely know at least like 5 or 6 of their songs.
Oh, they also sing Wheel in the Sky. I know that song.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Uh-huh.
All right.
There you go.
And Journey is what? Journey? Are they British?
Ooh, that's a good question. I should know that. We should know that. I don't know though. I'm gonna say
let's see.
Yes.
No, you know what? It should probably be very easy to tell after we just talked about one of their songs.
That's true. That's about the Bay Area, so you would think they're American guys from San Francisco.
There you go, San Francisco.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Yep.
Well, we got there.
What's your like favorite band? Are you a 70s, 80s rock and roll guy?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like all types of different genres and all different types of periods of music. But if you had to ask me my favorite band over the last, I don't know, like 10, 15 years, like right at the top two, I'm putting The Strokes and I'm putting Arctic Monkeys. Those are my top two.
Okay. Have you seen either of them in person before?
Yes, I saw The Strokes at MetLife Stadium last year, 2 years ago. I have not seen Arctic Monkeys because they do not tour a ton in the U.S. They're from England, and I think they toured last year or 2 years ago, and I was on vacation, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get there as desperately as I wanted to. So I've never seen Arctic Monkeys. I have seen The Strokes. Those are my two favorite bands. What about you?
There you go. You know what actually topped my bucket list, Pat? I want to see Billy Joel at MSG. I've never gotten a chance to do it. He's my fave.
You'll have probably another 800 chances to do it.
I'm hoping
until he's dead.
The problem is those prices, they just keep going up every single year. But I'm hoping I get there one year. But Billy's definitely up there. I love Queen as well. Queen's up there, Foreigner. So I am a big 70s, 80s. Like Journey and those kinds of bands. I do like the old time rock and roll.
Did you see the Queen movie? Did you see Bohemian Rhapsody with Rami Malek as Freddie Mercury? Because I love that movie. I was talking with my girlfriend on the phone yesterday. We were talking about it, or I think over the weekend we were going to watch it. I was like, "You want to watch this?" I haven't seen this since it first came out. She goes, "Not a big Rami Malek guy, and I don't really care to watch it." I was like, "Whoa!"
Wow.
I was like, "It's Queen." She goes, "Yeah, but like." Apparently they left out a lot of stuff. I was like, well, I didn't know. It's a 2.5 hour movie. I feel like they got a lot in there. I don't know. That was shocking to me.
Yeah, great movie.
Did you see the movie? You saw it.
I did. Great movie. And he was great as Freddie Mercury. Rami Malek, terrific. And like when you see the side by side of like, the outfits that it was
spot on.
Same outfits as it was. I mean, yeah, man, when they were doing the Live Aid concert and everything, I was like, this is really good.
And I love the way that they showed in the recording sessions how their sound, which is so incredible, where they're like singing the falsetto all together and bouncing off one another. How they actually did that, I thought it was genius. I thought
really
it was genius.
Good.
That was
all those kind of like movies that they've done. The one about Elton John that they did when Taron Egerton played Elton John, I thought was really good. The one they did about like the Beatles Yesterday was really good. All the movies, the only one I haven't seen is the Bruce Springsteen one. I haven't seen that one.
Yep.
Can't think of what it's called. But that one I have not seen yet.
With what's his name from The Bear? Jeremy Allen White.
Yes. Yes, Springsteen. Have not seen that one.
Right, that's the one. Didn't that movie? That movie just come out?
I think there were two actually. There was that one, and then I think there was one that was maybe like 4 or 5 years before that.
Okay.
So
yeah, the Jeremy Allen White one is called "Deliver Me from Nowhere." That came out, I think, a year ago.
Yep, and then Chalamet did something as like Bob Dylan. I want to say he played him in a movie. I think
you're right. I still have to see Marty McFly, the ping pong movie with Chalamet.
Yeah. Do you still go out to the theaters to see movies, or you pretty much just sit home now and go to the different streaming services?
Very rarely. I think the only incentive I have to do it is like a date night. Like me and Corinne went and saw the the Wuthering Heights movie like 2 months ago with Margot Robbie and was it Jacob Elordi, the big chiseled dude, where it's based off that book in like the 1800s England. Look, I got to be honest, dude. I'm a grown ass man, and I'm very tough, and I'm very in touch with my masculine side and my masculinity. And I'm very comfortable. I was crying like a little baby in that movie. That was very, very good. That was the last time I've been to the movies, though, and probably the only time I've been in the movies in the last like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I can't even.
You have no manners.
I can't even remember the last movie I've seen in theaters, to be honest with you. I wanted to see in theaters when it came out was the Now You See Me 3 movie. Did you ever see those? Like about the magicians? It's Like Mark Ruffalo was in them, and Woody Harrelson was in them, and Jesse Eisenberg. It's really good. And the third one came out like late last year, and I never got around to it. And then I was traveling, and I watched it on the plane. So that was really the only one like I kind of wanted to see recently, but I don't even remember the last time I've been in a theater. It's been so long.
Yeah, I mean, COVID changed a lot, man. And
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, like when I was young, when I was in high school or middle school, me and my two best friends, we would every Friday we would go. You know, movie tickets were $10. You get popcorn and drink. You know, I'd get a $20 bill from my mom. We would go $10 movie ticket. We get popcorn and candy and like a drink for $10 total, and that was it. $20, and you're set. That was it. One of our moms would pick us up, drop us off. We were like 13. That was like every Friday night. That was the thing, man. I used to be a big movie theater guy, but then, you know, you grow up and COVID changed everything. So I don't really care to that much anymore, unless it's like a movie that's only in theaters. And nowadays, because they realize nobody wants to go to the movie theaters, you know, movies and these companies rarely do that.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said too, I mean, you were able to do all that stuff for like $20. Now it feels like the ticket itself is $20, you know, cheapest. Like a lot of it's more than that. And then the popcorn and the drinks on top of it. So it's becoming super expensive as well. But yeah, it is crazy. COVID obviously changed a lot, but the movie theater experience, definitely one of those. And it's a shame too, because I feel like a lot of the movie theaters now have really enhanced the experience, where it feels like all of them now, you can kind of have the pull out couch feature, right? Where you can kind of kick the legs back, and you got servers that are bringing food to you and everything like that. So it's a shame we kind of didn't have all that growing up. They've obviously tried to entice people to come back as much as they can, because they know it's not what it once was. But yeah, it's just, like, I don't even think to do it, Pat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think to even go to the movies anymore. Whereas I feel like when I was a kid, you know, me and my friends, it's like, oh, what do you want to do? Let's go see this movie. Just not one of those things that I don't even like think to do unless I see a preview on TV for something that I just like really want to see.
Let's see. What do you think? What's the top movie in theater right now?
Oh man. It's a good question. I don't even know.
You know what? Because my mom just went to the theater with my sister and her 4 boys the other day. You got the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Okay. That's the big one out right now for kids, obviously. Hamnet, which I think was in the running for Best Picture. Okay. If I'm not mistaken. Nuremberg. Right. Oh, I actually watched Nuremberg. Didn't that come out last year? I thought that was only Netflix, but that was a great movie. That's Russell Crowe playing Hermann Göring, you know, with the Nazi and the Nuremberg trials after World War II. That was a great movie. That's a great movie. I just feel like, yeah, like if you want to, like, the only reason to go to a movie theater is to get the surround sound with the giant screen for like an action movie. Like if you're going to watch a movie that is about I don't know, like a rom-com or a drama or something that's like serious. Like even then, I went and I spent like $25 to go watch what was it, Cillian Murphy with the atomic bomb. What the hell was that movie? Oppenheimer. And I was like, oh, this is a movie you gotta see in theaters. I saw Oppenheimer in theaters. That was the last movie I saw, and I was like, I didn't really need to go to a movie theater for this. Not that great. Yeah. All right. Yeah. We gotta take a break. We got into a couple of movie buffs, me and PJ, just getting into the cinema here. We'll get back. We'll get you a scoreboard update on Sixers Magic, and we'll break down this Warriors-Clippers game before it begins, and then we'll get the hot or cold final hour coming up next on BetMGM tonight.
I'm just observing everything like everyone else is. I would say, I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I think it's highly likely that A.J. Brown will be traded. And I think it's likely that it happens after June 1st. You know, I've been doing this a long time now. I can't remember that many times when a coach and GM are answering questions with like AJ Brown is an Eagle, that guy stays with the team. It feels like when the coach and GM say, we are not trading him, he's going to play for us week 1, there's still a little bit of a chance they trade him. When they're more or less saying he's an Eagle, and they've signed 3 other receivers and whatever, it just seems to me there's a lot of smoke there from a lot of different places. And even just the way the Eagles themselves are handling it or answering the questions, I don't think if they were asked about Jalen Hurts trade that they would say Jalen Hurts is an Eagle. I think they'd be like, no, we're not trading Jalen Hurts. So I think it's likely that and I think it will be after June 1st so that they can split up the dead money.
Is Ty Simpson worthy of a first-round selection? Not will he go in the first round. Is Ty Simpson worthy, Baldy, of a first-round selection in the NFL draft?
Yeah, it's a gamble. It's a gamble. Look, he started 15 games. There's not a great selection. There's not a great history of quarterbacks that played that few games and became great players. It's just not. And I just think, look, he sat and he watched. Nobody really gets better at that position by sitting and watching. And these people that are out there saying, okay, draft him in the first round and let him learn. Okay, well, how are you going to learn if you're not playing at that position? Like, it's one thing if you played 40 games like Jackson Dart did and you get taken at the bottom of the first round the way the Giants did. He had 40 starts in 2 programs, learned Lincoln Riley's system, learned Lane Kiffin's system. Like, Ty Simpson hasn't done that. And he didn't finish this season strong, and he did get banged up, and he's not very big. Like, I'm not in love with him. Like, I can see him go through progressions. I can see his arm strength. I can see his mobility. I see some of that stuff, but it's just not enough sample size for me.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 5, the final hour of this Wednesday night edition of the show, starts right now. I'm Pat Boyle. My co-host for the rest of the week, filling in for Brad Evans, is the Glass Man, PJ Glasser, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. My dog is fired up. He just switched positions. Guy's been sleeping like an angel here behind me for the last couple of hours. But now he's feeling the pressure growing here in this Sixers Magic game. You can listen to the show as well on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone lines completely open here in the final hour. We like to have some fun. We do hot or cold. We're getting to react to the final 5 minutes of this playoff game. You got a Warriors-Clippers game starting in a matter of minutes. So phone lines are open. Anything you want to talk about, baseball, NFL draft, the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text in as well. All right, but PJ, let's get to the important matters of business here. Quick update on the Magic and the Sixers, because we're going to give another one right before it goes final. But under 5 minutes to go, Sixers lead the Magic 97-93. It's been back and forth the entire game. Sixers did lead briefly by 11, by double digits, but Orlando has come right back here in this one. Desmond Bane doing everything he can for Orlando. He's got 34 points. Paolo Banchero's got 18, but he has struggled to shoot the ball tonight, just 7 of 18 from the field. Meanwhile, for Philly, balanced attack, but guess who? Tyrese Maxey leading the way with Joel Embiid out because he had his appendix burst and removed a couple of days ago. Tyrese Maxey's got 29 points for the Sixers. So with that being said, we got a game tipping off in about 10 minutes from now. Clippers-Warriors. And, these two teams, they have really struggled. They've headed in two different paths, though, PJ. Like, Golden State started the year with so much promise with Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and going off of what they did last year, they get into the playoffs, they beat the Houston Rockets, and then Steph Curry goes down with the hamstring injury against the T-Wolves, and they get flattened. But this year had a lot of promise, and then it quickly went sideways. Jimmy Butler tears his ACL. Steph Curry's been basically out for the last 2 months with a lingering knee issue. They've sputtered to 37-45. Steve Kerr's future is up in the air, in my opinion. Meanwhile, the Clippers, you couldn't have been worse than what they did to start the year. 6-21, and yet they battle all the way back. They trade away James Harden to the Cavs. They get Darius Garland. They trade away Ivica Zubac, and they still finish above 500. So really, two teams that, look, whoever wins is going to have to win on Friday, and then they'll probably get smashed by the Thunder. But an exciting game tonight with a couple of future Hall of Famers in Kawhi and Steph Curry. What are you expecting in this game tonight?
Yeah, it should be a fun one. We were talking about this game on Monday. 5.5's a lot of points, especially you watch these first 3 games and you're watching them all come down to the wire. The underdogs so far have covered the first 2. Magic are down 4 with 3:25 left to go, so they're certainly still very live in this game. Steph Curry, if he's healthy, he always got a chance. He always got a chance to cover. He always got a chance to win this game. I think so many of these games, Pat, that we've had so far in the postseason, the big story to me has kind of been experience versus inexperience. But you have two teams right here. You got two teams whose best players have been to the mountaintop. Kawhi's obviously won a Finals MVP and won a title there with the Raptors. And then you have the Warriors with Steph and Draymond and all that they've been through and all that they've accomplished. So it should be a fun game tonight. I do worry because, again, man, it's the Clippers in these kinds of spots. And, like, how many times you have to see it year after year for them to let you down? It feels like to me where I could only really back the dog, I think, in this game. I think it's a game with a lot of variance that can go either way. Kind of feels like you know what you're going to get out of Kawhi in this game. You figure Steph's going to be pretty solid. I know there's some talk that maybe there could be a minutes restriction. Like, they're playing for their season, right? So if he's going to play and he's going to push through it. How effective is he going to be? Maybe that's a different conversation. The addition of Porzingis has been really good, and you put Steph and Porzingis in a pick and roll. Good luck trying to pick your poison. I don't know. I could definitely see the Clippers blowing him out, but I also could see the Warriors battling and playing them tough. So of all the 4 playing games that we had, we were talking about this on Monday. I told you this was the one I felt the least confident in. I thought the under would probably be the best play. I still feel that way. It stayed firm at 220.5 over the last few days. Would lean Warriors plus the points, but just don't have a good feel, Pat, just because I think it's so high variance. You talked about how up and down these teams have been all year and how they've been dealing with injuries. So this kind of feels like one of these games to me where I could see a wide range of outcomes. No thought on the spread, but I like the under.
Yeah, I mean, look, Steve Kerr, the one thing he said about him and Porzingis is that they will not go above 40 minutes. Now, look, I mean, most guys don't play 40 minutes in most games, but then the playoffs, we've seen Steph Curry routinely play above 40 minutes. So, I mean, is it a minutes restriction? Yes. Is it a huge minutes restriction? No, but you're not going to see Steph Curry play. Again, I'm just looking here in the series that he played against Houston last year. 40 minutes, 37 minutes, 41 minutes, 39 minutes, 42 minutes, 46 minutes. Like you're not getting Steph Curry, who's probably one of the most conditioned athletes that there is in the NBA. And you have 2-month absence. So what does that say about Golden State's mindset? Do they really even care about this game? They'd rather this season be done with. Do they really want to win this game? Then have to fly to Phoenix, beat the Suns Friday, then have to fly to OKC, play Sunday, and probably get their teeth kicked in and get swept or maybe beaten in 5 just to risk another injury. I'm not saying they're going to tank a play-in tournament game. I would hope they've got more integrity than that, but yeah, it's a do-or-die game. I don't think the Warriors are sweating this at all if they lose this game tonight. So as much as I'd like to back the Clippers, then again, I can't because you have God knows what you're going to get from this team on a day-to-day basis. They had a chance to, get a 7 or the 8 seed, and they got crushed by Portland both times. Kawhi Leonard, I know what to expect from him. I don't know what to expect on a night-to-night basis from Darius Garland. He's been very inconsistent since he got to LA. It's another guy that's kind of been a little bit banged up. He's missed a game here and there. He had 41 points in a game against Dallas a couple of weeks ago, and then he had a 3-game span where he scored 15, 4-game span where he scored 15, 20, 11, and 17. So if he's not shooting the 3-ball well, good luck. And again, which guys will play, which guys won't play. We know that the Warriors, they've got the small ball lineup, undersized, with even though they do have Porzingis tonight. So does Brook Lopez? He's even that big of a factor for the Clippers. I'll tell you what, one guy that I am expecting a lot from because he's been a big playoff performer the last couple of years with Indiana, and now he's got his first chance to do it with the Clippers since coming over in that Zubats trade. Benedict Mathurin. I'm expecting Benedict Mathurin to have a big game off the bench. He's a guy that can take it to the cup. He's going to relentlessly attack the paint. He's going to go after Draymond. He's going to go after Porzingis. And I don't even know what to expect from Porzingis, but I think Benedict Mathurin is probably going to get 20 to 25 points. He's probably going to get 10 rebounds because he's going to have chances to win rebounds against a small Warriors team. Benedict Mathurin, in my opinion, is the X factor tonight. I think Kawhi will probably put up Kawhi numbers, but Mathurin, I think, probably seals this one for the Clippers tonight with some big play off the bench. I just don't know, like you said, how much they're going to win by. Where's the Warriors offense coming from outside of Steph Curry? I'm not a believer in Podziemski. I think he's fraudulent. Again, DeAnthony Melton is losing Moses Moody, losing Jimmy Butler. Porzingis is not 100%. He's got that weird illness, man, where, again, even now he still deals with it. What are we really expecting from Golden State? I think if there is one bet I was going to make in this game tonight, it's the Warriors under team total. Because, Clippers are just going to triple team Steph Curry or make sure that they have somebody following him at all times. Don't get me wrong. Steph could still go for 35 points. But who's scoring outside of him? I don't see it. I don't see it from Golden State. These two teams play at a pretty slow pace. So, you said you like the under. I like the Warriors team total under. I find it hard to believe they get to 110 or more points.
I think that's a great call with the team total under. I like that a lot. I think Ty Lue's a really good coach. Clippers got some good defenders on that team. Like you said, Steph, he's an all-timer. He's a Hall of Famer. And even at not 100%, he's going to hit his shots and he's going to get to his spots and probably going to have 25, 30 points in this game. But it's it's really about the other guys for the Warriors. Who's going to step up and make an impact? And that's really what the game is going to come down to. You got a superstar on each side with Kawhi and Steph. You know what you're going to get out of those guys, but then it's the others who are going to make the impact. I keep coming back to the under, which is why I do like your Warriors team total underplay. That feels like a really good one. I think if you like the Warriors, it's probably correlated to the under as well. I just have a hard time thinking that they're going to win like a 120 to 115 kind of game. I think if the Warriors win, it's going to be like 104, 102 or something like that. They're probably going to have to win kind of a slugfest type game. And historically, for the play-in tournaments, these unders have been profitable. They're hitting at about 60%. And we're on our way to another one, it looks like, here with the Sixers and the Magic. So I think the under, more and more we talk about it, is probably the play that I like. You're almost talking me, Pat, into a little bit, maybe like an assist prop for Steph, just because how much maybe they want to get the ball out of his hands potentially, and stuff like that. His points prop for tonight, see if I can find that, 26.5 for Steph Curry tonight is his points prop. Kawhi Leonard for tonight is 29.5. Feels a little high too. I actually don't hate Draymond at 7.5 points at -120. The whole key with Draymond, he's going to shoot about 3 or 4 3-pointers tonight. For him to go over that, he's gonna have to hit at least one, because Draymond's the kind of guy where he's going to take those threes right when he's in a pick and roll,
where he's wide open,
and you're going to need him to drill that three. And if he does, then he's going to go over the 7.5. If he misses those threes, then you're in trouble. So that could potentially be worth a look. Draymond to hit 2 or more threes tonight is +130. I don't really like that. -325 to hit a 3, so that's no good. But yeah, maybe Steph assists, Draymond over points if you think he's going to hit one of those 3-pointers. Maybe some areas that I would look at. But it looks like in this Philly game, man, they turned it on. 109-97 now with 40 seconds to go. So it looks like we're going to get Philly and Boston in the first round.
Yeah, they just ended it. You know how they ended it too? Andre Drummond, of all people, just hit a 3. Andre Drummond, wide open in the corner, just hit a 3.
Yeah.
I mean, fire Jamal Mosley now. Orlando, they lose this game. I hope they lose to the Hornets. Paolo Banchero, by the way, I mean, I was thinking he was going to have a big game. He had a lackluster regular season. I guess I should have saw it coming. Paolo Banchero is one of the most overrated fake stars in the NBA. Because the season not on the line, but they would have gotten the 7 seed. 7 of 22 from the field. He scored 5 points in the second half, and he was a -16 in the box score. He had 6 turnovers. He didn't hit a single 3. I mean, Desmond Bane, if not for Desmond Bane's 34 points, this would be a blowout. Like Paolo Banchero, and there was the reports that a star player, quote unquote, a star player from Orlando would demand a trade if they don't fire Jamal Mosley. Maybe you should demand a trade, Paolo, because you know what? Maybe you need a fresh scenery because you're not that great. He's not that great, Paolo Banchero. This will put the capper on what has been a brutal season for him and a brutal season for Orlando. Jeez.
Pat,
just terrible.
Earlier we were talking about if Miami doesn't go after Giannis, who do they go after? Maybe Paolo. Maybe that's the guy.
Maybe so. It's going to be Magic versus the Hornets in Orlando on Friday. Winner will get the 8 seed, and the winner will play the Detroit Pistons. The Sixers, they're finishing it off 109-97 with about 20 seconds left to go. Tyrese Maxey, 31 points. VJ Edgecombe, 19 points and 11 rebounds. Kelly Oubre with 19 points and Paul George with 16. In the absence of Joel Embiid, the Sixers take care of business, and they knock off the Orlando Magic. And the first round in the East is almost set now, PJ. Sixers, Celtics, Philly versus Boston. Oh, baby, if only Joel Embiid is able to return for that series, that thing could be competitive. It could be competitive because we've only seen half a season with Joel Embiid on the floor, and the Sixers with him are 24-14. So can he get back from the appendectomy that he, had to get surgery for? They're showing him right now on the broadcast. he's got to try to brace to get in condition because Philly's 24-14 when he's on the floor this year. And I still got my doubts about Boston, even though they've looked great so far with Tatum coming back. But who knows? Maybe that'll just be a Boston sweep.
I think I'm going to bet Philly in game 1 against Boston, Pat. I think they're going to throw everything at the Celtics in that game because I don't think Embiid's going to play in game 1. And we both know if they win that game 1 and they're able to beat the Celtics, they're going to rest Embiid in game 2. They'll be more than happy with the split coming back home to Philly. So, I mean, that to me is the desperation game for Philly. Yes, they have 2 cracks at it to try and get a win at Boston, but I think they'd be more inclined to rush Embiid back for a game 2, obviously knowing you're trying to get a split, rather than if they win game 1, they're going to rest him for game 2. Even if he maybe can play, they're going to take the extra game. So when a team is faced with that kind of situation, and game 1 of a series is usually a good time to bet dogs too. When there's that feeling out process, Philly's obviously kind of already played a playoff game. Boston's got this long layoff. Maybe they're a little bit sluggish coming out of the gate. I think I'm going to be betting Philly in that game, knowing that they're going to be in desperation mode, trying to win one so that they can obviously steal one in Boston and rest Embiid for both of those games. And I kind of think they got a chance, man. So I'm hoping we can get close. I don't think we're going to get as many as 10 points, but I'm expecting to get maybe like 8.5, somewhere in that range, 8.5, 9. And I'll probably be on Philly in that game 1.
I think that's probably a good number. Let me see if I can get that. 9.5. You're nearly spot on. Celtics are 9.5 point favorites. That game is Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, maybe we will get a 10 then with Philly. So I'll definitely hold off on that, hoping that some 10s pop up. But yeah, if we get a 10 with Philly, I'll be on them against the Celtics. Over under Joel Embiid plays 1.5 games in that series.
I mean, look, the only really thing I can go back to, OG Anunoby had an appendectomy in 2019 with Toronto. He missed a month. And Embiid just had surgery for this thing, less than a week ago? So he might miss the entire series. I mean, if they go down 2-0, it feels like game 3, he might rush back to try and play.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back and plays game 3, and then all of a sudden it's like Joel Embiid gets ruled out for game 4, especially if they go down 3-0, or I don't know. I'll go... If they don't get swept, I'll say he plays at least 2 games in this series.
Okay.
By the way, the regular season series, they split 2 games each. Now, they did play each other 3 times before Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. And the Sixers won 2 of those. And then they most recently played on March 1st. And that was a game that Embiid did not play in. And the Celtics won at 114-98. Tatum didn't play in any of those 4 meetings. So you really have, you could basically throw it out the window.
Another thing with Boston too, Pat, throughout the years when they've been in this Tatum and Jaylen Brown era, I feel like in all these series, they're big favorites at home whenever they have home court. And it feels like they always lose one of these games at home. Always. Like, very rarely do I feel like if you go back and look at Boston's track record, are they up 2-0 in series like this? They love to play with their food. They love to mess around. They love to lose games that they have no business losing. There's even been times where they're down 0-2. They lose both games.
I remember my Knicks went up 2-0 against them last year and obviously knocked them out.
Sure. Obviously they've won one. Philly, when Embiid was hurt a couple years ago, James Harden dropped like 40 in the Garden and they stole a game. Obviously that Heat team that went up 3-0 and nearly Boston came all the way back until Boston lost it in game 7. The Pacers had a chance in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple years ago to win some games in Boston. So the Celtics are gettable in those first couple games. And I know they look like the best team in the East right now. I know they're the favorites. Tatum's back, all those sorts of things. But, Pat, I really think Philly's live in one of those first 2 games. And I think it might just be game 1. So, this is what Boston does, man. That's what they do.
I'll tell you right now. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. So the Celtics, again, got knocked out by my Knicks last year, lost the first 2 games at home. In that series against Orlando, they won the first 2 games at home, lost game 3. then won the next two. The year before that, when they won the NBA title, they did not lose game one in any series, but they did lose game two to Miami in the first round, lost game two to Cleveland in the second round, and then only lost one playoff game the rest of the way. And that was losing by 40 with the Mavericks avoiding the sweep. And the year before that, yeah, they did lose game one against Philly. They did go down 3-0 against the Heat, and then remember, got it back to a game seven and then got crushed in game seven. So, yeah, that's possible. Let's get a quick phone call here before we get to a break. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Wrath is in Chicago on line one. Next up here. Wrath, what's going on?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to talk about this one thing that I listened to a couple of days ago on.
Yeah, Wrath, really quickly. How old are you, Wrath?
I'm 12.
Okay. All right. Young. We got a youngin' on the line. Go ahead.
He was saying about which player is under the most pressure. A lot of people were saying Wemby because it's his first experience in being in the playoffs. But I don't know why, but I have this feeling that the entire team of Oklahoma City has the most pressure. Something tells me they're going to lose in like the first two rounds. I feel like they might choke. It's like I keep on getting this in my head. Like a lot of people is favoring OKC. It's not because they love them. I have heard some people that don't actually like OKC at all, but they know they're going to win. But I don't know. This has happened in the past with like the Milwaukee Brewers and MLB last year getting swept by the Dodgers, even though they were clear favorites. And I don't know. I think it's Oklahoma. I feel like they're going to lose somehow.
Yeah, Wrath, I appreciate the call, man. I think it's past your bedtime. That's what producer Brandon Combs said in our show chat, and I agree. If you think the Oklahoma City Thunder are losing in the first round, you're absolutely nuts. I would say you're drunk, but you're only 12, so that's hopefully not possible. The fact that the either Clippers, Warriors, or the Suns would beat the Thunder in a best of seven is ludicrous. And then in the second round, you're talking about either the LA Lakers without Austin Reeves or Luka Doncic. Although maybe if they were able to somehow beat the Rockets, Luka and Reeves would be back by then. But highly unlikely they even beat the Rockets. And then you're telling me the Rockets are going to beat the Thunder in a best of seven? They don't have a point guard. Kevin Durant, every team he's on in the playoffs, except for when he's on the greatest dynasty since Jordan's Bulls and the Warriors, Kevin Durant's teams fail in the postseason. No, there's no shot Oklahoma City is losing in the first two rounds. PJ?
Yeah, look, as much as I love chaos and I'd love for there to be parity in the Western Conference, I think really the only team that can beat OKC is Denver. And the fact that the Nuggets are a 3 seed and they would face them in the Western Conference final, I just couldn't see it. If the Nuggets were a 4 or 5 seed, I think that would be your chance. They took Oklahoma City to 7 games last year. And when you have the best player in the world in Jokic, who can control everything, Murray's playing as well as he has in his career. They're red hot. They got the best offense in the NBA. That would probably be the team to do it. I think they're the only team. I don't think the Spurs are capable of doing it. Rockets, Lakers. I think it's only Denver, Pat. So as much as I would love for there to be chaos and parity, OKC they're just too good. I can't see it happening.
We could answer, we'll throw it in hot or cold because we're going to do hot or cold next. But who is the player that's under the most pressure in the NBA playoffs? Wemby is a good one. I still think there's a couple of players that have more pressure on them in the NBA playoffs. So we'll do that as a part of hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. That's coming up next. He's PJ Glasser in for Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Get you an update on the early score of the Warriors and the Clippers and some other takeaways as the Sixers have beaten the Orlando Magic, and they are playing the Celtics in the first round in the Eastern Conference playoffs. All still to come here. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That is a dirty ass play from LaMelo Ball. Full stop. And it goes noted that after the game, Udonis Haslem, who's on the Amazon Prime broadcast, who's like a Heat lifer, right? The Ultimate Warrior, right? I kind of want to play the Ultimate Warriors theme music right now, but whatever. Rest in peace to Jim Hellwig. Udonis Haslem says that LaMelo Ball's not a dirty player. So, if Udonis Haslem's going to say that, then I don't want to turn this into, even though LaMelo has, literally tripped Bam Adebayo in the past. This has happened before with these two guys. I don't want to turn this into LaMelo Ball's a dirty player. I don't think we need to do that. Although I got tweets from people that seem to indicate that they believe that that is the truth. I don't want to turn it into that. Let's leave it at just this and this isolated incident. It's a dirty play, no matter what LaMelo says. And he did say after the game, I apologize. I hit my head. I basically didn't know what I was doing. Even if that's true, and let's say that he didn't intend to have this happen. I don't know. I'm not in his head. I don't know. The fact that it happened, something had to happen as a result of that. Whether it's a flagrant, you could even argue he should have been ejected for it. Do you know who thinks that? Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra. Take a listen to what Spo said after the game about this incident.
I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should have been thrown out of the game, for that.
He's right. Eric Spoelstra's right. I wanted the Hornets to. I bet Miami plus the points because I thought the game would be close. Okay, I thought for sure we were going to lose that in overtime. I wanted I wanted Charlotte to win. Eric Spoelstra's right. LaMelo should have gotten thrown out of the game. And Bam Adebayo is Miami's best player. And it's not just because of the 83-point game earlier this season. And I think that we can say and be correct about it, right? If that doesn't happen and Bam's healthy for the game, who wins? Who wins the game? Baldy, it seems like, so the question is not do you think the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown? It feels like a lot of people think that that's going to happen after June 1st, but that the Eagles will eventually move on from A.J. Brown. Assuming that that's going to happen, or at least if you think it might happen, what do you think is more likely for the Eagles when they hit the clock in the early 20s of the NFL draft? That they select a wide receiver or an offensive tackle with Lane Johnson nearing the end of the line?
I think an offensive tackle is kind of what Howie Roseman's, bailiwick has been since he's really been in charge. He usually goes in the trenches year in, year out. That would make a lot of sense. There's no Lane Johnsons in this draft, but, eventually you got to replace him. But I think that's a possibility. I also think, look, you go out and you make a trade for Dontavian Wicks. You add Hollywood Brown. You add Elijah Moore. You've got a true number one wide receiver in Devontae Smith. I just think Kenyon Sadiq would make a lot of sense. They don't have a tight end under contract next year. Dallas Goedert has been a good player for him. Had 11 touchdown catches last year. He was phenomenal, finishing drives. But Kenyon Sadiq would add a playmaker, speed, a position of need. I don't know if he'll be there at 23. Maybe Carolina at 19 makes sense for Kenyon Sadiq to go along with T-Mac and Xavier Legette and try to help Bryce Young out as much as possible. But this is a tight end-driven league right now. Seattle proved that. The Rams proved that. Chicago did that. I mean, a lot of teams were in heavy 13 personnel a good chunk of the year last year. And so that's the trend. And Sadiq is the best tight end in this draft. If you want to make a splash, go get Sadiq if you're Philadelphia.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of this week. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We've got a couple of, you can call the show. You can also text the show. And PJ, we got a couple of texts. First one comes from a 773 number. They didn't put their name or where they're from, but I mean, it's a pretty damn good text. We just had a 12-year-old caller get through last segment, Wrath in Chicago. And I don't mind if the occasional youngster calls up, right? Because don't get me wrong. I was 12, 13 years old calling WFAN in New York, hoping to get through. And most of the time, the producer would say, hey, man, sorry, you're not supposed to be on the air unless you're like 16 or 18. It felt like they would change the number. But every now and then I would get on, and, those are big moments. But if you're coming on here, you better have a working knowledge of how the sports work and of how what the Oklahoma City Thunder actually are. And if you think they're going to lose in the first round, you belong. Well, I'll leave that part out. But anyway, we do have. So, PJ, we have a texter following up that phone call.
Yeah.
And they said, thank you for not coddling our future sports enthusiasts. They are people, just like the smelly people you get stuck standing next to on the train. It's spot on. I got to agree. Wrath, again, we appreciate the call, man. We love that you call the show. We love that you're into sports and you're into sports talk radio. But you got to get it.
I'm all for a hot take. I mean, that's what this business is about, Pat, right? If you can have a differing opinion and be right, that's how you're going to separate yourself. So I applaud Wrath for trying to be different. I just don't know if betting against OKC in the first or second round is the hill that you want to die on. Also, if you're going to bet against OKC, give us the teams that you think are going to do it, right? Do you think it's going to be the winner of this Clippers-Warriors game? Do you think it's going to be the Rockets or the Lakers? Give us a team that you think is going to do it. Try and state your case. And even though we probably won't agree with you, maybe we'll see your point of view. But just to say, OKC is going to lose in the first two rounds, I mean, come on, man.
That just sounds like a kid. That sounds like a kid that realizes that OKC is probably going back to the finals and he's already getting sick of what is a budding dynasty.
Exactly.
And look,
yeah,
he didn't get to experience the Jordan Bulls. I mean, all he knows is the playing Bulls. So I feel for him. But either way, we got Ross in New Jersey texting in. I don't know about Philly against Boston, but I can tell you this. We're going to see men versus boys in Orlando Friday in a 7-game rematch of Jalen Duren versus the Hornets because Jamal Mosley is a dead man walking, and tonight was the proof we needed. Okay, so a lot to unpack. Men versus boys in Orlando. I'm guessing he loves the Hornets to beat the Magic.
He does. Yep.
And then a 7-game rematch, Jalen Duren versus the Hornets, the brawl that we had, him versus Moussa Diabate, Isaiah Stewart coming off the bench for Detroit, beef stew, trying to throw punches. And he thinks Jamal Mosley is a dead man walking and that basically Orlando is going to show up and they don't care if they win that game or not.
Pat, the entire world is going to be on the Hornets in that game. The entire world. You will not find many people that are going to be back in the Magic in that game. I mean, let's be honest. The Hornets are the new hot young thing, right? They shoot a lot of threes. They score a lot of points. They got a lot of great young talent. By the way, LaMelo Ball did not get suspended for that game coming up. He got fined, and they upgraded it to a flagrant 2, but he did not get suspended, which is obviously huge news for that game as well. So do we have a line for that game yet as well, Pat? Magic
we do. Take a guess.
2.5. I just saw it pop up. Just saw it. Sorry. Yeah. I would have liked to take it. I would have said Hornets 1.5, so I would have been off a little bit. Gosh, man. Pat, one thing you should know about me, my saying is that I love people, but I hate the public. And I love fading the idea of when everybody is on the same side. Now, it always doesn't work out, but a lot of the time it does. And because there's recency bias and people love to overreact, the issue with backing a team like Orlando is that maybe Ross from New Jersey is right and that Orlando's just a dead team walking. Mosley's cooked. That team hates each other. They want their season to end. I could see it. And we know the Hornets are going to be fully motivated. We know that that young core has really not experienced playoff basketball. They're having a great year. They've played great the final 5 weeks of the season, and they want to keep it rolling. So I totally get the case for the Hornets and why everybody's going to be on them. I don't know, man. It felt like a lot of people were on the Magic tonight, and it didn't work out all that great. So we'll see. I personally could only bet the Magic in this game. I think if you like the Hornets, Pat, I think you take alts. I think you take Hornets -9.5. I think you take Hornets -14.5. Hell, maybe you even go like 20.5. I think there is absolutely a world where the Hornets maybe win this game by 25 points. I could see them just steamrolling Orlando. I also see a case where the Magic win the game. So that's kind of where I am. I think the Magic win or the Hornets kind of just absolutely beat them up. But I think a whole lot of people are going to like Charlotte in that game tomorrow night. And that's another thing, too. The game's tomorrow. It's a quick turnaround, right? Not like you get to the extra
Friday
day to regroup. Oh, Friday? Okay. I got you. BetMGM listed it as tomorrow. So it is Friday. So there you go. So they do get an extra day to regroup a little bit. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I mean, I've loved Charlotte for the last couple of weeks, and I just trashed Paolo Banchero, and I think he is very overrated. So yes, I'm gonna love Charlotte, but I will be cautiously optimistic going into that game that they take care of business because they do still have a bunch of inexperience. It showed again in the fourth quarter, blowing that game against Miami and then having to come back and then, nearly blowing it again. If not for a Miles Bridges chase down block at the buzzer, I don't know what the hell to expect from Con Knippel. So yeah, I've definitely got some doubts for sure. And look, Orlando is at home now. They were in Philly tonight. They get to come back home. So as much as they might hate each other and Jamal Mosley is dead man walking, whatever you want to think about what the team friction is right now, they're going to be at home in front of the home crowd. If that ain't a motivating factor for them to get into the postseason, then what will? And look, as much as Detroit looks like they are in another class compared to the Orlando Magic, what did we think about these teams coming into the season? We kind of thought these two young teams that both might take a step forward. Detroit has. Orlando hasn't. Sometimes you need to get taken to the brink to then hit your potential, So the Pistons are definitely not the Oklahoma City Thunder in the West. Like if Rath would have called up and said he thinks the Pistons would have lost in the first round, I would have been like, all right, yeah, it's great take. Bold take, man. I can see it. Sure. By the way, Celtics up to 11.5-point favorites already against the Sixers in game one now on Sunday.
Climbing,
so that thing
baby.
is jumping.
Keep climbing.
Yeah, let it climb.
Give me all them points. I like it.
Let it climb. All right, quick update, and then we'll take a short break, and we'll finish with hot or cold since we haven't gotten a chance to get to it yet. Clippers lead the Warriors 20-19. This was a 12-2 lead to start the game for LA. Golden State has punched back, though. Steph Curry, 3 points. He's hit 1 3 so far. He's got 1 turnover and 1 foul. And he has played all 8 minutes so far of the first quarter. For the Clippers, Kawhi Leonard's got 6 points and 3 rebounds. Darius Garland leading the way with 8 points. So tight one early on between the Clips and the Dubs. All right, we'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. We'll finish with your calls. We'll finish with your texts. Hot or cold. Some last score updates. Close it out with us when we come back here on this hump day. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
Do you believe, Ross, not that the Cowboys will make a trade of that magnitude, should the Dallas Cowboys trade into the top 10 and trade both of their first-round picks in order to do so?
That's tough. I really don't understand what they're doing. I really, truly wonder about the Cowboys. Think about this for a second. They didn't want to pay Micah Parsons, who might be the best defensive player in the NFL. The Packers traded a ton of assets for the right to pay Micah Parsons over $40 million a year. So here's what you have in terms of assets. You have draft picks, you have money. The Packers gave up a ton of both. All the Cowboys had to do was just give him money. And then they use a lot of those assets for Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams is a good player. I'd say he's a really good player. Micah Parsons is elite. Elite. He's a difference-making player. Now they do the trade for Quinnen Williams. Now they might trade again to try to get another guy that's actually a difference-making player. Because I'm not sure Quinnen Williams is actually a difference-making player. I mean, they probably will, Nick. You're probably right. Do I think it's the way to go? No, not really. No, I don't. I'd probably rather pick at 12 and 20, but it feels like a very Cowboys-y thing to do.
Who is Brian Baldinger's favorite player in the 2026 NFL draft and why?
I'm glad you asked me that, Nick. It's Vavayo Ioane from Penn State, the left guard, number 71. He's my favorite player. He's been my favorite player since I started studying this draft, basically 2.5 months ago. He's just, last year Tyler Booker went in the first round to Dallas, and Gray Zabel went in the first round to Seattle, and they both made a big difference. They were really good players. This Ioane is better. He's bigger. He's stronger. He's meaner. He looks like the greatest joy he gets in life is taking his opponent and planting him into the turf. He's really good at it. And, he just knows how to play. He really just knows how to play the game. And he's very strong. He's got tremendous balance. It's an underrated skill. Like, he's never on the ground unless he's sitting on top of his opponent. He's going to start day one for a team next year. He's not going to get out of he won't get past Pittsburgh or the Chargers for sure, but he may go earlier than that. He's just a difference maker in this whole draft.
Here's how good he is. I mean, what's the guy, 25 years of age? And if he didn't get hurt, I think he'd be a lock for an all-NBA team, at least third team. We haven't got our ballots yet here as they delay it. Are they going to put Luke on it? I think is one of the reasons. Usually you have the ballot by now. Denny Avdia is a guy that I would easily, if he played in the mid-70s, have on an all-NBA team, might do it anyways. He just snuck in, I believe, with 65 games. This is a guy that's one of the better playmakers in the league. I mean, he essentially runs point for Portland, despite the fact that they have Drew Holiday. They've got Scoot Henderson. They're going to have Damian Lillard coming back next year. I don't see how you can give the ball to any of those guys when this guy's playing at this level. Outside of SGA, he draws fouls better than anybody in the sport. You saw it last night in the game-winning bucket, where not only did he hit the basket, the go-ahead basket, but then he goes to the free throw line. He's as good as it gets at getting to the line. The one thing you would like to see him at is maybe an outside shot. If he did that in conjunction with his ability to get to the free throw line and get to the hole, you'd be talking about, I don't know, maybe one of the 12, 13 best players in the sport. That's how much I like this guy.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans the rest of the week. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Last chance to get in. You can call, you can text. If you're just joining us, the Sixers beat the Magic 109-97. Tyrese Maxey with 31 points. VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, with a 19-point double-double, and the Sixers are the 7th seed. They will go to Boston to take on the Celtics. Meanwhile, the Magic now return home, and they will play the Hornets on Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed and plays the Pistons, and the loser's season is over. End of the first quarter in L.A., the Clippers, they lead the Warriors 31-22. Just a big burst there at the end of the quarter from the Clips. Benedict Mathurin off the bench with 5 points and a rebound. Darius Garland's got 8 points. Kawhi, maybe a triple-double for the Claw. 6 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists after just the opening quarter. Meanwhile, Steph Curry played 8 minutes in the first quarter before coming out. Just 3 points. He went 1 of 5 from the field. Very balanced attack for Golden State, but they're going to definitely have to step it up on offense. All right, let's finish off with some hot or cold here. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Combs, what do you got for us, brother? Other than another offer in our game, let's go streaking.
We're going to talk about a guy who doesn't go over very much and didn't go over very much throughout his career. But Shohei Ohtani is not the greatest baseball player of all time. PJ, hot or cold?
This is cold. We talked about this. So he is the greatest baseball player of all time. Now, if you separate the two, he's not the greatest hitter of all time. I'd take Barry Bonds over him as a hitter. I'd take prime Albert Pujols, prime Miguel Cabrera. I mean, there are a couple different guys, right? You take Tony Gwynn as a hitter, any of these type of guys. There are also pitchers that are better. I take Nolan Ryan. I take Roger Clemens. I take Pedro, any of those times. But Pedro never hit. Barry Bonds never pitched. All these types of things. Shohei does both at an elite level. If the guy just wanted to focus on being a hitter or being a pitcher, he could be top 5, top 3 in each of those things. The fact that he's able to do both at such a high level is just, it's incredible. I compared it earlier to like Patrick Mahomes being, one of the top linebackers in the league, or Patrick Mahomes being one of the top safeties in the league. It's unbelievable that at the highest level there is in baseball, he's that effective as a hitter and that effective as a pitcher. And he's done it successfully long enough for, I think, most of us to just look at him and be like, we have truly never seen anything like this. It's the greatest baseball player to ever live. So I think it's cold, Brando. I think he is the best baseball player of all time.
Yep, I agree. I mean, the guy has been in Major League Baseball for what? Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 8 completed seasons, and he's already won 4 MVPs. I mean, come on, like just stop. He leads Major League Baseball in the OPS every single year, OPS plus, all the advanced metrics. I mean, he routinely hits 50 bombs. Last year, he stole 59 bags. 2 years ago, he stole 59 bags. He went 50-50. Are you kidding me? I mean, and the guy steps up in the playoffs every year, right? I mean, he was the NLCS MVP. He had a postseason OPS of over 1,000 last year. And then on the mound, on the mound, he's phenomenal. On the mound, he routinely pitches to a low 3 or a high 2 ERA. Come on, he's the greatest player of all time. It's not even close.
He's never finished better than 4th in the Cy Young voting, and he only did that once. So he's not. He's going to win about pitcher. Year. He's not even a guy you would. If you went through it pitcher by pitcher in the game right now, he's not even a top 5 pitcher in baseball right now. Now, a lot of people get so amped up about he can pitch and he can hit. Yes, Shohei Ohtani's great. Don't get me wrong, but to say you're like a top 20 greatest player of all time right now is not a slight, considering how many players there have been in Major League Baseball. But to sit there and call this guy the greatest player of all time, when there is a person that we know by the name of Barry Bonds, who in 2004, tell me if Shohei Ohtani's ever done something like this before. Barry Bonds had 139 hits in 2004.
On steroids.
He swung and missed only 92 times that season. He had 60 more hits than he had swings and misses. What are we talking about?
He was roided out of his mind. So
steroids stops you from swinging and missing? Steroids stops you from swinging and missing now. I'm not talking about home runs. Here's the other thing about you want to throw the steroids out there. Fine. You take all 762 of Barry Bonds' home runs away from him and turn them into outs. He still has a career OPS that's 5 points higher than David Ortiz, who just got elected to the Hall of Fame 2 years ago. Stop it. The steroids argument is the dumbest argument in the world. And you've had some dumb arguments with me, Pat. This is the dumbest one. There is not a leg to stand on. Barry Bonds is the greatest player to ever play the game ever. You talk about Shohei's 4 MVPs, great. That's still 3 less than what than Barry Bonds has won.
I agree Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame, but the guy was roided out of his freaking mind in the best seasons of his career. Shohei Ohtani, not on steroids. Maybe, who knows what he was doing? Maybe he was gambling, right? I mean, they pinned it on his translator. We don't know that for sure. But he's not on steroids, and he is the best hitter on the planet, maybe the second best hitter on the planet, and he is a top 5 pitcher. He is. And you're going to see it this season when he wins the Cy Young Award.
Stop it. So who would you take Shohei Ohtani over? That he's a top 5 pitcher right now. Would you take him over Tarek Skubal?
Nope, and probably wouldn't take him over Skeens, but I would take him over everybody else.
You would take him over a guy like Dylan Cease. You would take him over a guy like Garrett Crochet. You would take him over. You're crazy. You're crazy. He's never put up that great of a season pitching.
Yamamoto and maybe Crochet, I think, are the only other two outside of Skeens and Skubal I'd consider. But I think it was John Smoltz who said that he would be the best pitcher in baseball if he just focused on doing that. I mean, that's coming from Smoltz. I think that is saying a lot.
Yeah, it's coming from Smoltz, who has some of the worst baseball takes I've ever heard in my life. I can't stand that guy on the mic. I mean, so Yamamoto, Chris Sale, Zach Wheeler, you're going to take all of those guys and you're going to put them behind Shohei Ohtani on the mound. I think you guys are nuts. Shohei Ohtani's never.
I can only hope that Barry Bonds gives you a little pat on the head if he hears you glazing him on a nightly basis. I hope he hears this.
You don't have two players on your own two pitchers on your own team you wouldn't take over Shohei Ohtani on the mound?
On the Yankees? No, I wouldn't take Garrett Cole. I sure as hell wouldn't take Carlos Rodon. Cam Schlittler, maybe, because Cam Schlittler is Cy Young reincarnated. But, I mean, other than
Max Fried?
No, not over Ohtani. No.
Okay. I'm done with this conversation.
You didn't see Ohtani pitch for like the last year and a half, and I get it. In the first couple years, he was in Los Angeles.
I have watched him. Trust me, I've watched Shohei Ohtani pitch. He's not a better pitcher than any of those guys we just named.
I don't mean you specifically. I know you watch 8,000 baseball games a night. I mean, like, the fact that he spent half the season injured and then also was, injured the year before that. And then, you don't pay attention a lot to when he was in with the Angels pitching. But, like, this year he's going to win the Cy Young. And when he pitches to like a 2.25 ERA and has like 200 strikeouts, then just, come back to me.
You owe Barry Bonds an apology for the slander, and you owe our caller earlier an apology for the slander. You were
the 12-year-old Raph? No. Unless, look, I'll tell you this much: if the Thunder get knocked out in the first round, Rath can host the show for me. I'll take off, and Rath from Chicago can host a full 5-hour show if the Thunder get knocked out in the first round.
I hope he's still listening. I hope he didn't turn it off because you were a jerk to him. Because if he's listening, Rath, call back in. We need your number. We need your ad because you need to come host the show. Because I agree with you, Rath. The Thunder are losing in one of the first 2 rounds.
Oh my God! And see now Combs he's just.
Boys, Jordan Spieth at the RBC this week, 30-1. That's the plan.
There we go. And that'll do it for a very exciting show. Thanks to PJ Glass. He'll be back the rest of the week. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, BetMGM tonight.
This is the easiest decision that anyone has ever had to make in the history of anything ever. In the history of life. Like you're in high school and the girl that you've been crushing on tells you she wants to go to prom with you. Would you say no? I win the lottery. I have the ticket. And I say to you, would you like this ticket instead? What would you say? Would you say no? No. You'd say yes. Imagine a world where the Giants don't trade this guy. Don't trade him. Is he a good player? Yes. Has Dexter Lawrence been a great player at points? Yes. Is he worth this headache? Absolutely not. 36, 79, and 1 since they drafted him. Holding them up like for ransom here. Demanding more money. Get the hell out of here. Like, see ya. Giants have lost a million games with Dexter Lawrence. They can lose without him. Send him to Chicago. Send him to the Chargers. Send him to the Bills. He can be awesome for those teams. This is not, is Dexter Lawrence bad? He's awesome. He's a really good player. The expiration date's been reached with this team. I'm a Giants fan telling you that. See you later. Bye. They need to trade him and trade him today. Like, I don't want him on the team anymore. My friend, final question for you. If I told you that the Dallas Cowboys would trade picks 12 and 20 for a top 10 pick, let's call it, and a second rounder, whatever the trade is, to move up into the top 10 to select one of the quote-unquote like blue chip defensive players, Styles, Downs, Reese if he drops, Bain if he drops, David Bailey, one of those players. Do you like that or dislike that for the Cowboys to trade 2 picks for 12 and 20 to go up to get one of those quote-unquote elite defenders?
Well, they got a new defense coordinator in Parker Washington. I played in Dallas for 6 years. I know that the organization well. Christian Parker. In the 65-year history of the Dallas Cowboys, no defense was worse than the Cowboys last year. None. They gave up 511 points, Nick. They were horrendous. They couldn't play man coverage. They couldn't play zone coverage. They couldn't do anything well at all. So one player is not going to make a difference. But they better start adding some blue chip players. Like, I wouldn't trade 12 and 20 to get one really good player. I'd get myself an edge rusher, and I'd get myself a cornerback and maybe a linebacker if I was sitting there at 12 and 20. I wouldn't package that to move up.
Do you believe Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the safety, is worthy of a top 10, top 15 selection, and why?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he went to Alabama as an 18-year-old freshman, started day one, led the team in tackles, went to the playoffs, Nick Saban's last year, and, started and was the quarterback of the defense, basically, as an 18-year-old. And then, Nick, leaves, and he transfers to Ohio State. Basically plays every game, win the national championship with them. I think he's better than Xavier McKinney. I mean, I know Xavier McKinney had 9 interceptions first year in Green Bay, but I think he's a better player than him. I think he's a better tackler. I think he's a more physical player. I'd say he doesn't have the size of Derwin James, but I think